10 seconds.
Welcome to Clever Title Pending, a proud member of the Rising Tide Broadcast Network. We talk to creatives about creativity and the business behind them. So type in your questions and become part of the conversation. And now, here's your host, Brian K. Morris.
Good evening, everyone. How the heck are you? Welcome to the Tuesday, August 10th, 2021 edition of Clever Title Pending, where we talk to creative people about creativity and the business behind it, just like Amy Hale said in the voiceover there. Anyway, we're glad you're here. We hope that this is the best 8 hours of your life you're about to spend. Okay. Anyway, Sidney Greenstreet used to say in Casablanca, "I love a man who loves to talk." Well, you've got three chatterboxes on tonight. I've got the great Bobby Nash and the great Charles F. Millhouse, but we'll be on as soon as we do some thank you here's, including to somebody that all three of us are inordinately fond of, and that's Plasma Fire Graphics. Plasma Fire Graphics, when the look of your book matters to you. When you write your book, you've put a lot of sweat equity into that work, and you want the best cover you can get to show off the wonderfulness you've put inside. Well, take a look at this. This is my latest book from Ben Books, the publisher of which will be on later. Snow Shorts published Snow Ambition, a one-shot, quick-read crime thriller by me. That cover's by Plasma Fire Graphics. Why aren't your covers by them, huh? Well, anyway, it's a great cover. All those images you saw, that's from Jeffrey Hayes. Jeffrey can also make graphics to help you sell your work, as well as a nifty little book trailer like you saw there. So check him out on Facebook, and check him out also at plasmafiregraphics.com, where you can inquire about Jeffrey's rates. Plasma Fire Graphics, when the look of your book matters to you, because it matters to your readers. And we also want to thank our people at Patreon. Patreon is a monthly subscription service where you can support your favorite creative types with a modest stipend every month. And we sure appreciate our people, all of whom help keep this show thriving and growing. And if you want to find out what rewards you get for being my patron, go to www.patreon.com/Brian K. Morris. Also, check out the Rising Tide Broadcast Network, of which this is a part. Tomorrow, I'll have Nevermind the Furthermore in the morning, and then Glenn B. Fleming and Ted Davies will be hosting the Truthmongers tonight. They'll be talking about sound and harmonics and things like that. It's going to be a fascinating look at various conspiracy theories about that. But please check us out. We're on 7 days a week. We've got more shows coming, and you'll dig them. And especially our brand new acquisition from the desk of a small press publisher every Saturday night at 10 p.m. on that YouTube channel. Please check it out. And also, don't forget, tomorrow morning, you're the first to hear this. We're going to have a little opening tomorrow. We're going to do this one correctly, and please tune in for that. And now, here they are. I am so excited about this. I'm so excited. I'm even going to unmute their mics and let them talk. Here they are, the one, the only Bobby Nash and Charles F. Millhouse. Gentlemen, how are you tonight?
Hello. Doing good.
Yeah, so good to be here.
Well, good. I'm glad you guys are here. I was just checking my records, and the last time the three of us were on was June 23rd. It's been over a year. Wow. So glad we could fix that problem.
That's how we know. That's how we know Brian is a true professional. He has records.
That's right. I do have a record, and the judge brings it up every so often. But anyway, guys, it's so good to have you here. I've done absolutely zero prep for this show because I know we're going to just start talking, and we're off to the races. So, and already the chat is filling up with comments. So, and we'll read as many of these as we can in the next 12 hours that we're on. And, we hope you all stick with us to the end of it. All right. So anyway, let's start with Bobby, and then we'll go down to Charles. Tell everyone who you are, why you are so amazing, and a little bit about yourself. Okay, we'll start with Bobby. Here we go.
Okay, well, I'm Bobby Nash. The amazing part, I don't know. You guys will have to figure that part out yourself. But I'm an author. I write stuff like this, and I love telling stories. I write comics, novels. I actually have an full cast audio drama coming out later this year, which is very exciting. It's my first one that I wrote. I wrote the short story, and I adapted it into script format, which is very cool. A little bit challenging, but very cool. I also dabble in art and act on occasion, but that's me.
That's plenty. There we go. And now, equally astounding, there is my good friend Charles F. Millhouse. Charles, tell the people why you are so awesome.
Well, I don't know. Awesome. I don't know. Amazing. I'm amazing because of people like Brian and Bobby and Clyde Hall and Jeffrey Hayes and Jeff Harper and all the other creative people that help me stay on track. So that's one of the reasons I think I'm amazing. Is because of everybody in the Rising Tide that helps me do what I do. I'm a published author of 20 some odd books, science fiction, new pulp, action adventure. I also put out a book twice a year called Pulp Reality, which Bobby and Brian have both been in. And number 3 comes out this November, December. We're going to have our first comic book in it too. So I've seen some of the art from Clayton Merwin, so I'm excited about that. And I start back my regular full-time job next week, where I am a personal chef at a sorority, where I cook for 35 college girls, and I'm sure they're all going to be back with their screams and their yells. And I think I'd rather be at home writing on my books.
Careful, I'm sure they're here listening. They're watching tonight. So.
The house mom might be here listening. So, Angie, I love my job.
Oh, that was a quick suck up there. Anyway,
but every writer would always rather be writing.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. It's like I tell people that we're nearing the 10th anniversary when I was let go from my office job and was kind of forced to do this full time, which was on my agenda anyway. It's like social distancing. It was a lot more fun before it was a mandatory thing. But I tell people behind my wedding, that was the best day of my life. Was getting fired, and so I threw myself into the deep end of the pool. Now here I am. I get to hang out with you guys. This is really cool. So, and folks, please give us your questions if you have any. And we want to say hello to Teresa Dunn. Good evening to you, Dan Hollifield of Last Man Standing on the Rising Tide Broadcast Network. Thursday nights at 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. on Sunday mornings, playing catch up and watching all the daytime stuff I missed while I was at work. Good evening, Carl Witzman and Sarah. How are you? Good evening to you, and everyone saying hello. Jason Waltman says, in an alternate world, Bobby Nash and Sean Taylor are intrepid archaeologists, professor fighting mercenaries, hostile natives, and Nazi femme fatales to protect artifacts and sacred sites from tomb robbers and other evil, and avoiding big boulders with style with the help of the lovely heiress Misty May.
Coming soon to a bookstore near you.
I was going to say, Jason, you got that halfway written, my friend. Way to go. And Willow Schuyler, everyone tune into Willow Schuyler's 2 shows, Pillow Talk with Willow on the Hang of the Web Show Network, and also Cryptid Crunch with Keisha Acuff on Back of the Cereal Box. So, hey, Jason Waldman, and definitely in need of escaping my world tonight. Thank you for doing these shows, Brian. Thank you, Willow, for everything you do. And oh, yes, I do, Dan. We will get the new edit for as long as it's viable, because God knows I'm probably going to add somebody in there. And Jason Waldman says hello to Charles and Bobby.
Hello.
And Sarah says, hey, awesome people. What? Nothing for me? What? And poor Willow's having mom issues. Sorry. And Jason says, I can do 4 hours. Ha ha. That's just a down payment on the fun we're having tonight.
I'm getting good breath there.
That's right. Yeah, really. And everyone is saying hello. And Kelly Austin, good to see you. Another alumni of Pulp Reality. Good evening, group. The first question of many. She's told me she's going to bombard us tonight. So I told her, do your worst. Kelly recently saw a post on Facebook about a guy complaining that independent publishers and writers were destroying the mainstream book industry. What would your thoughts be on this subject? I tell you mine, but I think I have to bring my blood pressure down about 15 points. Who wants to tag? Guys, did you see that post? Well, I think Charles did. I think that's where I saw it, right?
That was my best post I've put up in a long time. There was a lot of comments and likes on it, and everybody was about the same. I think the guy's a lurker. I just think he's just out to cause troubles. I did a little bit of research on him. He's got a Facebook group where he's got 66 followers and he's put out a couple books. But it's like I don't think we're taking anything from the big guys. That'd be like mom and pop restaurant down the street trying to take something from a big franchise. It's just not. I think he's just blowing wind and just trying to stir the pot. But it really kind of got under my crawl. So I figured everybody else should sound off on it too. So,
well, yeah, it's utterly ridiculous. I had this discussion with someone else on a completely unrelated Facebook post recently where someone was talking about how, they were upset that we were talking each other up. Like I was talking up other writers, and it's like, you just lost sales. If they go and buy that book you told them to, they're not buying your book. And it's like, that's the wrong way to look at this. Yeah. You guys and other authors, you are not my competition.
No.
We are all we're all in the same boat. We're all travelers on the same,
Right.
And the fact that I say, hey, you should go out and read Brian's book, or you should go out and read Charles's book, doesn't mean you're not, it doesn't hurt me if you buy and read their books.
Right.
Because I think too, a lot of times, readers read faster than we write. And like, if you're a fan of my books and I say, you'll like this, it's something, the extra that they can do. It doesn't mean, oh, I'm going to stop reading you and read, So I think I don't agree with the guy. My first reaction was expletives that I probably shouldn't use here. So,
yeah. Okay, hold on, Bobby. We're ready for you. We got this covered here. Hold on, brother. Let him fly.
Yeah, so, but no, but it's crap. I mean, it is crap. I mean, the what we do is so, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. What I do is spending time worrying about what other authors are selling is like the least important thing I could do in my day. The biggest enemy and the biggest competition I have is me getting shit done.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's the sort of attitude, like the post, that we're discussing. When I got on LinkedIn, when I first was really looking into self-publishing and trying to get my work out there were a number of writing forums, and I got a lot of good information off them because I knew absolutely nothing, it seemed, about the current vogue of publishing. I just knew the traditional way. And then I discovered almost by accident that ebooks are a thing. I never got a clue because my wife owned a Kindle. But, that this was a thing and people were doing their own stuff. And it astounded me to go into writing forums where people would be actively gatekeeping the people who, like all of us now we're all hybrid authors. We've been published by other people, but the fact that we also publish ourselves, there were people on there that were just, oh my God, this is the end of the world. They're destroying this whole craft. None of them know how to write. None of them know how to publish, blah, blah, blah. And all it left me with was a total disgust for gatekeepers and a growing pride in what I was doing and the new people I was now associating with. because I see what they're doing. I see what you guys are doing, and I make no secret of the fact that it inspires me. It makes me work harder so that I can sit at the table and rub elbows with y'all.
Yeah.
So
well, back in the day, before it was,
I'll get off your lawn now, Bobby.
Yeah, before it was accepted, the
Mhm.
do-it-yourself model was as accepted as it is today. There was a time where it was not. It was looked
Right.
down on. Where if you were self-publishing in a book, it was like, oh, well, you're obviously not good enough to get hired somewhere. Now that attitude has changed,
Right.
and having indie books and self-published books and small press books doesn't take anything away from the big, is it 4 or 5 now? It used to be 6
Three.
publishers. The big 3 publishers. Now, that should tell you something. They've gone from 6 to 3. So, the indies book is not causing that.
Right.
The fact of the matter is the fact that the most big publishers still run their publishing industry like it's 1952. And there were the gatekeepers really were there because you couldn't, I couldn't get to those publishers because you had to go through an agent. There were a lot of roadblocks and hurdles. And now there are people who are discovering wonderful books that would never have made it past an agent because it just wasn't what the agent wanted or what the agent thought people wanted.
Right.
And so I think indie publishing is where a lot of people get discovered, and some people do go from indie publishing to larger publishers, and which the biggest difference there is distribution, which means you sell more because your books are more widely available.
It's a vicious circle too, because you have to have an agent to get a book deal, but you really can't get an agent until you got the book deal. And when I started this a long time ago, back in the mid 90s, I started doing this and sending things out to publishers and getting the form letters saying, and we're sorry and good luck in your endeavors. And then I was doing vanity publishing because that's what it was called back in the day. It was vanity. You were paying hundreds of dollars to get your book published, and then you sold no copies because there wasn't any outlet. Amazon was just getting started, and there wasn't social media it didn't exist. So it was kind of hard to contact other writers and other people interested in different kinds of stories. And then when all that changed, when Amazon started doing the print on demand and started doing the ebook, and it started picking up, and then everybody wrote, and everybody still does. There's a lot of good independent books out there, and there's a lot of not so good independent books out there. But I think the good ones overshadow those bad ones now. I think we're at a point now where a lot of people have found independent writers and have started to follow them. I know each of us have followers people we don't know, and that's exciting. So where this guy's coming from, like I said, I think he was just blowing wind and just trying to stir a pot.
Yeah, because I think at the end of the day, I mean, quality wins out. If you put out if a book is put together nicely, it looks good, it reads well, and you've told a good story, you will find an audience. It may not be Stephen King size audience or a James Patterson size audience, which would be nice. But
size audience. So.
Yeah, it's a Bobby sized audience.
Right. Mine's fun sized.
Oh, I like that better. That actually sounds better.
And no matter how hard you try, mistakes are gonna slip through. And Brian always said that if a mistake slips through, that's the printer in it. We didn't. So learn from the master there.
It's the AI, the machines. They go in there and change words so we look dumb.
Yep.
It's their first step toward taking over.
That's right. Skynet is real. I tell you, Skynet is real. We'll be continuing this particular discussion on the Truth Mongers every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. So, but no, and one of the many things I admire about Charles is that, there were a lot of people that took advantage of vanity press in the 90s and before. Because I remember when I was in high school, I was picking up the Writer and Writer's Digest, and these classifieds in there would be filled with, let us print your book, only 5,000 copies, But I just admire the fact that Charles had the courage to actually take this medium. Even back then, self-publishing was kind of really looked down on, because like you guys said, it was kind of like the last resort of the talentless. But Charles took his and parlayed his into a career. Now, how long was it, Charles, between the time you published your first book through Vanity Press and you got wind of print on demand?
Well, see, I published in 1999 was my first book, and then I did another one after that, and I did it through another company, and both of them cost, I think, almost $1,000 each time.
Wow.
But it wasn't until late around 2011, 2012. That's when print on demand really started to hit, I think. And that's when I started to just say, okay, now I can do this. I can put out what I want to write. And I wrote the first Captain Hawkland with no idea that there was a following for Pulp, and there was a movement of new Pulp. And I thought, well, maybe I'm the only one that does this kind of stuff. So I wrote it. And then once I got it out there, I realized there are other people that's doing it too. So, and originally I started, I'm going to be the great science fiction novelist. And I've turned into a pulp novelist, and I'm okay with that. I really enjoy it.
That's amazing you say that, because I kind of had a similar thing. It's like, well, first it was, I'm going to do comics. That's all I'm going to do. Then it was like, we'll do novels. Well, I love sci-fi. I'll write sci-fi novels. What do I do mostly now? Crime dramas. Go figure.
Well, see, I wrote a short story for your Snow character, Bobby. I told my wife, I said, I'm really out of my element because I'm writing something that's in the 21st century. Most of the stories I write are either on alien planets, or it's about a guy from the 18th centuries who's abducted by aliens, or it's set in the 1920s or 30s. So here I am writing about cell phones and iPads, and it's like, I'm really out of my element with this, but I had fun doing it. So.
Well, that's part of the thing too, because I write so much of like Lance Starr is in the 30s, or other Pulp characters, or Domino Lady in the 30s, that it's like every once in a while it is nice to solve a problem with a cell phone.
It's still much
for that. Well, that's one of the beauties of what we do, is that, I'm listening to what your original ambitions were, and I'm thinking the same thing. I grew up wanting to write comic books, then had this idea I was going to be a novelist until I read the first novel I ever wrote, and I thought, well, that's not going to happen.
The first novel anybody ever writes is crap, or your first attempt is crap. Absolutely, yeah,
yeah. Nobody but me read that book, and there's a reason why.
It's out of print now, so it's going to stay there.
Mine's in a landfill. I made sure.
I was a glutton for punishment. I later rewrote mine. I liked the plot, so I said I like the plot, so everything else was crap, but the plot was good.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I think my first novel involved a fantasy setting, parallel worlds, and the defeating the bad guy hinged on an SX70 Polaroid camera. So there was not one solid idea out of that whole piece of 250 pages of typewritten crap that was worth salvaging. I told people when I moved from Illinois to Indiana 7 years ago, I made sure that manuscript was totally destroyed, because I'd rather someone find a sex tape with me and a barnyard animal than have them read this book. My career, such as it is, would be over. Oh.
The biggest thing I got out of finishing my first one was finishing it.
Yeah.
There was such a sense of accomplishment, even though it was pure unadulterated crap.
Right.
I finished it, which kind of buoyed my confidence enough to try it again. And I think that was the most important thing that came out of writing that first one for me.
I'd have to agree. Mine was, like you, it was the fact that I did get to type the end at the end, but I turned my writing attention to other areas like articles and fanzines and, small press comics and things like that. But it taught me I could finish a writing project, but that's it. It also taught me I shouldn't write a novel, which is why I waited 40 years to write another one.
Well, and because I have all these things over the years that I started and never finished. Like I'm going to write a novel. You get 2 chapters in, you stop.
Mhm.
So the fact that I was able to stick with it, not lose interest, and like you said, you get to the end, there is a sense of accomplishment. Excuse me, just from finishing it, whether it's no matter the quality,
Mhm.
you accomplish something.
And I wrote my first book on a Casio typewriter, so with a little screen, and you could type, and the words would go across as you were typing. And if you made a mistake, you could back up. And then after you typed, quite a bit, you hit print, and it just started typing it and printing it. And I would do that. And we had a small apartment, and I was sitting next to the bed while I was typing. My wife's trying to sleep, so you can only imagine how that went over. Especially when I hit that print button, and that thing just started going off like a Gatling gun. Printing off 20 pages, and then I go back through and go, oh, that's a mistake. Oh, that's a mistake. You had to go back and you had to retype it all because it wasn't stored anymore. And that Casio typewriter bit the dust a long time ago.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't have done it. Copy and paste, or move this around is my friend. I don't write. I plot. I get the first draft down very linearly, but then there's a lot of going back, adding this, that if I had to stop and retype a page every time I did that, whew.
Oh, yeah, I still remember, my electric typewriter. I had a Smith Corona electric typewriter my parents bought for me for high school. And, you either had the little squares of correction ribbon they had to put in there. And if you use carbon paper, which I've got a funny story about from when I worked at Office Depot, then you had to make sure it was in between the sheets and make sure everything was lined up properly, or you just retype the page when you found an error. Which, quick aside, when I worked for Office Depot in the mid-90s, one of the kids, and I do say kids, I was in my mid-30s by that time, but one of the high schoolers had come up to me in a total panic and go, "Oh my God, Brian, this customer's asking for something. He says we've got it. He says he's found it here, but I don't know. I don't even know what it is. Help me." Okay, calm down. I'll help. So I walk over to this well-dressed gentleman who's seething. You can see the waves of heat just coming off of him. And he just looks at me and goes, "Carbon paper." And I'm like, I can fix you up, dude. But it shows how the technology of this has changed. I mean, when was the last time any of us went into an office supply store and even saw a typewriter?
Right.
And in fact, I tried typing on one a few years ago, and it's a whole different set of muscles.
Right. Because if you think about it, because this is 2021,
right?
We've had whole kids that have gone through their entire, or in college now, that have typewriters were not a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of people in their 20s, not having a cell phone is they can't imagine.
Right.
Oh God, yeah.
That's like us. Well, for me, I grew up with always having a television in the house, where my mom and dad were born in the 1930s, and they never had a television. So it was sort of like us with the cell phones and the computers, and we kind of gradually went into them. So there's kids today born that have no idea what we're talking about.
It's really funny. Show a kid an old movie from the 70s or 80s, and watch them wait to see how long it is. It's like, where are their phones?
Yeah. Or you watch there's a whole like genre of YouTube now where they show like teenagers stuff that we had from our youth, and they'll put them in front of like a rotary phone and say, "Okay, get help."
Yeah, because
the building was on fire.
I mean, because if you think about it, when we were kids, cell phone was science fiction, because that's what they used on the Enterprise.
Exactly. Yeah. And I'd still buy a cell phone if it did that little chirp, 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 when you flip up to the end. I'd still have a phone.
And Uhura had things stuck in her ear.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God. Anyway, welcome to the Geriatric Club here. We'll be...
Get off my lawn.
Yeah, seriously. Let's catch up with some comments.
Take my pills.
Yeah. I take my pills, but that'd take another 4 hours. Jason Walden says, I'm an accidental pulp writer. My main job is role-playing games, world building, evil mastermind dream about a new way to put the Domino Lady in mortal peril. There are worse ways to spend your days. I'm telling you, my friend. Jeffrey Hayes.
Having spent some time with Domino Lady, you're absolutely right.
Yes. Jeffrey Hayes, 3 awesome authors in one awesome place, sitting back and looking forward to the conversation rocket. Well, I say if you want a great cover, you check out Jeffrey Hayes at plasmafiregraphics.com. Thank you for your sponsorship of the show. And did the lovely covers for Snow and Evolution Man, which is a good read. I just finished that a couple of weeks ago and left a review. Remember, folks, you should always leave a review. In fact, where's my sophisticated graphic? In fact, there's a book on Amazon, as long as people are holding up their work. There's a book on Amazon and Smashwords. Amazon book reviews made less impossible by my favorite author. It's an author's guide to reader's guide to rewarding authors. Please check it out. It's available in e-form, and the print book will be out probably late this year, early next. So anyway, # always promote yourself. And Jason,
Jeffrey Hayes is watching us on his big widescreen television, so he's getting us
full size.
Holy cow! We're overwhelming him.
Not great.
I'm going to go ahead and apologize right now because I do talk with my hands.
I have no idea what you're talking about. So, and Sarah says, I'm constantly writing or texting about something, and BKM has been a trooper in the texting writing. Yes, we are pen pals and texting. That's another thing. Typing out a response to somebody, and them getting it like milliseconds later.
Think of all the movie and TV and book plots that filled up an entire story that are now done away with by somebody going.
Yeah. Or just the fact that you have a cell phone and you can, through like Amazon or Kindle, you can carry an entire library in there. You probably could put more books in there than a small town library could in their brick and mortar building.
Plus, the fact that the world has gotten so much smaller, I can talk to people in other countries easy as pie. Where it used to be, that was a process.
Yeah.
Well,
We're making calls.
It used to be a process, to talk from one town to the next.
Yeah. Holy
Sorry,
cow.
belching. I'm on
That's
a podcast,
right.
so I'm going to start belching. Yeah.
Well, I remember when I was in this little small area that I live at, that if in my little town, if I wanted to call over to the next town, it was long distance.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
I remember the town when I was 12, we moved to this small town, and it just the way it worked, it was long distance back to Atlanta and long distance to Athens from our house. But if you drove 10 miles down the road and used a payphone, it was not long distance.
Yeah, that's kind of
very weird.
Right. And when was the last time any of us saw an active payphone?
Oh, I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cookie and I might see one in an old building or something. We just stand there and point at it. Like it's it's a display in the zoo.
Our local theater has an old Superman type phone booth, and I've seen kids go up to it and just amazed about what is this? What is this thing?
It's a time machine.
Yeah, exactly. I saw it in Bill and Ted. The blue ones are British.
Yeah.
Carl Witzman says some people act like a person will only buy one book in their lifetime. We have thousands of books, just the two of us. Oh yeah, and the nice thing is now, like it's been said, we all have a chance to get our work out there. And I'll even say that right now we're probably better edited than a lot of major publishers.
Yeah, I could say that in some cases,
Yeah. And let's see. Jason Waltman says, I'm an indie role-playing game publisher. It would be nice to sell my books at Barnes & Noble, but you can find me at Drive-Thru RPG website. And also Sarah has work on Drive-Thru RPG as well. Dan Hollifield says, I own 11,000 paperback books alone. I'm buying ebooks now because my house has no more walls I can build bookshelves against.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the neighbors to put the house up for sale so I can have a library next door.
I like that. I like that. Willow Skyler, we love you, says the difference between professional writers versus indie. Indie writers actually finish writing their stories. Looking at you, George R.R. Martin. That's true.
And
There's
know,
also
a lot of
the biggest, well, not the biggest, but a big advantage of indie is speed.
Yeah.
Because if you work for, Simon and Schuster, just to pick one off the top of my head, and I never have, so this is just all speculation and all, but when you turn your book in, it's probably 1.5 to 2 years before it comes out.
Mm-hmm.
As an indie book, you can finish your book now and have it out in a month, 2 months, whatever so there is an ability for us to adapt to the market. In that 2 years you're waiting for a big publisher to put your book out, the trends may have changed, and that's not a popular genre at the moment. Right. So these things can hurt you, whereas we have the opportunity to turn on a dime if we need to.
There's a lot of mainstream authors that have gone self-publishing. Now, of course, they have the name recognition that a lot of indies don't have, but a lot of them are moving away from the big guys to do it themselves.
Right, because there used to be it used to be, before I was doing this, one of the things I would look at when I wanted to be a writer was if you got in with the bigger publishers, they marketed the book, they sent you on book tours, there was all of that stuff. They were doing that part of it for you. They don't do that anymore. Right. We mentioned James Patterson earlier, and love him or hate him, the fact that he has to buy his own advertising on TV, his publisher's not paying for that. He's buying those commercials himself. Right. If this guy who sells millions and millions of books a year is having to do that, then we have to do that. And I put a lot of work, and I know you guys do too. We put a lot of work into marketing and promotion, and you have to. If I just sat back and said, the books will sell themselves, they won't.
You're going to sell a book.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it takes doing things to get out there, to put our stuff in front of people. Not just our stuff, us. Because we're selling this whole brand. Each of us has our own publishing imprint. We're in addition to our books, we're pushing that, the brand of the, Ben Books or Rising Tide Publication or Stormgate Press. We're selling ourselves as the author. There's a lot of that goes into it. And because you never know what the thing is that's going to get people. I was on a podcast once talking about just a TV show I liked and sold some books because other people who liked that TV show says, "Oh, we have something in common. Let me try one of your books." So you never know what's gonna get people's attention. Yeah. That's why we come on here to talk, not just to talk to Brian, to show our stuff.
Oh yeah. Buy these guys' books. Seriously, I am openly fanboying in front of these guys. You know what I'm saying? And that's one thing I also like about the independent crowd is that we do have kind of a fellowship.
Mm-hmm.
It's very rising tide. If Charles puts a book out, whether I'm in it or not, I'm happy to promote it and let my people know he's got it. When Bobby puts out something, regardless of Snow Shorts number 4 in the Snow series, please pick it up. Available now on Amazon for 99 cents. Hashtag always promote your publisher friends. But just the idea that when Bobby puts out something, I share it with my people and you guys share mine. It's this very positively symbiotic relationship that a lot of I think at least the cooler independent authors share that I don't see a lot of in the bigger leagues, where it does seem like it's more competitive to me.
Yeah, because I do see that, not you're right in doing all that, but also in things like we've built this community. So when we're at conventions, we're watching each other's table if you need a panel or whatever. There's a real camaraderie that happens. I've made incredible friends through doing this that that I might not have met any of you. I might not have met you guys without doing this. Exactly. And so there's a lot of those bonuses that happen in that as well, as you get to know people. And you're right, it is a nice camaraderie. It's also cool to know that, if I ever get into a problem working and I'm stuck, or I need to be talked off the creative ledge, there are people I can reach out to who know what I'm going through, who will stop and talk me off that creative ledge, and vice versa. I do it, would do it for other people too. So I think you're right. That's something that we kind of get in this indie level that you might not get at the higher publishing levels.
And you say, on the creative edge, unless you're talking to another writer, a lot of people don't understand what you're going through mentally when you're writing a book or when you're trying to promote. And it helps when you get a chance to talk to other creatives who have lived it or are currently living it and can give you some advice. And sometimes it's a lonely place when you're sitting at that typewriter by yourself, or at the computer by yourself. So
yeah, because if I go up to someone in my family and go, oh my God, writing this character won't do what I want to, and they just look at me like, are you nuts? You're the writer, make the it's like, that's not how it works.
No.
But I can call one of you guys and say, this character won't listen to me, and you're like, oh, we know. You understand not only the problems, but you also understand the successes. Sometimes you can say, like I'll tell family, oh my God, I did this, or I've got this opportunity, and they'll go, oh, okay. That's not what I'm looking for. When I can call you guys up and go, hey, I'm writing this character, and you're like, oh, that is so cool, that kind of thing.
Well, yeah, and we can also celebrate each other's successes. Because, and I don't want to get into the rising tide sermon here. It's inevitable. You can't escape it. But, like when Charles won the Pulp Factory Award for Pulp Reality #1, my first thought was, good for Charles. Yay, him. And then it dawned on me, oh, wait a minute, I've got a story in there too. How cool.
When Bobby, because I had just, I knew it was up there to be voted for, but I just played it off because I didn't think it would win. And Bobby posted that it had won. And I was getting ready to go to bed. So I was up another 2 hours talking to people because it wasn't, I just didn't win. We all won because we all had something to do with that.
Yeah. And that's where I see too, because when we're saying, you didn't just say, hey, look what I won. Yeah. It's like, hey, look what we won. And same thing, like I've won a couple of awards, and it's always, my name's on it, but this publisher is involved, this editor, or this, this cover artist. There are people involved. And
I refrain from calling myself a award-winning author because my story didn't win. The book won, so I'm an award-winning publisher. The cover wasn't mine. That's Damien's. He's an award-winning artist. If this book were to win best cover, I'm not an award-winning author. Jeffrey Hayes is an award-winning artist. The book just happened to be something I wrote. And I want to make sure that gets the right kudos where it goes.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. Well, I'm taking full credit for Pulp Reality #1. It's my story. Although everybody probably voted for Clyde Hall's. But anyway, Jason Wolfman says, I'm a fly on the wall trying to battle the 900-pound monster like Wizard of the Coast, which Hasbro owns. Well, that's the thing. I think this is an ongoing problem we have in the indie press. I'm glad you spurred this thought up, Jason. But we tend to compare ourselves as creative people, and I've mentioned it before on the show, to the top in our field. We kind of ignore, like when I started writing back in 2012, full time, by myself. Pete, when I said, I'm going to write a book, and everybody and a number of my friends are like, well, are you going to be making as much as Stephen King? It's like, well, he's got like 40 years of experience over me, and he is Stephen King after all. So it's like, it's not fair to compare us to the titans of our various industries. But by the same token, you can carve out your own little corner of it and make it yours.
That's when you ask them, well, have you bought a book yet?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can't top King unless you buy my book. So
we all judge failure and success in our own ways. Mm-hmm. So what might you, Brian, you might consider this successful for you, but right. I need to go a little bit more or a little bit less. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to say this was successful for me and I'm happy with it. But you also, in return, want to keep pushing the boundaries and taking chances to go that extra mile.
Yeah, and never be ashamed to change your definition of success.
Yeah.
You get to a point, when I started, man, the idea of success for me was just getting published.
Yeah.
That was it. I didn't care about anything else. But then when that happened, then there had to be a new measure of success.
Yeah.
Yes, making Stephen King money is out there, is on that list, but it's way out there.
Mm-hmm. A neighbor of mine said, "So what do you do about $50,000 a year?" And I thought, if I did, I wouldn't be going to work next week.
Oh my God, yeah.
Well, and
go ahead, Bobby.
Oh, I was gonna say, and Jason mentioned something earlier too. I was gonna say something about. He mentioned Barnes and Noble in a previous comment about wanting to get your books there, and there was a time when that was something I focused on as well, as like that was a measure of success for me, is getting into bookstores. That has changed because I realize that as an indie, unless something I do for another publisher might end up in there, as an indie, Snow will never be on the shelves of Barnes and Noble. It's just not going to happen. Once I realized that, it changed the way that I promote my books. I don't promote to the bookstores, because it's a waste of they're not going to. You can walk into Barnes and Noble and say, I want to buy Snow. They'll order it for you and have it the next day. They'll do that, but they're not going to actively stock the shelves and do all that. So me trying to convince them otherwise is just a waste of time. So I can focus my efforts on reaching readers directly. And I think we've all kind of got to that point where we realize that that's a wall that having having print on demand books for your print books is hard to break through.
Right. Well, and that for a while that was my barometer of success. It's like I had a friend who I walked into Books A Million and I saw his book. This was about 10 years ago, and I was so happy for him. And I thought, man, I'd love to get my stuff at like Barnes and Noble or something. And then it finally happened. But I was in a magazine that somebody else had done. But just the same, I can still say my work was in Barnes and Noble. And it turned out also Books A Million through this magazine. Retro Fan number 8, #always promote, available from tomorrows.com. Anyway, but yeah, once you adjust your goalpost of success, this thing does get a little bit less stressful. I remember back in the Kindle Worlds program, that was where I first became aware of Jim Beard, for one thing, because he had written several books, a couple of G.I. Joes, I think, and Tom King, who went on to write Batman last couple of years. I wrote a Bloodshot book because they had the rights to do the Valiant Comics characters, and I love Bloodshot. And this was right after I got fired, and I thought I need to get some money fast. And I just read the thing, which I hear is still true, that most independent books, the average sales are 100 copies. And I told myself, man, I'm going to sell 100 copies that first month. I know I am. And I got back my report from Kindle. I sold 20. And I'm like, okay, I practice now. Would you like a cart? Can I direct you to the pharmacy? That sort of thing. Because I knew that's the next stop. But I told Cookie about my wife, and I said, oh, honey, I sold 20 copies of Bloodshot. She's like, oh my God, that's fantastic. And I'm like, what's wrong with you? And then everybody I told that to, they were like excited. And I'm like, I'm about ready to shave my veins because I'm like, oh my God, this is horrible. And then finally somebody told me, my oldest friend, Mark, he said, that's way more than you would have sold if you'd never written the book.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
know, and I'm like, well,
And
that's
hey,
true.
about half of that 20 will probably look at something else you've written.
Yes,
Now you think
exactly.
you want to? I say half,
Yeah.
not as a knock against you, but
No.
half of those people bought that book because it's Bloodshot.
Exactly.
They're Bloodshot fans.
Right.
You know, I have the same thing. Like when I wrote Green Hornet, people bought that book because of Green Hornet, not necessarily because of me. So maybe if half of that, say if 10 people, then check out something else you've written, you know, and maybe they buy it, that still helps you in the long run, even though it doesn't seem like a big number at the beginning. So
You know,
yeah, these are the kind of gymnastics I do in my head all the time.
You and me both.
I walked into a half price books one time and I found one of my books on the shelf. I was so excited it was there. And then I went, oh, whoever had this before didn't like it enough to keep it. So we sold it to half price books. And it kind of took me down a little bit. But the next time I went in, it was gone.
Mm-hmm.
So that just means somebody else got it.
I had a friend. This is what got me with the bookstores. I was complaining to a writer friend about, man, my books are never in the freaking bookstore. Every time I go in there, they're never on the shelf. And he's like, that's because they sold them all.
Ooh.
And I was like, well, you're lying. You're full of crap, but I'll take it. And, you know.
It's the little things.
Yeah.
If you're going to have delusions.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure the same thing's going on with my books, but Kindle just hasn't. Their bookkeeping sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Ted Davies Artistry. Good evening, all. Good evening to you, Ted. Glad you're here. Christian Illusionist Jake Lindsay has a question. Is there a character that you love writing about? Who are your favorite characters to write, guys?
Let Charles go first this time.
Well, mine's Captain Hawkland. That's my. He's kind of like a buddy of mine. I know how he's going to react and what he's going to do and his whole world. So those are some of my favorite things to write is the Captain Hawkland books, and just that kind of heroic type of character. Not necessarily just Captain Hawkland, but I like to write action, adventure, cliffhanger kind of thing, and that's where I've kind of found my niche, and I enjoy it. So that's what I tend to swing towards.
It's hard to narrow it down to one. I'll give you two. I'll give you two of each. Two that I didn't create that I love writing. One of which I actually own now, so that I've done some creative on the back end. But Landstar Sky Ranger and Domino Lady. I fell in love with these characters with Domino Lady. I was there for the creation of Landstar, but I wasn't the one doing all of it myself. Domino Lady, is an actual pulp character, and when I read her original stories, I just fell in love with the character, and it's why I still write her to this day. She is so much fun to write. On the stuff that I created myself, obviously, Snow and Sheriff Tom Myers those are guys that I keep going back to, even when I don't plan to. The Sheriff Myers character, for instance, he was a secondary character in Evil Ways, my first novel. I never expected to use him again. He was there. He was a one, and to the point that I didn't have him as clearly defined as he should have been, and because I knew I was never going to write this character again. And so when I did my second novel, Deadly Games, I built this fictional town that was in Evil Ways, and so I decided to use the town for part of the novel. And so as I'm writing it, this little voice in the back of my head is like, "This would be the point where you call the cops." And it got to the point where it's like, I need to use the police. And so the sheriff and his deputies make a second appearance. At which point I was like, I will never write them again. This is it. I'm done. We'll probably never go back to this town. We're done. But then ever so often in the back of my head, he would tap on the back of my skull, brain and remind me that he was there. Until one day, the idea for this novel popped into my head, and I was like, well, that's his story, and now we're doing a series with him. So it's one of those things where the character kind of takes over, and Snow kind of does that too, especially the character of Archer. The Archer character has become so much a force that more people like him than Snow. I could kill off Snow and people would go, oh. I'd kill off Archer, they would riot. So those are mine. Yeah.
Well, I gotta say that it's a real compliment. I want to say this is real. I mean, this is a real compliment to the pair of you, having written your characters. How easy it is to get into their heads because of the skill with which you've constructed them. Like I've written a Captain Hawkland story, 2 of them actually, well, 1.5 maybe, but I love doing it because Charles made that character so real for me. And I wrote the Snow Ambition book. And that just, once I had the story, that just flew out of my head because you guys had laid down a great groundwork. And it was really, it made it easy for me as a writer to analyze the characters, figure out what made them work, and then write a decent story out of them, I hope. So, a compliment to both of you. So
yeah, it's writing other people's characters is tough at times. I mean, there is that I don't want to be the one to screw this up. I mean, certainly when I did the Captain Hawkland Lance Starr team up in Pulp Reality 1, I was very conscious of this is not a Lance Starr story guest starring Captain Hawkland. They're both the leads, and because I'm used to Lance taking over every story I write because he's the lead.
Yeah.
And so it was very conscious of I don't want to give him the short end of the stick. And so that's those kind of things I'm very nervous about. You don't want to screw up the character and all this. And man, when I decided to let other people write my characters, I was a puddle of nerves. Thankfully, I've got nothing but wonderful stories, but it's always really the biggest concern was not if they're going to be bad. It's like, what's going to happen when they write Snow better than I do? And that thought kept me up at night a lot.
And I never thought that when it came to Captain Hawkland, because you guys both wrote the character. I thought, oh my gosh, I really am excited that I'm going to read a Captain Hawkland story that I have no idea how it's going to end. But when I wrote Snow, I'm thinking, oh, now would he act like that? I actually sat for hours trying to figure out, would he say this or would he do this? And then I'd go back and I'd grab your books. And I actually had them on audio book too. So I went back and just studied the character to make sure what he does would work in my story without contradicting something that's come before. So
yeah, it's one of those things. It's like, because getting the stories in, also you guys there's things that you guys will put in your stories that's just a little things that I'm like, okay, I'm gonna pick that thread up later. The first one, the biggest one, like in the first one I got in that was not written by me was one called Thieves Alley. Gary Phillips wrote that one. Gary was actually the editor of Snow Falls. And in what is just one of these huge coincidences that makes me smile, Gary also writes for the Snow Falls TV show that has nothing to do with my book, but it's just a nice, confluence of titles. But Gary wrote a Big John Salmon story, which is Snow's friend. Snow's actually not in it. It's a Big John story, but there's one small bit there where he's talking with Archer. Archer is Big John's boss and friend, and Gary had him refer to him as Arch instead of Archer, which I'd never done. I had never thought of, but now that I've heard it, it's perfect for the character. So going forward in the books, I will slide that in every so often. So little things you guys are doing too can impact going forward things that are happening.
Well, Brian created the Clockwork Pirate for. I'm going to use him again, with your permission, for the World War II story that I want to do for him. So because he's been working with the Nazis, I thought, I could bring him back. So I've been working on ideas for that. So we've all take things from each other that enhances how we tell a story or how our characters react. So
well, that makes me happy to hear this because when I write, I think it was Bobby that mentioned that he was in it was either you or Jim Beard mentioned you were in like a collective of writers for an anthology, and the instructions came down: don't destroy Cleveland when we meet it later. I think it was you, Bobby.
That was a Sean Taylor quote.
Okay, there we go.
I think he might have heard someone else say it, but he told me, he says, there was a note in, I forget the book now, but it was a note that was in the Bible that said, "Don't blow up Cleveland. We may need that later."
Yes. Well, yeah, and when I write you guys, your guys' characters, I, like with Charles, I said I deliberately created a couple things for him to play with, and Bobby, if you ever want to use the character I created for you, or the characters, or the way I've got Indianapolis set up, by all means, please do. It'll make me giggle like a schoolgirl, I tell you. But it is part of, you are given a gift of working with other people's intellectual properties. And I don't know about other writers, but I want to hand it back a little shinier, a little nicer than how I got it. I don't want to be the one to hand you the ashes of Abraham Snow and say, well, oops.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to.
Oh, in the back of your head, you're going, "Don't screw it up. Don't screw it up."
Yeah. Why? Well, okay. Why do you think you guys each got an email from me? Okay, I have a question. Please tell me, how do I do it? Like with Charles, when I was writing the story for Pulp Reality 2, it's like, who's his commanding officer? Where's he stationed at this exact point in time? Is he a captain?
Mm-hmm.
Because it wasn't until I asked that question it dawned on me he hasn't been a captain since he slid out of the birth canal. So,
and all that was written in one of the books, so I had to actually go get the book that it was in and go through it so I can tell you exactly the correct date.
Yeah, and it's those little details too that we don't put in all of our, like the Bible, because we don't. Right. It's just something I threw in there, and then later it's like, crap, what was that?
Yeah.
Bobby, I asked you. I said, can Snow fly a helicopter? And you said, yeah, but he's not an ace. Yeah. And by the time I was done with the story, he did not fly the helicopter at all. But he could have if I needed him to. Yeah. So.
And when you asked that, my first thought was the quote from the third Indiana Jones movie. It's like his dad goes, "I didn't know you could fly a plane," and he goes, "Fly, yes. Land, no."
Well, that was when I wrote the Lieutenant Hawkland and Doc Saga story. The ending, I wanted, I realized that Doc was doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but we needed to have Hawkland do something amazing at the end, and it just hit me as I was writing that he's probably the most heroic person in the whole thing, because he's got none of the stuff that Doc Saga has, because he's got like magic and special arcane knowledge, but up to Little Hawkland's like, why am I here? It's like, and then he gets his chance hopefully at the end to shine. So but I was inspired by an old show called the Delphi Bureau with Lawrence Luckenbill. It only lasted a couple seasons. It was a Saturday night show. Luckenbill played a guy who worked for an agency called the Delphi Agency. If you needed to know something, you called this agency for information. And in his research, he became like a field agent, always getting in trouble. And I think it was in the pilot. He's in this airplane. The bad guys are shooting at him. And so he's mentally viewing the manual for this airplane, because he had a photographic memory and he could remember every page of that manual, having read it. And so he starts flying, and of course the plane's doing this sort of thing, and the heroine is like, "My God, don't you know how to fly a plane?" He goes, "Well, I read a book. I read about it once." So you get your inspirations from a lot of places. Yeah. Nothing goes to waste.
Absolutely.
And Carl Whitson says, Willow just tossed down the shade on GRRMLOL. So, Kelly Austin has a second question, if I may. Yes, you may. With all your individual published works, which one, if any, do you have regrets about? Meaning, maybe I should have done this instead of that. Do you have? Well, I mentioned my first novel. It was not fit for human consumption. But any of your published works, do you have one that you wish you could take back now?
I don't think so. There are some characters or anthologies that I wrote for that I was less excited for when I got around to writing it than I was when I agreed to do it. But I can't think of anything I regret publishing. Usually if I get that feeling about it, it just doesn't get published. Or it gets rewritten, or off the top of my head, I I can't think of any.
Yeah, I'm like Bobby. If it's not what I want it to be, it doesn't get published. But have I ever released a book and after decided that something needed to be changed? That's the great thing about self-publishing. You can go back and change it.
Yeah.
And besides my first book, which I took out of print just because I didn't understand point of views very well when I first did my first book. And so, I have 8 characters in a chapter and they all got a point of view. And it was a muddle.
I'm
And
guilty of that.
so, but I fixed that over the years. Now I don't think I have enough point of views because I keep them all on one character most of the time. But other than my first book, no, I can't think of anything that I've released other than with the Captain Hawkland books. There might have been a mistake with a date or something that I've gone back and tweaked and republished, and no one's the wiser for it.
Yeah, it's like I said. Yeah, I sometimes regret that I did things a certain way in a book, but I don't regret the book. Like I'll read something and go, well, if I was doing this now, but that just means I've learned something from that mistake.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, I wish I'd have done this differently, but at the end of the day, it still works.
I guess if I could go back, I wouldn't write the Captain Hawkland books out of chronological order. I'd actually write them in order, but I think it turned out okay. So
Yeah, I'd agree with you. And Ryan Permisson has shared this. Thank you, brother. Much appreciated.
Right.
In fact, please share this video on every social platform you know about, even the ones you don't like. And be sure to, if you're watching on Facebook, give us a like, and also a like on the page you're watching it on as a thank you. And please, if you're watching on YouTube, give us a thumbs up, and also hit that subscribe button and do something nasty to that bell. It'll feel good, and we won't tell on you. So that way you'll be notified of all the cool stuff we got coming up. And Carl Witzman observes, gatekeepers say, no, stay out there, but don't try writing out there either. That's pretty accurate. And Jake Lindsay asks, do you have any special plans for Halloween this year? And Dan Holofield has one, HoloCon, which is going to be the 29th through the 31st of October in Dalton, Georgia. And I will be one of the guests of honor down there. So,
hey, that's only a couple hours up the road from me.
Oh, really?
Yes,
dude. If you come up, you won't have to worry about dinner. I'll tell you that.
I'm doing I forget the date off the top of my head, but I'm doing a one-day show in Dalton early October. So,
oh, nice.
Yeah.
Very cool. We all may have that meet up yet.
So kidnap Charles on your way down. We'll
it's a deal.
We'll make a day out of it.
Don't let him know, though. I want it to be a surprise. So, so back to sleep, Charles. Back to sleep. We'll let you know when it's time to get back.
He's going to bring you some Halloween candy. You're going to take a nap.
Yeah, just look for the van.
You'll wake up in Georgia. It'll be all good.
In a bathtub full of ice, but that's for later.
Because he's in Georgia, so.
Oh, so anyway, I suppose you guys. Well, it sounds like. Well, Charles, do you have any plans for Halloween?
Not really.
That was easy.
I'm not. I guess I see all these posts on social media about July 4th is over with. It's time for Halloween. I'm just not a Halloween guy.
Mm-hmm.
I never have been. Even when I was a kid, I got candy. That's why I got the size I am. But. I'm not a big fan of Halloween. I'm ready for the big guy to come after that. That's Christmas. So
I hear you. How about you, Bobby?
No, we don't do much. Sometimes we hand out candy, but we haven't done that in a couple of years. I don't live with anybody that's all that fired up about decorating or anything. So usually I sit home and work or watch TV. It's a sad, lonely life.
As Charles and I laugh in sympathy. And Jake wants to know also, how did you come up with the snow character, Bobby?
Okay. I'll keep this as a brief a version as possible. Okay. I had this idea I have this love of TV, TV and movie and detectives. And so I had this idea in my head of I'd love to do something with like a Magnum PI or a Rockford Files type character. And when I had this idea, it was in the height of the minisodes type of thing, webisodes that would air, you know. That was a big thing at the time. And I was thinking, wouldn't it be cool if I did this in 10, 15-minute blocks and you had a movie's worth that you could release? Then reality kind of set in, and I realized I didn't have actors, I didn't have equipment, I didn't have money. And so that idea kind of went away. But I had created this character called, I forget his first name, but his last name was Hunt. So I could do things like Hunt's Bounty, you know, that was going to be the title, you know, because he's going to be a bounty hunter. And so I had this idea of all that. And then I had this first chapter in my head. And in my head, I saw it as if I filmed it. I knew what it would look like, you know, but I didn't have any way to do it. So it goes into the box in the back of the brain. Cut ahead, I don't know, a couple of years. Paul Bishop calls me up and says, "Hey, I'm doing some work with this music publisher, and they're looking to do ebooks with ebook novellas, kind of in the music download format." And I was like, "Oh, cool." And he's like, "Well, they're looking for some stuff, and I would like to introduce you to them see if you're interested." I was like, "Okay." And so we get on the phone, we're talking, we have this conversation on the phone, and the guy goes, "Throw me out some ideas." And so I'm scrambling, going, "What do I have?" And this popped out of my head of this, oh, I've got this PI, you know, bounty hunter PI guy. And as I was going and pitching it, I had lost interest in the name Hunt, I think because Hardcase was doing those Hunt for the Hunt. It was Hunt for something with all these books. So I was like, I was going to look for a new name. And I just, boy, this is going to make me sound like less smart than I am. I just threw the name Snow out. You know, it was the first thing that popped into my head. And they liked the idea, said, "Write it up, you know, send us the pitch and all that, you know." And so having that idea of what became the opening chapter of Snowfalls in my head, I wrote that, came up with the, you know, changed the guy's last name, went through like 12 different first names before I settled on one I liked. And then I got to know him. One of the things I do when I first create a character is I like to just start, and sometimes I type it, sometimes I'll write out by hand. I just start writing stuff about them. You know, first little things, you know, the important things: height, weight, what do they look like, what do their hair look like, do they do, you know, where do they live, but then I start just jotting other notes as I'm meeting. It's like we were meeting for the first time and I'm interviewing the character, or we're having a conversation, and I start jotting down things about the character to kind of get to know them, personality stuff, things like that. And then sometimes little things creep out of that are plot points. You know, it's like, he's doing this. Ooh, that'll be important in book 3. You know, and so I can do that, and I start getting to know the characters. Then I can go in and start with a fleshed out character, because I don't have like fully developed outlines when I write. I have loose plots. I know these big things are going to happen, but I don't know exactly how we're going to get from point A to point B to C to, you know. And so that's why I like to get to know my character to start, because I can then go, "Okay, Snow, we're here. I need you to go over there, and I'm going to follow you and see how you get there." And then so doing that and trusting the character how they would get there leads to some very interesting things that I learn about the characters. Some of their I don't know, idiosyncratic bits or character bits or things like that. Or it may change the plot completely. Without giving spoilers, Snow is supposed to be a 6-book series. It's one big story, you know, but 6 individual stories that make up one big one if you read it all. And I had this plan of this villain that would go through, and, you know, this character would be all the way through book 6, that I killed off in book 3 because he told me I'm ready to die. And so trusting the story made another character who was a side character at best step up and become infinitely more important which made, now that I'm writing book 6, made the resolution to the overall story better. And it wasn't anything I planned. It was just trusting the characters to do what they were doing. And when one character kills another one, they become more interesting to the story, more important to the story. So it's like I sleep with one eye open, but that's how I do it. That's how I tend to. I don't know if you call that my process, but that's how I tend to do that. And when I write, I keep all of that at the bottom of the manuscript, just character details. And as I'm writing, if something is a character detail that's important, like if I mentioned somewhere in there, oh yeah, he's learning how to play guitar, I'll go to the bottom, add that note. And then when I'm finished, I copy and paste that into the next manuscript. So those notes are there, and I can remember all those important details and not have to go back through old books and look them up. It's the other things that I'll forget. It's like, oh, he mentioned a favorite fruit once. I didn't write that down. Let me go look that up, And so, yeah, so that kind of helps there. So Snow was really my love letter to those types of stories. And I love action. I love writing action. So, it allowed me to do things like fist fights and gunfights and car chases. Writing a car chase is fun. And, and I, it was cool. You get compliments for some of that stuff. Like someone told me it was one of the better car chases they had ever read. And I was like, well, cool. Okay. Because there's only so many ways you can take a curve or take a corner and slam on the brakes. You have to find ways to make where they're going interesting. So, but yeah, but that was it. Like I said, it was just it started to get to know the character, and then dumb luck, right place, right time. That publisher didn't last very long, unfortunately. But by the time I got my rights back, I had 3 novellas written. And so it's like, what am I going to do? And at the time, I actually did shop it around to some publishers. At the time, no publishers were interested in doing novellas. Everything had to be 60, 80, 100,000 words. And I had these little 30,000 word novellas that I didn't want to rewrite. I liked them at that size. And so that was what prompted the decision to do them on my own. And excuse me, it's been one of the more popular things I've created, which is nice. Yeah.
Yeah, novels books now seem to have shrunk down to that 30,000.
Yeah, especially
30 to 35,000.
Yeah, especially in the indie market. It's
right.
And a lot of it too is it's one of those things. We got past up until this point, up until recently, we were reading books based on what the publisher said books should be. Now that people are in charge of their own destiny, with some of these smaller press or indie publishers, we can do a book whatever size it needs to be.
Yep.
It doesn't have to be 100,000 words. It can be this, it can be that. Plus, from a business standpoint, I can sell that cheaper than I can a 100,000 word book, which makes it easier to convince people that have never heard of me to try something I've written, because it's not $15, $20, it's $8.
Yeah.
And so that helps. So as small businesses, which is what the 3 of us are, I can do things that are good for my business, and doing the novellas works really well for me. Plus it allows me to, at the end of the year, if I put out 3 Snow books a year, that's 90,000 words. But instead of one novel that I get to promote one time, I have 3 release dates now. I can promote 3 times throughout the year. And when I promote book 2, I'm also re-promoting book 1, etc. 3, and so it allows me to talk these things up more often and get the word out. And that's something I couldn't do if Snow was somewhere where I was just writing one novel a year.
Very cool. Well, this leads
That was long-winded. Sorry.
That was good though. That I picked up a lot out of that. You didn't see me writing notes, did you? Anyway,
you're recording it. Come on.
Yeah, I know. I can just go back and StreamYard and it's like, yeah, I can just download this thing. Why am I bothering? Charles, now we heard how Bobby created Snow. Did you have a similar process for creating Captain Hawkland, or did he just evolve as you wrote him?
No, originally he was going to be called Captain Stephen Thunder. and
I like that.
he was going to be a lot more. It was going to be a lot different character. He's still going to be set in the 1930s or 40s, and he was going to be a part of a secret space program that the United States was running. And as I developed the character, I thought, yeah, this doesn't really fit. And the funny thing is, I created Zane Carrington first. I was going to do Zane Carrington, and I created Stephen Thunder as a backup character for the Carrington stories. And then as the character evolved, I kind of brought Thunder forward. But then my friend Kelly Austin said, you probably really shouldn't use Thunder. It's been overused. It's been DC uses it. And maybe you should come up with something else. I said, okay. So what do you think I should call it? And she said, just name him Hoffman. I said, okay. I wrote it down. And that's how he got his name. So Kelly Austin is credited with giving Captain Hoffman his name.
Now Kelly wants 50%.
Yeah.
Said nothing. I just kept developing the character, and I kind of made him a hybrid of a little bit of Doc Savage thrown in, a little bit of Indiana Jones, and it kind of took a life of his own. When I created his, he had it writing Captain Hockland and the Jade Dragon, and all of a sudden, in the middle of the story, I created a character named Juno Lai, and I don't know where it came from, out of the left field. And she's instantly his half sister. I just wrote it, and I said, "Oh, okay, well that works." So it's just a process of just trying to figure it out as you go along. And then, like Bobby, I write a lot of stuff down on index cards, and then I tape them above my head. Yep, I tape them above my head so I can remember hair collar. So that way they got the same hair collar at the beginning of the book that they had at the end of the book, or the same eye collar or whatever. And I'll write down facial features or hairstyle or little eccentricities they may have.
Yeah.
And when I'm done with those, I'll put them all back in a stack. I'll put them in my box. And when I'm ready to write the next book, I pull them out and see which characters I'm going to use and start taping them up above my head again. So
it's also cool to have Jeffrey do a poster that sits right here, and I can just go, "Oh, that's what he looks like."
I've got the Captain Hoffman poster right out here in the hallway. So when I'm writing, I can look up and go,
"That's what he looks like."
Who did that?
I need a Jeffrey Hayes poster in here.
There you go. See?
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Expect a phone call later, Jeffrey.
That's right, Jeffrey. But anyway, let's see. Ryan Permisson has a question. Hello, everyone. How are you? We are well. Hope you're the same. What old pulp character should be rebooted as a series or movie, and why? And his choice is the Shadow. However, Jason Waltman informs him that James Patterson is dead to him, which we understand.
I've heard.
Actually, I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying the book so far.
I've heard more negative about the book than positive. I have not read it.
Yeah.
But
what do you think of it, Brian?
So far, I'm only up to page. Let's look here. 50 in this book. I just got it Saturday. My local Myers supermarket had it on sale. And I thought, well, this is a good chance to read this and decide for myself rather than just, like the rest of the internet bitch about something I have no knowledge of.
So in James Patterson terms, that's 40 chapters in, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I've never read a James Patterson book before. And my wife gets on me about, you had 26 chapters. Don't you think that's a little excessive? And then I'm looking in the back of this, which, by the way, there's probably about 20 pages of back matter for more James Patterson books. But chapter 101, wow. I feel vindicated.
He does like 2-page chapters. Sometimes they'll end in the middle of a sentence. I haven't read anything of his in a while, but I was a big fan of the Alex Cross series. They made the movies with Morgan Freeman.
Right.
And I'd read those, and those were good. The biggest thing I took that I learned from Patterson, and I will credit him to the day I die for this. When I first started, I was reading a lot of science fiction. And when I first started writing a novel, in my head, it was like, all these books I read have 10-page chapters. A chapter has to be 10 pages. And I was putting extra crap that didn't need to be there to make it 10 pages. And it was hurting the book, but I was thinking, no, it's got to be. So I would like switch scenes and all this stuff. And then I read this James Patterson book, and it's like, he's got 2-page chapters. And, and there was like this light bulb went off that says chapters are as long as they need to be.
Exactly.
And reading one of his books showed me that. And if I hadn't, I probably would have, the books might not be as good as they turned out to be, because I would be filling it with crap to meet a number that wasn't necessary to meet.
No, I can see that.
That's the same thing for books too. The book needs to be as long as it needs to be.
Yeah.
You don't have to add more. When I first started writing, I was really young. I first started writing seriously about it, and I told my wife, I said, how long this book should be, and she goes, it needs to be as long as it needs to be. Just write it. And it scared me, because I thought, am I going to be able to get 100 pages? I hate to write a book, so 10 pages later I am done.
Yeah. Well, the real trick is not doing that with book one. It's like, if you're going to do a series, then you start going, okay, it has to be close, because you don't want to have like books 1 through 5 in the series sell for $7. Book 6 in the series sells for $20, because it's 3 times as long.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that. So. But I know he asked the question. It was about pulp characters, right? Sorry.
Yeah. What would you like to see rebooted as a series or movie, and why?
You know what? I'll give you 2. Domino Lady, because Domino Lady's awesome.
Hell yeah.
And Secret Agent X. I think both of them absolutely work in a modern day setting. I actually wrote a novel where Secret Agent X happens in the 21st century. It's not out yet, but I wrote one because I told a publisher, I think Secret Agent X would work in the modern day. And he goes, prove it. And I went, damn it.
That'll teach you.
Yeah. So, but I think those characters they work in any time frame. I think you could do a modern day take with them with just tiniest of tweaks, mostly technology, it was cool. In the old Secret Agent X books, there were dead drops to get information, because he worked outside but he would make dead drops to get information from his handler. Now I have him go, he calls a number for a fake auto body shop and gives them information about his car breakdown and where it broke down. And the information he needs looked up is in the things he's telling them. And they can contact, so just a technology change.
Yeah.
Everything else is pretty much the same. And
I like that.
The Green Hornet would be great for modern day without it being a comedy like it was when they rebooted it years ago. But it could really be a modern day take on the Green Hornet. It would work really well today.
I mean, that's the Green Hornet concept is so beautiful. The pretending to be a villain, to stop criminals, is brilliant. I mean, I could totally see that.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. And I think I'd love to see Doc Savage, to be honest, because you mentioned the technology. Who would And I have this idea in mind about how the Doc we know is and his Amazing Five are in the current age, and it's based on one of the books.
Yeah,
Resurrection Day. If you've
nice.
Read that, okay. And I have a chronology for this all happening. But anyway, you think about somebody who could handle technology as developments come along. It's these guys. You give Doc a cell phone, and he's probably, got it. He'll probably put it in his hand and push a few buttons, and suddenly it can pick up a Wi-Fi signal anywhere.
Yeah, right. Because one of Doc's conceits was he was an inventor. In the original stories, he was inventing things that didn't really exist. So and you see him now. It's like guys like him would be like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. This is wonderful. I could see a Doc Savage series. Yeah, because I'm a firm believer that I know a lot of the pulp publishers like to keep them in the era they were created, but they weren't created to be period pieces.
Right.
They were created. They're in the era they were created in, which was the world outside their window. And so I certainly think any of them can be updated. I know there's a lot of purists that hate it when you say that, and I get it. There's nothing wrong with that. I get a kick out of writing 1930s Hollywood for Domino Lady. It's fun, but I do think they could work in that setting, you can certainly change things. We went through this years ago where Sherlock Holmes can never be a modern day show. It would never work as a modern day show. We had two on at the same time that were both immensely popular.
Yeah. And
And
well
all
done.
Yeah, and all Sherlock Holmes did that was different was he utilized the technology at his disposal.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
Yeah.
only difference in the characters.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think there is a core element of every legacy character that if you adhere to it, that's what makes the character work, and you can put them in any era and make it work. Batman, Superman, look at those. Those were depression, in the height of the pulp movement. That's when those guys were created, and they still work today when you adhere to that core value of each of the characters.
I would love to see Tarzan in modern day.
Yeah.
Because the whole the mythos of the Dark Continent is all gone now. So he'd be a little bit of a different character fighting different kinds of evils. But I think the character would be more interesting set in modern day.
I can see that, and especially with the communication with different animals.
Yeah.
Think of somebody like I think it's Jane Goodall who taught apes sign language. Tarzan's just the next step up. This way, he'd be having a face-to-face conversation and not just with one animal. So yeah, Ryan, I hope that answered your question, sir. That was an excellent one. And Jason Waltman wants to do the Domino Lady movie with Bobby as head writer based on his writing.
I'm there.
There we go. And Ryan Purmison says, don't ask these guys questions. I'll be asking them on my show this fall. By the way, Ryan has a great show called, and I quote, on Saturday afternoons at noon Eastern. And gentlemen, I do recommend you to Ryan's Abel's.
I'm already on schedule. Yep.
Okay, good. Excellent. And let's see. And Sarah, I have an amazing work of The Shadow, art piece of Jeffrey Hayes. So awesome. Got the only physical book of it from my local comic shop here. And here we go. Ryan has another great question. What book of yours would you want to see adapted into a movie or series, and who would you cast?
I'm terrible with the casting part.
Me too.
Because that changes from day to day. Snow, I think, would make a great series. I would love to see, or even Sheriff Myers, because Sheriff Myers, there's a lot of like Longmire and Justified in that, but Snow, I would love to see as a series. As a movie, I think Evil Ways would be fun, just so I could continue to use the tagline that I used to sell it for years. Imagine John McClane from Die Hard found himself in a horror movie.
Where's my graphic?
Yeah, because it was like it's got all the horror trappings, but you've got the action hero kind of protagonist, and it was so much fun to mix and match those.
That's great. How about you, Charles?
Movie, Sabrina Darkwood.
Good choice.
Series, Evolution Man.
Wow, I was expecting Captain Hawkland. That's
so was I.
Yeah. I think Captain Hawkland would work better as a online series.
Webisodes.
Yeah, I really do.
Because it has that serial cliffhanger, that Saturday serial feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could almost do it a little bit like Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow.
There you go.
And make it fast paced and do 15-minute little segments. And then you could do a 10-part story, and then over that 15 minutes, 10 parts, you'd have yourself a pretty good sized story. So that's what I think Captain Hawkins would work best at. So unfortunately, a lot of pulp today, even though he's new pulp, but just pulp in general, doesn't do well as a series or box office. Tarzan proved that. John Carter, of course, Disney didn't really do a good job promoting it. the Phantom, the Shadow, all these are great properties that they dropped the ball on. And a lot of people didn't go see them because they quite honestly didn't know who they were. I work with young people every day, and every time I talk about my books to them, they ask me what inspires me. And when I say the Shadow, they have no idea who I'm talking about. I've got to explain the character to them. So, yeah, like, for instance, the new Indiana Jones movie coming out. A lot of people are upset because he's too old. But you know what? They're making that movie for me. They're not making it for the young kids. They're making it for people who grew up with that character. And I'm going to be there the day that it opens. So I think Pulp suffers because young people aren't interested.
I I see this conversation. Actually, you held up the Shadow novel. This is a perfect example of it.
Mhm.
There are people decrying, "Oh my God, they've ruined the Shadow."
Mhm.
And like I said, I haven't read it, so I can't speak to it.
So far,
But
not. So
but
far,
I
they haven't. Not
but
with
I,
my.
I I will say though that the audience that's already in existence for the Shadow is
Mhm.
small. It's a dwindling audience of older readers. I mean, we're because they are not doing anything to bring in young readers.
Right.
That's what that novel that you just held up is meant to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's not aimed at people that have been reading the Shadow for 40 years. This is trying to get new people who have never read the Shadow, never heard of the Shadow. That's why he's on the cover, not in the Shadow outfit.
Yeah.
I get that. Is it, would I prefer to see him in the look? Sure. But
Oh, yeah.
I get what the publisher is doing.
Yeah.
And if we don't, I, I, as much as I like being part of the new pulp movement and all that, I very rarely use the word pulp to sell my books because most people don't know what that means.
Yep.
Yeah.
They
My neighbor asked
it's
the same question. He asked me, I don't understand what you're saying when it comes to pulp.
yeah.
So I explained the whole idea of pulp and where the terminology came from.
Mhm.
He had heard of the characters, but he didn't realize they were related to pulp.
Right.
Mhm.
I actually, what Charles said earlier, I use quite often Indiana Jones is the reference that I use.
Mhm.
It's like an Indiana Jones style
Yeah.
story. It's that action adventure, you know what you're getting.
Mhm.
And because if you say pulp fiction to people or pulp, they either I don't know what that is or wasn't that a movie?
Yeah, they think it's Tarantino.
Yeah.
So you're starting at a loss, so unless I'm talking with a pulp group, excuse me, I don't generally promote it that way. Excuse
Mhm.
me, sorry, but so because again, like I said, most people under a certain age have no idea what that is.
Right. Well, the thing is, I found in personal appearances when I talk about pulp, that becomes the key. That I say, okay, I'm part of the pulp new pulp writers movement, and they'll go, well, what's that? And then that's my opening to
Mhm.
say, well, it's based on a type of fiction popularized, in the early part of the 20th century. It was fast paced, pretty much lean writing, no nonsense, had a lot of wild plot twists, a lot of imagination. And when you bring them up to speed like that, I think people become a lot more receptive to it. And we've talked about things like shorter books or webisodes for our
Mhm.
characters, and that's the language a lot of people nowadays talk.
Yeah.
They can relate to that. So I think that's one of the beauties of new pulp is that it is flexible enough that it can adapt with the passage of time.
Yeah. Well, with the
So,
snow books, because I do them, they're novellas, and I release them, and every 3 we collect in a larger book,
I'm looking
and
forward to the next one.
yeah, and then the one after that'll have Charles's in it.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
because
cool.
he'll be the first story for volume 3.
Excellent.
But
Yay.
I sometimes use the example of with these as novellas. The novellas are the TV show. You want to binge it? Here's the big book. Here's 3 in 1. You can binge this series because those are words that people use today. And so I find myself adapting the sales model to fit. But yes, I've had that conversation too, explaining what pulp is. And God knows I've been on enough panels at conventions called What is Pulp that, you know, if we never do, we could pull up the old one and open a laptop and just go, here, watch this. And then, but it's a constant, and we happily do it. And as much as it sounds like I'm griping about it, we do it. Several of us just recorded one recently that's going to air over DragonCon weekend about what pulp is. So, you know, so there's, you know, it's a valid question. Most people have no idea, because though even I didn't, when I was first invited to write, Ron Fortier invited me to be part of what eventually became Lance Starr. And he goes, because he had read Evil Ways. We had sat next to each other at DragonCon. He went home with a copy. He contacted me a couple weeks later and said, I love this. This was great. You know, we're starting this new this pulp imprint. It wasn't called Airship 27 yet. It was because they were doing it through another publisher. And he goes, but I like this. You have a very pulpy style, and we're doing this pulp stuff and these pulp anthologies. We'd love you to be a part of it. And I thought, that's great. I'm happy to do it. I'm in. I love writing this kind of stuff. I just have one question. And it was, I don't know what pulp is, you know, what is, you know? And so it's the phrase, because unlike comic books, you mentioned, well, Superman didn't cease publication.
Right.
It has gone on since he started. That's why he can gradually adapt to the times. The pulp stuff stopped. There was a hard hit a wall, stopped, and then it fell out of favor. Some of those same type of stories continued, but they were men's adventure fiction or action adventure, you know, because I would certainly call things like Mac Bolan or Remo Williams. Those are pulp in everything but name, you know. They call it, you know, they just changed it with the time to men's adventure fiction. And so it's just the word. I think it's the word that just confuses people, you know. And so that's why I try to give other examples of what, you know, the kind. That's why when I describe snow, I mentioned Rockford Files and Magnum PI. People of a certain age know what that is, and actually now younger ones do, because there is a Magnum PI on now.
Right.
So people at least understand, you know, from just those two things, the general idea of the type of stories I'm telling. And that I found that to be a little easier icebreaker than going, they're pulp books.
Yeah.
That's why someone asked about Captain Hawkeye, I always just throw Indiana Jones out there, because everybody knows Indiana Jones. And they are action adventure like that. So, and it helps break the ice. And gives people an idea of what the books are about. But then I go into a little bit more detail, but I always start it with, very seldom do I say it's pulp. I will say, especially at a show, because things can happen so quick at a show. You want that person to know what they're looking at. So
yeah, and using a popular thing like Indiana Jones, people, I like that. They'll listen more, or they're like, it's not my thing, you know. And they know what they like, and so you know, if you give them something that's out there popular like that to compare it to, that definitely helps.
Yeah, well, and also, you know, when people ask about any characters that have longevity, of course, a lot of people have heard of the Shadow, you know, because that's a staple of radio. I point out that Dwayne Johnson's been on tap to do a Doc Savage movie now for about 5 or 6 years. And also, we had the revival of Perry Mason. Perry Mason started in the pulps. That's where Earl Stanley Gardner published him first. You know, and you know, there's, you know, the pulps aren't just action adventure. You know, they were also romance. They were also westerns. They were also science fiction. You name it. That, you know, it's the style of writing, which I think a lot of people would gravitate to now. You know, they don't want, you know, literary fiction so much if they're looking for just a fun read.
Yeah, I've actually had people argue with me, because I will say, like, I consider like the Fast and Furious movies to be pulp style movies, because because it's really over the top, very over the top action, especially the later ones, you know, where they're dragging bank vaults down streets with a car, you know. they're over the top, and so it's very much in that vein of just, you know, this is a wild adventure.
You know. Let's see. Well, we've got some more questions. Jake Lindsay wants to know, how do you deal with false Amazon reviews? I would be grateful for any damn review whatsoever, false or otherwise.
I don't know. What
I
is
don't get 'em.
what
I
is
don't get 'em.
false? Does that just mean negative, or does he mean negative, or I don't?
I don't know. Yeah, because Amazon is pretty good about policing itself against like there used to be this thing where you could get a guy on Fiverr with 500 different sock puppet accounts to all get on your account and say, "Yeah, this is the best damn book I've ever read," and they all say the same thing.
Yeah.
So
I get emails almost daily from someone offering me that service.
Me too. Yep.
I don't pay. I don't pay for reviews.
No.
I would probably sell more books if I had more reviews.
Yeah.
But my feeling is, if I had to pay for it, I can't trust it.
Yeah.
And so I don't pay for reviews. I don't. I get. I'm happy when I get reviews. I don't get them near often enough. But there's, like I said, so I don't pay for them. But I'm happy with any of them, whether they're, good or bad.
Mm-hmm.
I have had a couple that were not good reviews, and you just go, okay, helpful. Like I click helpful on my Amazon page. Was this review helpful? Yes, it was.
Mm-hmm.
It's a review. And I still share those. That's one of the things I do as part of my marketing and promotion. Someone left a review, I share that review to social media, and I don't just share the good ones. If there's a bad one, I will share it too and go, oh, sorry you didn't like it, but because other people may go, oh, well, I'm curious to check out, see why it's so bad.
Yeah.
And some people take reviews to heart, and as a writer, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if the review is downright nasty to you, I can understand. But if it's a review of your story and it critiques you in an informative way, it helps you improve your style of writing, you shouldn't take it to heart. You shouldn't let it bother you. You should use that to better what you're doing. And I don't read my reviews. I let my wife read my reviews. Because I don't want the reviews to build me up to the point where I go, yeah, I'm hot crap. I can do whatever I want to do, or bring me so far down as like I'm going to throw my computer out the window now. I'm done. So I don't tend to read them. I let her read them, and then if it's something she thinks I should use for promotion, she'll say, "Here, use this snippet to promote with." So,
so that's what I need to do. I need to get married so I can have somebody to do that for me.
There you go.
That.
Yeah. Or you can have a wife like mine who will read your books and say, "Isn't chapter 33 supposed to make sense?"
Yeah.
Cookie. Charles has met Cookie. She keeps me very grounded. She has no delusions as to my grandeur.
She'll read something. She'll go, no, this is not right.
No, this is not. Your name is not going to see print on this.
So
yeah.
I will say this: I do look upon reviews. I am so thankful that I wrote something, for good or ill, that it made this person feel the need to take the time to write the review, and that that's kind of how I look at it. It's like, you know what, whether they loved it or they hated it, something about it made them feel that I got to go write this down.
Mm-hmm.
I got a review one time on one of my first Talon's epic book, and I had cannons on this 18th century British naval ship that were the wrong cannons. Well, he called me on that and wrote a big, long, huge review on how I got the cannons wrong. And if you just kept reading another 5 or 10 pages, I take the character and he's in outer space the rest of the book, and those cannons didn't mean anything. But I can see where he's coming from if you if you like cannons. So
my worst review I had, it was for an anthology. This character, he's on a movie set. They're going to blow this building up. He's been knocked unconscious and put in this room. They're going to blow up, And so even though it's a fake, they're still blowing the building up. And so he has to escape when he comes to. And so there's fumes in there. So I'm like, well, how do you blow the door without? I researched this thing. There are ways that even if you muffle, where the fumes won't ignite, there are ways to do it. It's tough, but that's what I have him do. And I got 1-star review because that's not realistic. And I was like, but you don't argue with people. You just go, okay.
No.
Because even though in my head I'm thinking, I spent days researching that.
Yeah, you never replied. I've only replied to one reviewer. Okay. And it was Ron Fortier when he reviewed Pulp Reality 1. And he had a criticism of my story in there. And I wrote him and I told him, thank you for taking the time. And I can see where you're coming from. And then he wrote back all the things he really liked about it. So that, not everybody does that sort of thing. And that's the only review I've ever replied to. Most of the very few bad reviews I've gotten, I just silently wish them a slow, painful death.
You kill them in your next book. Kill them in your next book.
Oh yeah.
I did respond to one once where the gentleman went to my website and left a comment on the story with his review in the comment. And if you leave a comment, I pretty much said, if you leave a comment, I will respond to your comment.
Sure.
And we had a nice back and forth, over what he liked and didn't like about the story. It was very cordial to where he goes, okay, I'm going to give you a second chance. Recommend me something else.
Nice.
And he read something else, liked it, and, continued to read other things. So, yes, but now on Amazon, I will never, go in and argue. It's just only you're going to lose. You're going to look like we've seen all those stories where, bigger name authors have done that and they do not come off looking well,
No.
Well, I had a friend who found some bad reviews on my books and went and wanted to go pick fights with the people and would leave reviews on their reviews. So I had to the point where I had to contact Amazon and ask them to remove his comments. And they did.
Yeah, so it's
made it look bad on me,
right?
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't my name,
right? Because the assumption is going to be you sent him there.
I sicked him on that person. Yeah,
right.
Or you're using a pen name.
He did that for 2 people, and it really made me mad. When I say friend, well, there you go.
Yeah, and that's the kind of stuff that sticks around. I mean, perception becomes reality. Yeah. If the rumor or the story gets around that you're picking fights with your reviewers, that sort of thing gets around, and it does not make any of us look good to do that.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So I just thank everybody for doing it, and I click helpful. I figure that's my way of saying it's good.
Yeah. Well done. Hope you all are writing this stuff down. This is how you behave. Jason Waltman says the main reason I'm a pulp writer from enjoying Bobby's Domino Lady story and Domino Lady Sex as a Weapon.
Wrong side.
Wrong side. Yeah.
The lady up there.
There you go. That's what I need to put behind me, all my stuff. And Ryan Purvis
says a banner with it on it. Yeah.
There we go.
Size, yeah.
That's why I want to get a better computer so I can do a green screen. Then I can have this giant labyrinthine library behind me, and they'll all be filled with my books and giant banners hanging from the ceiling, that sort of thing. Yep. Cheering throngs, nothing elaborate. Anyway, Ryan Burbison says that's awesome. I have the Shadow shirt from Jeffrey Hayes. I love it. The Shadow. He also has a framed print of it that Jeffrey sent me, and it's in my bedroom that I wake up almost every morning and the sunlight hits it, and I know that God is good. And Ryan Permisson is currently wearing his snow shirt tonight.
He sent me a photo earlier. Yeah.
And no goat, please. No problem. Sarah says, a novel I was not long after I wrote anything. Can I sue for that? If only.
Well, you would have to sue God for that one. And he has really good lawyers.
Seriously. He made them.
Isn't it amazing how many stories about pandemics or anything like that, or natural disasters or apocalyptic things, they all play out one way, thinking people are smart, they would do this and that, and then reality hits and we go, people are dumb.
Yeah, I mean, look at the problem we're in right now with the Maestro and Miley Cyrus. It's like Michael Crichton would have ended this in a month.
Yeah. Go back and read the Andromeda Strain.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah, that book prepped me for the last 18 months. Are you kidding? It's like,
but it's one of those things where people are like, oh, if that really, because people will come out of those movies going, something like that really happened. People would take it seriously, and they would do this and they would do that, and now we have concrete proof that they would not.
That's right. That's right. Because I think that. Go ahead, Bobby.
I said we are like the people of Krypton. Jor-El's going. It's the planet's going to blow up. You know, only here it's wear a mask.
That's right.
And humanity is going like, it'll pass.
Yeah. Straight through you is what it'll pass. Anyway. Yeah. Well, I think another dilemma is a lot of writers, we assume that humanity is smarter than it is. Yeah,
what were we thinking?
I know. Boy, did we overestimate the intelligence of our NPCs here, I'm telling you.
I was on another panel like this, and I said, yep, and now that we've lived through an apocalypse,
yeah,
I know that these things don't happen like they do in the movies.
Exactly. And I'm wondering, it just hit me right now, where is the post-Spanish flu? Were the stories from there? It's like they did not prepare us for this. You know what I'm saying? Maroon prepared us for being stuck in space by Martin Caidin. But we have nothing from the Spanish flu. You people a century ago have let us down. End of our sermon for tonight. And Ryan Permison says, how much you want to bet these guys go for 6 hours tonight? We aren't cutting it short that soon. Shush. Anyway, Jason Waltman says, I like to think of myself as Bobby Nash's moral support. And easily. Exactly. Boy, couldn't we all. It's not that we're insecure, however. And hello, Rick Bradley. Good to see you. Hey, Jason Waltman says, role-playing game writer and world-building, but Pulp was accidental happiness, founder of Two Guys Games. Sarah says, as a child, I loved playing with carbon paper. I was covered in ink, but it was fun. Very, very cool. And Jason loves Star Trek, as do we all. And Carl Witzman points out that, most of the old tech won't even work now. A rotary phone would not even make the noises necessary to dial. I've got a rotary phone in my basement. And I'm looking at that thing like I should open a museum. Mm-hmm. It's just like, oh my God, this is Americana right here.
But you know what? The way things go cyclically, I would not be surprised that at some point in the future, because look, records went out of style, they came back.
That's true.
There's multiple I would not be surprised that if sometime within the next 20 years, rotary phones become a thing again. Not because they're more technologically advanced, but because it's a style.
Yeah, it's an aesthetic, yeah, like Art Deco. Look how popular that was, say, 20 years ago. Yeah. I'm waiting for Depression Glass to come back. Rick Bradley says, with my first flip phone, I would pretend it was a communicator and sometimes talk to the Enterprise. Got strange looks, but also got a lot of good comments. I'm sure you did.
They had the sound effect where you could download it where it would make that.
Yeah, that little chirp it makes. Yes. Yeah. Oh, my God, yeah. And Marshall Lewis is watching. Marshall, glad to have you on YouTube. Hope you're subscribing to the channel here. Jason Waltman's still waiting for phasers and jetpacks. And watching three of my favorite people on Clever Tile Penning with from the comfort of my recliner. How you doing, Jeffrey? We love you, man. And Rick Bradley is too. He is watching us on Jeffrey Hayes's recliner. It's probably getting a little crowded on there. And Ryan Permisson is waiting for Picard to recruit him to Starfleet. And, here's a good one from Jason Waltman. What is your dream project? If you could write anything, whether it's yours or someone else's, and if you don't want to spill all the beans about your creation, but what would be your dream project or dream type of project? Let's expand it to that.
I would love to write for Marvel and write The Amazing Spider-Man.
I would love to write the Fantastic Four.
And then we can team them up.
There you go.
Only if you let me write Thor.
There you go.
There you go.
Star Trek would be in there too. I would like to write official. I've written fan fiction Star Trek. Mm-hmm. I would like to write official Star Trek once. Just once.
Yeah, Doctor Who for me.
Yeah. That would be cool too.
Same with me. Yeah.
There's a lot of those. I could start naming off properties I love, but yeah, it's
You're going
Yeah.
on just
You
with
know,
that.
yeah, there was I won't name the property because it didn't happen, but I did talk to the owner of an IP probably 10 or 12 years ago now, of an IP that I loved. It has appeared in books, comics, movies, TV. And they said, "How would you like to write the revival?" And I'm like, "Yes." And then shit happened and it didn't happen. But there was a moment
Yeah.
where I was on cloud nine, you know, but
yeah, and I had an opportunity perhaps, but you know, Eric Hawkins, Trevor Eric Hawkins, I should say. I know too many Hawkins and can't keep them straight. The man who did like my Sandestein and Bachelor's Grove and Volcano covers. He was talking with somebody about an old IP from, I think it was the 40s. And my friend wanted to bring it back. It was an old newspaper strip character. And that's all, like Bobby, I'm not going to name the name. But I got excited. And then the IP owner, who is the descendant of the creator, said, "Yeah, we want to make her like sexy, and we want to make her, you know, like dress provocatively, and, you know, imply that she has a lot of sex, and it's going to be in a post-apocalyptic world." And it's like, all that remains is the name. You're taking characters out of a familiar milieu and putting them in a no, never mind. But I understand that, and I'm like, I told Trevor, don't push too hard from this point on, okay? So in Marvin's Night Out, says Rick Bradley, which is his first novel, I made sure to show that his cell phone had no signal. If he was able to call a tow truck, that would have been the whole book. There you go. And what do you bet when Elon Musk is done, like 20 years from now, what is this thing about having no signal?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a trope you can use once.
Mm-hmm.
You start doing it, but especially today, if you're writing things that happen in 2021, your audience will not believe it more than once.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's not like the old X-Files where cell service was still a new thing. So them having no service was okay. Mm-hmm. Nowadays, even if you can't call, you can still text.
Right.
Right.
That's true. And Cindy Kep, CKOEPP.com for a great newsletter and great books. Check out her Animal Eye project. Good morning in the Philippines. I think she's making a subtle remark about how we are, let's do the math here, we're about an hour and a half behind in the comments at this point. Who's surprised? Show of hands.
Wait, there are comments?
I know. Well, how many times do these guys start talking and we're on a completely different wavelength, then all of we can't win. That's all there is to it. Rick Radley says, I always get reminded of how many books I own whenever I pack to move. Yeah, see? When I moved from Illinois to Indiana, we had a walk-up apartment, second floor apartment when we first got here. And carrying long boxes of comics and boxes of books got real old real fast. Then I'm carrying my Kindle between two fingers, and I'm like, I'm all about this now. I'm all about the ebook. So
I went into a used bookstore the other day that had moved. And they'd moved from one part of town to the other. And she's like, we put this off for the longest time until we could figure out how to move the books easily. And she said when someone said we'll just shrink wrap the shelves and roll them over with the books still on it, was when they decided to move.
That's genius. That's genius. Mm-hmm. That's about the best way to do it. And Sarah reveals her outlook on books. Lick the spine of every writing you own. Okay, that will keep us here 12 hours. And Ryan Permison says, I bought a shirt that says I need space for more books. And Dan Holofield says small press turnaround from acceptance to publication is usually less than 6 months nowadays. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think it also would have something to do with how much, like if they don't edit it themselves, or if they go through an independent, designer, or any sort of work in the production process that they have to farm out. So that might be the only the difference. So, and Jason Waldman says trying to watch Stargirl, so keep it down.
Oh, that's right. The new season of that starts
That's
tonight.
right. Yeah. See, I'm keeping you guys from it. I'm sorry. And Sarah says, yeah, that was the time when I moved 5 times in a year and a half and kept getting rid of things because it was too much. There are some books I regret donating. I hear you. And Rick Bradley says, I'm on it, Sarah. I'm going to take a while to get through all my books for BirdCon. There's a line, Rick, that I quote frequently from a song by Bare Naked Ladies. I don't buy everything I read, and I don't read everything I buy. I've got a shameful amount of books on the floor of this office that are now up over my knee. And you guys are in it, though, so don't feel bad. You guys are in it. I'll get to it one of these centuries. So.
There's a reason the camera points toward this corner.
Amen. Now look at Charles. Corner. Look how organized that
I know,
room.
Right?
Disgusting.
You should see the rest of the room. You don't even want to see my desk. I can't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Luckily, the keyboard is wireless, because if it wasn't, I'd be in big trouble.
Yeah, I can remember a time, and it was so long ago when this desk was clean, but I've got like, it used to be that I propped up my laptop so that I'm looking straight onto the computer. And I used like some of the books that I hadn't read yet to do that. Now I've moved them onto the floor because that's where they should grow. And now I have a pile of my books that I pull up when I need them for the camera, upon which my fan is. Then I've got like my jewelry case here, like cufflinks and stuff. I don't know why it's there, but it's there. That's where I put my drinks. And then I've got other stuff that I have no freaking clue why it's on my desk now. Then I've got a stack of papers down underneath this thing that is now the stand that is now propping up my laptop, and it's full of writing ideas that I'm afraid to get into because I don't need any more ideas right now. I saw a meme today. It said like being a writer is like waking up every day and getting more homework every hour. So, amen.
Yeah. Yeah, now my desk is much the same way. Like there's the stacks of books I just bought this week are over here. I've got action figures I recently purchased over here. I've got, but the most important part of my desk is Herbie the Muse, who keeps me going. Yes. I've started taking, now that I'm doing cons again, Herbie goes with me to cons now. It's become a thing. More people come to my table looking for Herbie than come looking for me. So Herbie now goes to cons with me. Yes. So I actually I made a sign. He stands on the sign, and behind him is a sign that says "Meet Herbie the Muse."
Oh man! And then I got Brian Rodman's comics here.
Nice.
Yeah. So
I finally got mine. The shelf is my books that I've worked on.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest of them are just on shelves. And on the table, and on the table, and on the floor, and on the dresser, and on the bookcase. And,
any flat, unmoving surface. Yeah. Don't look in my basement either. And the ability, Cindy Cap says, the ability to turn quickly and publish on trends has gotten some writers the not so favorable label of right to market. Well earned, unfair, or irrelevant? That's a great question.
Is it good if you wrote to what's popular and it's good? Congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
That will hurt you in the long run. I think it's hard to write because trends change so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
In most cases, vampires are hot now, they're not hot next month. Werewolves are hot, they're not hot. Not so you can't hold it because those trends come back around.
Right.
But I always say I don't write to what I think is going to be popular, because with my luck, I would write something I don't enjoy because it's popular. That would be the most popular thing I've ever done, and then I spend the rest of my entire life writing this thing I don't enjoy.
Ooh.
Think about it, because you can get typecast.
Mm-hmm.
As writers, you can't. That's why even big name writers, if they want, they have to use pen names because you can't write. You write fantasy, you can't write crime drama, and so they put out a crime drama under a pen name. It sells okay. Then it gets leaked that they're that person, and then all their fantasy fans come over and buy the book anyway.
Right. Well,
So
like
it's like,
J.K. Rowling or Stephen King with
yeah,
Richard Bachman. Yeah.
yeah. And so, yeah, so writing to trend is tough. It just because like it'd be my luck. I'd write like a epic romance thing just to see if I could get it out there, which is not my thing at all.
Mm-hmm.
And that would become super popular, and that's what I'd be writing the rest of my natural life.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, I never write to market. I always write because it's something I want to read.
mm-hmm.
Amen.
Right, yeah, write what you enjoy, because this writing sucks up. That's probably the wrong way to phrase it. Writing takes up a large portion of your time. I mean, if you think about, like, with all the Captain Hawkland you've written, if you think about how many hours over the entire series of Captain Hawkland, you've got probably years invested in that. I mean, and I'm not just talking like not over the span of time, but I mean, you physically worked years, but you enjoy it, so that helps. Imagine doing this. It's like going to a day job that you don't like, doing something you don't like for 8 hours a day and coming home. So that's how I look at it. Yeah.
No, I think that's valid. And, you talk about, mentioning the day job, it's like, when people ask about self-publishing, I'm like, they're like, well, I don't want to promote. I don't want to lay out a cover. I don't want to hire somebody to format it for ebooks. That's just too much work. And I asked them, said, well, do you have a 9 to 5? Oh yeah. Do you like every waking moment you're there at the job? Oh my God. Are you kidding? And it's like, well, at least in my job and everyone here, we're doing it for ourselves. There are aspects, I'm sure you guys have parts of, this creative journey where you're like, I wish to God I didn't have to do this, but we do it anyway, or we figure out a way to get somebody else to do it for us. But it's part of the job description.
Yeah.
So what really can get you is you've formatted books hundreds of times, and you've gotten things set up to be published hundreds of times, and on that 101st time something goes wrong and you can't figure it out.
Yeah.
And then you're shaking the
uploading. Oh my God, uploading the covers was always a pain for me.
Oh yeah.
Like there was one I uploaded the cover, finally got it to go through. I caught a mistake. I fixed just the mistake. It didn't change the size or anything. I re-uploaded it. It no longer fits.
Oh no.
It was, these are things, thank God, Jeffrey Hayes puts those together for me now. That's, that is a huge, because I got through an upload cover, boop, it's there,
Yeah.
But there are certain aspects I don't like, but I hear the one about I'm no good at selling or I'm no good at promoting. I hear that one from people all the time. I'm not good at it, or I don't like doing it. None of us likes doing it. I mean, I don't like I don't like begging people to buy my book. Because sometimes that's what it feels like, because, especially like if you see us at a convention, we're all behind our tables going, please come over here. Please, please, please. We're like puppies in the window wanting you to come over and pet us. It's, boy, that one's going to come back to get me too. I know. But
you just peered in my soul, Bobby. I just want to be petted. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. And writers, that's all we want. Someone to pet us and say, attaboy.
That's right. Rub my belly. I'll be going now.
Rub my belly, lick my spine. We're good. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, it's the one of the earliest pieces of advice I got was an author friend of mine was telling me. She's like, we were talking about different ways of promoting, because I was still very new and I didn't know anything. Hell, I was 10 books in before I knew anything. And I don't know everything now. Just put that out there. But she said the one thing she said to me that really stuck was, who cares about your book more than you? Who knows your book more than you? Are you proud of your book? Yes. Then why aren't you talking about it? You don't have to be a salesperson. You just got to talk about it. If someone's willing to listen, and when we do conventions, our tables are good icebreakers. If someone's come up to the table, they're at least interested in what's on it. And that's your icebreaker. You've now got a reason to talk to them. I'm not selling them. I'm like, I have an easy sales pitch. Hi, I introduce myself, tell them what I do. I'm a writer. Please, take a look at the books here. I wrote something in all of them. I will be happy to tell you anything about any of them. And I let them look. And I let the books kind of do the talking for me. Because if they pick up, you pick up a book and you look at this beautiful cover. So the first thing they're going to do is they're going to look at the cover. Okay. Then they're going to look at the back. Okay. And if that has got them, they're going to do this. And they're going to read a little bit of page 1. So if you've got them that far, then you can start talking about, oh yeah, that's this, And so I'm not like used car salesmaning them, because I think it's what a lot of people think, that you're pestering. And I don't like when people do that to me, so I don't do that to other people. And yeah.
Yeah, and I would say sell if you are selling, which, by the way, it's an acquired skill. It's something you develop. Like I don't know about you guys, but I wasn't born knowing how to drive an automobile.
Right.
I had to be taught. So I have taken lessons on how to present my work in front of the public. But I believe in how would I want to be sold something? And that's how I do it. And generally it's like, like Bobby said, they come to your table and you start the conversation. And I'm not one of those. I want I want the guy, when I go into the store, I want him to greet me, acknowledge I exist, and then say, hey, we've got this and this and this. If you need any help, let me know. And then leave me to my own devices. I'm good. So
David Bean, he one of the best guys selling a book I've ever seen, because he'd pick up the book and he would start talking to him about it on the cover. He'd tell the cover here. Then he'd start turning it over and he'd start telling about all the characters on the back. And as he's doing that, he's slowly doing this. And they're reaching over and they're taking it. And then they're turning it. And he's talking. Next thing you know, they're buying the book and walking away with it. He was that good of a salesman.
That's harder. That's harder to do when you've got a table full, though.
Yeah.
Because David only had 2 books at the time.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, when you've got 20, 30 different titles sitting on your table, I usually start my pitch by, what do you like to read?
Yep.
And then they'll, or sometimes I'll say, if you like to read action, adventure, science fiction, you've come to the right table. And then if they see something, they'll ask a question. After that, I let them look. I don't go, oh, please, you got to buy my book.
Yeah.
I've seen people stand on the other side of the table and say, how many of my books you're going to buy today?
Yeah.
Well, and they go home, even if they don't buy anything, I thank them for stopping by. They go home with a card.
Yep.
And the card, I've got like this standard business card of, with the website and all on it. On the backside's all my social media. And I do notice after a con or a signing or whatever, the next week I'll see a little spike where someone, because we run out of money at cons. And sometimes people, I don't have the money to buy anything right now, but they remind it, and when they get their next paycheck, they go, oh yeah, I wanted that snow book, and they go order it off Amazon or whatever. So it's all about just getting interest, and you can do that in ways. Excuse me, sorry, I don't know what I ate that just did not agree with me. Sorry, such a professional.
Blame it on me.
And
it's Brian's fault.
But you can promote in ways that's not selling. Like we see on social media a lot, the buy my book, I have, check out my new book. There are other ways to do it if that's not a way you're comfortable with. I mentioned earlier, I share the reviews. That's a way. We do cover reveals. Like you were doing the other day, the opening of the envelope reveal, or different things like that. I like to talk about books I'm working on that aren't out yet, because I can talk about, I did this research on Snowdown today, and people are reading. I'm not selling them anything, but they're getting interested. That when the book does come out, they go, oh yeah, I remember when he was writing that. We were talking, and so there are ways to promote that's not you trying to convince someone to buy things. It's just put the stuff out there and get it in front of people. And a lot of times let the book do some of the work.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's why you put so much time into it. Plasma Fire Graphics, when the look of your book matters to you because it matters to your readers. I heard that from a morning show somewhere. And Sarah says I should lick spines and do it right in front of your purchasers. But I'll let you have a dry copy. There we go.
But then we have to charge more.
Yeah, that's true. The only thing I charge more is if you don't want my autograph. And Bobby and I would be at IHOP geeking out at 3 a.m. after Dragon Con, says Jason Waltman. That's another thing I love about our peer group. It's like you hear, I don't mind going to a bar or two, but I'm not losing any weight because my peer group loves to eat. Yeah, it's if there's a huddle house, that's where we're having the post-convention time, and then like we keep mentioning HalloCon, which by the way, go to hallocon.com for more details. We're told that it is a feast down there, and you never know what's going to attract your stars. So when Joe Dog said that, you're not going to have to worry about putting money aside for food. It's like
he feeds you well.
That's what I hear. Well, one of my favorite conventions was DodecaCon. It was in Missouri about 5 years ago, and I got to go to the last one. And they were like walking by the table, and it's like, we've got homemade, beans and ham and cornbread in the break room. Would you like us to go get you some? And I'm like, I will attend this convention for every year you have it. The food is amazing. So.
Hey, it's amazing what little things like this will get us to cons. Feed us, or put us up in a hotel room. My God.
Oh yeah. Seriously.
Things like that. That's Want me at your con? Offer to feed me. I am there.
Oh my God, yeah. And if I've got a conflict between the two, the more perks you offer, the happier we shall become. So let's see. Rick Bradley says in the mainstream community, it's a dog eat dog type of mentality. They are the crabs that keep pulling their fellow crabs that are almost out of the box. With some writers, it's true. I remember one show I was at, and I'm not going to mention which one because it might narrow down who was at it. But there was a person who had a license to write an IP, and and a friend of mine had written one novel, and she was looking to get back into writing again. And so she was asking this person about the best way to go about it, and this person was treating like what we do, like she held the lock combination to Fort Knox, and it's like. I've gone where I am because of, guys like these two here, my guests here. I asked them a question when I, needed some information, and by God, they answered me. It's like, we don't keep a secret about this because we want more people at the party. So, and that's how Rick Bradley got into it too, by the way.
Yeah. I ran into some of that in my early days. I remember the year I sold my first novel, I sold Evil Ways to this publisher. And I hadn't signed the contract yet. I got it the week of Dragon Con. So I figure I'm going to talk to like some pros and, get some advice. And maybe they've heard of this publisher. Didn't get a lot of good responses that week. And in fact, one guy goes, "Why should I help you? You would be my competition." And I was like, that was actually the point that made me go, if anyone ever asks me a question, I'll answer it if I know the answer. Regardless of who they are or what, but long story short, it was so disheartening that, it kind of spoiled the weekend for me.
It's like when people come to my table and ask for advice, first thing I do is turn around and see who they're actually talking to me, because it just blows me away. They're asking for my advice. So I tell them whatever, ask me. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. And I'll make sure they have my contact information. And a lot of times when I meet someone who's I think is really serious, I'll say, you need to check out this guy named Brian K. Morris, who does this show that really gets people pumped up about creating. And I always send them to Rising Tide, to the webpage, to the Facebook page, so they can see that there are a lot of people out there in the same boat that they're in, trying to make something of themselves, either with writing or art, or and even people who I've seen at setting up at shows that I've never met before. I'll always send them to Rising Tide to try to get them to boost themselves and by helping the community. I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was in a panel one year
Thank you. Thank you.
at
George.
Dragon Con. Yes, thank you. That was good. I was at a panel at Dragon Con, and it was writing 101. I think there's writing 101, or it was about doing comics. It was about creating comics. And it was like 10 in the morning, and it was standing room only. And so we're getting near the end of it, and we were getting questions about how hard it was for writers to find artists and artists to find writers, et cetera, et cetera. And I remember Peter David was on the panel, and he goes, "Okay, show of hands. How many writers are in this room?" A bunch of hands go up. "How many of you writers are looking for artists?" Great. "How many artists in the room?" How many artists are looking for writers? Great. You guys talk to each other.
That's great.
Because it never occurred to them, I'm surrounded by people that are looking to do comics too. And yeah.
That's brilliant. And speaking of brilliant, we've got a guest here, John Bruning. Good to see you, sir. The Midnight Guardian author and of a guest on this show every now and then. John, hope you're doing well tonight.
John's the next Pulp reality.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. Very cool. Very cool.
And I worked on Occupied Pulp for John and Jim Beard that recently came out.
The last show I was at. So yeah.
Yeah, and I may be doing something for them later this year. So.
See, and this is further proof of how small and interconnected this industry technically is. There's a bunch of this that we have these connections.
Yeah, and we aren't keeping it to ourselves. It's like, hey, Bobby, I hear about this thing, or Charles, come on, it's like we share. We play well together. And John C. Brewing says, "Sorry, I said gents in reference to the three people on the screen. I know there are some ladies among us." Well, that's very fair of you.
I thought he was like feeling bad about calling us gentlemen.
I
think that's valid. And yeah. And Sarah says, "I worked at a university health center, saw a lot, so don't mind me. I know what you meant, didn't take offense. See, we're all good here. And learning and changing is mandatory for growth. Definitely. Mm-hmm. Well, it's like, I know my journey, is probably not as, I've taken a different path from you guys, and all of us have taken different paths to get to wherever we are right now. But I've had to make some changes, personal changes over the years. And it's not just I don't watch television anymore. You build skill sets. And you have to develop new skill sets. So if you don't like learning, this is the wrong place to be. But if you do like learning, OMG, if you like weird factoids, you are in a target-rich environment right here. Because, that's what this is about a lot of days. Rick Bradley says, I make jokes that I'm going to be making Stephen King dollars when, in all honesty, if I can quit my 9-to-5 and stay home with my family, support them, and give them the life they deserve, then that would mean I'm successful. I think we all should find our barometer for what we feel is success, or the increments of success, whether it's just getting published, getting your first book out, or, maybe wanting to meet one of these two guys here. There's a lot of different things. And in other words, I see your growth. There we go. See? And Cindy Kemp asks, what is your favorite strategy for getting your signal above the noise? And Cindy is a very talented author herself. Check out Animal Eye from bearpublications.com, also on Amazon. So what's your favorite strategy, guys, for getting your message out there?
Like I said earlier, I'm not just selling books. I'm kind of selling me at the same time, and I want people to come to the books and enjoy them and all that stuff. But I'm happy just to get to know people too, and so I do things. It can't all be just what do I do to tell people this book is on sale. It's other things. It's things like this. Getting out, doing these virtual panels. I was on one last night that'll air in a week or so. We were talking about Monica Rambeau for an hour. The character from Marvel, and it had nothing to do with us talk me it was me and Dan Jolly, with nothing to do with us pitching books or anything. But at the beginning and end, we're talking about where you can find us and what we do and write, and people sometimes follow you from that. Certainly people see us here, they may ask questions, or they follow us back to our Facebook page or our Twitter or whatever. People at shows do the same thing. I was at a show last weekend in Charlotte, and I had 3 people come up to my table that go, "I follow you on Instagram." And that was our icebreaker. We had a conversation because
Yeah.
they're keeping track of what I'm doing, and so they were asking questions about certain books. Like, I saw that the new Snow Shorts book is out. Do you have that? Oh yeah, here it is. That kind of thing. So you're putting the information out there, and sometimes it's not always to an immediate gratification of selling something. Sometimes it's just getting people interested to where maybe they'll do it later, or they'll buy something later, or they'll keep coming back. You do this long enough, we've probably all got this, where when you do a show, there are those people that come by that you see only once a year that come by and go, "What's new? Great, that's what I want."
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
there are people that you develop fans, and it's a weird feeling. I've got fans, and it feels weird every time I say it or
Mm.
every time I realize it, because this is a very lonely job. I'm here in this office by myself. I write this stuff. There's a bunch of characters in my head talking, but outside of that, it's a very long. And sometimes I forget. I forget. I forget that there are people reading along, that these characters mean something, to them. That's like when Jason talks about Domino Lady. I
Yeah.
realize, holy crap, that's right. It's just one of those weird things in my head. Like, I assume no one knows who I am. I assume no one's ever read anything of mine, and I've never heard. I always just assume that,
Mhm.
and I'm pleasantly surprised sometimes when I find out people have. But there's a lot of people that haven't, and that's part of my job, is to, how do I get people interested?
Mhm. Mhm. Very good. Charles, how about you?
Yes.
What's your favorite strategy for getting your voice in a solo above the chorus?
Well, it's a lot like Bobby. It's doing shows like this, or running the group that I have on Facebook, and allowing people
Very
to
good.
come to that group and
Very good group.
do a conversation with other
Mhm.
people, and advertise their own stuff. I think I've gotten a lot of followers and a lot of readers. I hate using the term fan, because I'm like Bobby,
Yeah.
because I don't feel like
It's
it's kind of
weird. Yeah.
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 But
The
I have
Beatles have fans,
yeah,
Yeah.
I have readers, people who
Right.
look forward to the next Hawkland book, or the
Yeah.
next
Yeah.
Evolution Man, or and the best way to do that is to get them in the conversation and get them to know a little bit about you. I mean, I'm a chef by trade, so I post a lot of food that I do here on Facebook, and I do it on Instagram, and just to get people to know that we're not just we're just not lonely people sitting in an office like we are most of the time. We are real people. We have likes and dislikes. Bobby, you always showing you and your dad going on road
Hmm.
trips, and
That's so
I
cool.
always find those interesting. And I
Yeah.
think
It's.
you need to get on a personal level with
Mhm.
your readers,
Mhm.
and that's I think the thing that really generates sales for me, because people realize that, hey, this is the kind of guy I like to hang out with,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
it's
I've
your
sold.
goal.
Yeah, I've sold books at shows before, where people have come up to me and says, "I see you at these things all the time. I really should get something, because obviously there must be something to what you do.
Mhm.
Let me buy. What book would you recommend?" And
Yeah.
hey, it worked. I'm here enough that they're like, "Wow, you're here." That guy. Um, I've also gotten very lucky too. Yeah, I like the sharing the trips with my dad, or I like to talk about, like everybody else, I like this movie, or I didn't like this movie, or I'm watching this, I'm excited for that. And so a lot of that stuff's fun. But I also do the occasional acting gig, although not in the last year or so. But I do sometimes get noticed for that, which is interesting too, because 9 times out of 10, the people that recognize me for that have no idea I write books. So it's it's kind of like, oh yeah, I'm an author too, and here check, So it's but yeah, I'm with you. Thinking of the word fans is weird.
And when people ask me, they ask me, "What do you do for a living?" And I'm always kind of conflicted to the point because I'm a chef and I think I'm really good at it, and I'm a writer. I'm somewhat good at it, and so I've gotten anymore. I say I'm a chef. I'm also a novelist. I always throw them together anymore, and that really. Well, oh, do you have any cookbooks? I don't have any cookbooks. Not unless there's a murder in the cookbook.
That's right. Charles is like, I'm a chef who writes novels and I solve crime.
That's right.
There we go. There we go.
Yes,
we figured out your marketing for you.
Yes. The fact that you haven't written a chef solving a murder yet astounds me.
Or an idea this occurred to me, I could do the Captain Hoffman cookbook.
There you
go. Do recipes of those characters, their favorite foods.
There we go.
Coming
and
soon.
Charles runs off screen and starts writing.
I got the word processor up. I'm done.
He's Charles is dropping out of the broadcast now. Just me and Bobby.
Mutes his microphone.
Yeah, because otherwise all we hear for the next hour or two is tap, 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 tap. Which we all know is a lie because what we do is
it's
a lot of that.
Click.
It's stare into infinity until blood begins to form on our brows. So
my wife will yell upstairs to me, "What are you doing?" I'm acting out a scene. I'll be up here on the floor acting out a scene of the book, and then I'll sit down to write it. Especially fight scenes, hand-to-hand fight scenes. There I'm up now. Would this work? And how would that work? Mm-hmm. I need to get somebody to help me do that.
And you're making the sound effects, aren't you? Because I do that.
I am making the sound effects.
Hey,
when I'm riding a spaceship firing lasers, I'm
pew pew pew.
It's and if anybody ever walks in, they think you've gone insane. Because well, they're not wrong. I mean, like I said, I talk to this little guy all the time. He talks back.
Yeah. Well, I'd be worried if he didn't.
Yeah, I would be too.
Anyway, it's getting dangerous. Jason Wallman says, network with other writers and artists. That's, and it's good for a personal thing too, because like has been said, it's nice to know you're not alone out there. Carl Witzman says, I put together a book for someone's retirement and only had 4 copies printed, and that was still a success because it delighted those 4 people. It's all in how you look at success. John Bruning says, regarding bookstores, I have found local indie bookshops to be very willing to carry books by indie authors. This is the case in Cleveland, at least.
I've run into a few of late that they're not against indie authors, but they won't carry anything printed by Amazon. I've run into that a lot lately. But yeah. But I get a lot of play out of signings at local bookstores and things like that.
Yeah, and I do well in libraries.
Libraries are good too, yeah.
And I make sure I leave a couple of my books, but maybe not all of them.
Someone was asking earlier about a way to get above the noise. When you donate a book to a library, you have someone take a photo of you handing the book to the library. You write up a press release. You send that to the local newspaper. You send it to all the local whatevers. You send it. You post it. That's press. That is promotion. That costs you nothing. It costs you the cost of the book you donated, but it's also a goodwill type of thing. And you've promoted this book without telling people to buy it.
Yeah.
Here in this area, we have what's called a local lending library. It's not attached to our regular library. A lawyer and a doctor put it together. So there's cubicles all around the city where you can go and pick up a book and take it. So
we've got that here in Lafayette.
Books in there so they can put in a little card so they can have it too, and it's also tax deductible.
Yep.
So,
hospitals do that as well.
Yeah.
A lot of hospitals, especially like infusion centers where people have with cancer chemo treatments, where they're in there hours upon hours. They have take a book, leave a book. And I've dropped off books in some of those places as well.
Nice. That's great. That is super. And and even just like you talk about getting your voice out, that was the original reason for my broadcasting was telling everybody how wonderful I was. But within 5 minutes, I was swiftly disavowed of that notion, and then I started listening to what other people said, and that's when we started networking. So, but no, good comment, John. Thank you. And Jason Waldman said, after I read all 3 Green Hornet, and I gave the Domino Lady a chance, and oh boy, she will not let me go. All right. And Kelly Austin goes, let's get right to the core of mythical truth here. This is what you've waited 2 hours and 39 minutes for. It was my story in Pulp Reality that got the award. Damn, you caught us. I tell people I simply let my publisher keep it in his office. Let's just go with the fantasy. I'm with you on that one.
That's a fantasy, Kelly. Yes, it is.
Well, I tell people that after that was announced, I suddenly felt like Ving Rhames at the end of Mission Impossible, the first movie. It's like, I don't know how to cope with respectability now.
I tell you, it's a weird feeling winning an award too. It's on the one hand, you're very excited, you're very proud of what you've done.
Yeah.
On the other hand, some people start treating you differently, which you don't think of yourself differently. You don't write any different than you did before you won the award.
Yeah.
But I have noticed that, that in some cases people kind of treat you a little different after winning an award, or going to work for a certain publisher.
Yeah. Or you do something that, or even just being incredibly visible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I get a certain amount of gravitas because some days I'm inescapable on social media. I have a friend that complains, I see you drop down on my page. I'm on my Kindle. I'm watching some show, and you drop down every 10 minutes. And that means my SEO is working.
Yeah. I do have friends that don't follow me. And I'm like, why? You post too much. I'm like, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I get that too. So that's nice. Anyway, Kelly, thank you for gracing us lowly beings in Pulp Reality number 1.
That's the award-winning Kelly Austin.
The award-winning Kelly Austin.
Kelly Austin.
Yeah, and then the thing, that's another thing. I think I've mentioned to Charles, this is like a real award. My only award that I've ever gotten even indirect, for my writing, was a playwriting award. Oh, there it is. Oh, let's give you a whole screen on this one. Take your victory lap here, Charles. That's a thing of beauty.
Now, see, this is supposed to go to the editor, which was Rose Shababy, who edited the book. And I said, Ron had it. The people at the awards had to send it to me, and then I could send it to her. And I said, well, give me your address and I'll send it to you. And she goes, oh, Lord, I don't want that. All I want is the kudos that I actually won an award. She goes, you keep it on your shelf. I said, okay. So that's where it's been sitting.
Very nice.
Like I said, This is my award. This is Bobby's award. This is Brian's award. This is Kelly's award. This is Damien's award.
Mm-hmm. And those are beautiful too. I have 2 of those up there. You can't see them from here, but I have 2 of those up there on the shelf.
Oh man, I am definitely the odd man out here. I want one now, but of course, I also feel the same thing about Funko Pops too.
Hey, if Snow Ambition will be eligible for a Pulp Factory Award next year, so there you go.
Ooh, that's true. Not that I would encourage anyone to vote for me the next time the Pulp Reality show, the Pulp Reality Awards come around, but it's Brian with an I, K. Morris. So thank you very much for your support. Anyway,
not Brian, but Brian.
That's right.
The K is very important.
It really is, because you'd be surprised how many Brian Morrises are out there of an unsavory nature. I am just the one that gets published. So, but Sarah says it's great to hear other perspectives of things. It makes things go easier to have a light bulb go off above your head. And we're not going to say that. We're not going to say pillow pants on here, okay? Anyway, Dan Hollifield, who is a writer and musician and broadcaster on the Rising Tide Network, says, my measure of success came at a convention in Chattanooga. I was given a seat at an autograph table next to a famous artist and writer, and sitting at the next table was Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
The first time I was put on a panel at a con that was not about indie comics, where I was on here with like guys writing Captain America and Superman and Spider-Man. And I remember the way they introduced it, they started at one end and I was on the far end. And so all these like name guys are introducing themselves, and it gets down to me and I was like, hi, I'm Bobby Nash. I'm the who's he of this panel.
Yeah.
But there was it was a moment though, because I was like, I feel like I've achieved some success here because of who I'm sitting next to.
Yeah.
Same as he was saying. That is a cool feeling.
That really is. I think my coolest feeling, from being a writer, was a good friend of mine in northern Indiana. His 8-year-old daughter wanted to start reading comic books, and they discussed which ones I've told the story before. They were, mom and dad and daughter were discussing what kind of comics she should have. She outlined the type of story she wanted to read. He brought her to a convention so she could pick up a comic book I had written.
Very nice.
I was her first comic book.
Yeah.
So.
There's the little things like that. Like, as cool as it is when someone comes up and stops at my table and I talk to them and they buy a book. That's awesome. It's a great feeling.
Never gets
when
old.
Someone comes to a convention and they bring books for you to sign.
Yeah.
That took effort. Mm-hmm. That took planning. And one of the best my buddy Robert, him and his wife Helen live over in the UK, and they come once a year to the States. And one year they fixed their trip to come to Atlanta when there was a convention going on. And so he comes with a box full of books that he flew all the way over on the airplane.
Wow.
So not only did this take effort and planning, this took money, because, you don't fly anything for free anymore.
Oh, God,
and
no.
So that was it. And that gets you right there that someone took, there was effort,
Yeah. Or someone tells you at a show, I came because you were here.
Yeah.
I've had that happen. I had a woman come and say, I drove 2 hours to come meet you. And I said, again, I look behind me to see if she's
I'm like, it's Bobby. Are you sure you're at the right table?
Yeah.
Are you sure you're talking to the right guy? Brian K. Morse is right down there.
Oh no, I did not mean to talk to Brian. So yeah.
She bought some of my books, and we had a nice conversation, got our picture together, and
that's awesome.
That was nice, yeah.
That's fantastic. I love that.
Those are the perks. For those of you that are asked about, these are the perks of the job.
Yeah.
Really they are, when people come up, or when someone cosplays. Have you ever had anybody cosplay something you've written?
Oh, I wish.
I've
got a couple people that like to, but I haven't had it happen.
There was a guy showed up to a Pulp panel at DragonCon one year as Lance Starr. Oh my God. Yeah. I about leapt off the stage.
Yeah. Oh,
and then I've met people that, like, as Green Hornet and Kato, I didn't create them, but I wrote them. So I'm going to get some photos, that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Dan Hollifield continues, I signed a dozen autographs that day while Larry and Jerry signed a few thousand, but I was there in the chair signing autographs. Yeah. And Jason Walton says his favorite character is his fictional self, the Red Shade. And Carl says, meanwhile, I've got Tom Darby open on the other monitor and I'm halfway through. Here we go. Cindy Kemp, who is a great novelist and comic book writer herself, says serials, series, or standalones. Do you guys have a preference?
I like series.
I do too. I do like a standalone on occasion.
Yeah.
But usually it's still a standalone. Like, these Snow Shorts are standalones, but they're still part of the series. Mm-hmm. So I hate, as a reader, I hate to get to the end of a book and it goes to be continued.
Yeah.
I like to wrap up. So what I do, and not that there's anything wrong with it, it's just that's my personal thing. But what I do with my, like, the Snow books or whatever, I wrap up the main plot in each book.
Right.
But then I give you something that leads you into the next book. Yeah. If you want to come back, here's a little tease. If you don't want to come back, well, then you just ignore the tease.
Right. Yes, I like my Captain Hawkins are all standalone. There's little flakes of things that bleed in between books, but they're all standalone stories. As a writer, I like series because I can sell more books. People like series. Mm-hmm. As a reader, I like series because I like getting invested in the characters. Much like when you write them, you get invested in those characters. You write them. But when you read a series, you want to know what's going to happen next. I'm not a big fan of the to be continued type of series. I like the ones where the stories tie up, but yet there's still some threads hanging that you need to get into the next book.
Yep.
Standalones are all right, but I don't read and I don't write very many standalone stories.
Yeah.
Always thinking about what I'm going to do next with that character.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I don't have any intentions to do anything with that character, when I'm done, I'll go, I can take that character and they could go here.
Yeah. Hey, Sheriff Myers.
Yeah.
But I also think too, with series, as a reader and as a writer, people, as much as they love the plots and the stories, when readers do, like you said, they fall in love with that character. Like, people don't come up and say, I'm a big fan of Snow Falls. I like the Snow books.
Yeah.
I like the Captain Hawkland books. So they've attached to that character. I like the Harry Bosch novels. I haven't, there's 20 of them. I haven't singled one out, but it's like, that's the character. So I like coming back. And because I love those characters, even if there's a book that isn't as good as the others, I can still enjoy it because the character I love is still there. So, because I hate to say it, but not everything we write is gold. We do sometimes or at least I do. I can't speak for the other guys, but this, and I think that works with TV too. You have a bad episode, but you don't quit watching the series because you still love the characters.
Mm-hmm.
You just go, "Ugh, that's an awful episode. I'll be back next week."
Yeah, exactly. Sarah has a question for us. Do you guys ever wonder what the cops would think with the searches you've made for writing research?
Nope. I know I'm on a list. I met I was on a TV show. There was a TV show that Kevin Bacon was doing called The Following. And I played an FBI agent on the show in the pilot. Our third day there was a real life FBI agent on set as a consultant. And at one point we weren't busy and he was standing over by himself. So I went over and introduced myself. And I told him, I said, "Hey, I wrote this novel, Evil Ways, which is about an FBI agent. And I'm working on a sequel. I would love to pick your brain." So he gives me his card and he says, "Well, there's a process. Call this number, tell them what you told me, blah, blah, blah." So the FBI checked me out one side and up and down the other to make sure I was okay before I got to go visit and spend the day with the FBI. Mm-hmm. So I know I'm on a list, at least one. And I've also spent time talking with Secret Service agents. So I'm pretty sure I'm on that list too.
And I do a lot of searches on my phone, and I read where the new update for iPhone is going to allow them to be able to search your phone to find out what you're looking at on the internet, to make sure. I think it's for child pornography to try to find those people, but I do a lot of searches on how to kill somebody or what's the best way to snap someone's neck. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I've got to be on a list somewhere too.
You should see the ads that pop up because, a lot of times the algorithms for social media reads what your searches are. Mm-hmm. And you get ads that are targeted, like if you're looking up toothpaste, you suddenly get toothpaste ads all over the place. Yeah. I get some very weird ads because of something I've looked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, same here. What was it? On Last Week Tonight, John Oliver had an incredible interview with Robert Snowden, the guy who leaked, all the espionage stuff. And he was explaining how there's like 7 different government agencies just in America that monitor the media, whether it's your phone or TV or whatever, and what their limitations are. But unfortunately, Group A's limitations overlap, or what they can do overlap with another agency. The two talk to each other, but agency B can poke into other areas. So I figure I'm probably on any number of lists, and my NSA agent drinks as a result because they're just waiting for me to strike. Is what it is. So So anyway, moving back to the comments, Ryan Permison says, I hope to write a short story featuring my character Reese. Wish me luck.
Good
You've
luck.
got it, buddy. You've got it, man.
Hey, I'm going to step away for 1 second. Keep going. I'll be right back.
Okay, that's right. Bobby has not installed his pod catheter yet. Available from Rising Tide Industries. Or we have a 2-for-1 sale on the Hale Pail right now, named after our own Amy Hale. So how about we soldier on, Charles?
Okay, let's do it.
All right. And Dan Hollifield says, news like that makes me want to finish the prequel. Do this thing. Yeah. And if they confiscated my computer, I've got 2 more. And Rick Bradley says, you can do it, Ryan. I'll beta read for you if you need. And thank you, Rick, says Ryan Permison. Just got to figure out the story first and write it. Just study. Well, what would you advise Ryan to do, Charles? He's got a character in mind. Where do you think he should start?
Well, I don't know much about his character, but I would definitely, whatever his character is based on, try to find things that are like his character, do a little reading up on them, and get some more ideas. Because like when I wrote, Evolution Man, it's basically a $6 million man. So I didn't read, I read the books by Martin Caidin to get a better feel for his character, so I could bleed it over mine. So try to do that. Try to find something related to your character to get your juices flowing, basically.
Yeah. Also, that's very good advice. I would say also just read and listen to as much as you can. Whether it's television, read newspapers, read the news every day, and see if your character could fit into a similar situation regardless of genre. And also one thing that I get inspired by is music. And I started, after a while, I started asking myself questions like the Beach Boys, what if Daddy didn't take the T-Bird away? Or my favorite, I did this once at a library talk, and my example was Penny Lane by the Beatles. There's a barber showing photographs of every head he's had the pleasure to know. What if he's still got most of them? And this guy looked at me like, and I'm like, oh crap, don't tell me your favorite song, right? He goes, I said, I'm sorry I ruined it for you. He goes, no, you just made it so much cooler. But yeah, just like the Jefferson Starship said, feed your head. And, like Lewis Carroll inspired that song. Alice in Wonderland inspired White Rabbit by Jefferson Airplane. So, and you've heard here, Stuff I Do is inspired by other characters. So take elements of characters that you like, and also figure out a situation. What would be like, what is the hero's greatest strength? The protagonist, I should say, greatest strength. What is their greatest weakness? And what situation can you put them in where they have to overcome their weakness in order to solve it? Look at Indiana Jones. Look at Raiders of the Lost Ark. Indy has a snake phobia. And almost every step of the way, he's got to deal with those little slithery guys. And that's how he does it. So, anyway, while you were gone, Bobby, Ryan Permison he's got to figure out a story for his character and write it. What advice do you have for this budding young author?
I'll give you two things, I think. Real world scenarios are great ideas. Actually, I have the opening plot to book 3 of the Sheriff Myers series based on something that really happened here in town, where a small airplane was coming into the local airport, or in the town I live in. It's a small airport. Something happened. Before the airport is a storage unit facility, and the plane crashed into the storage unit facility. That's my opening. What was in the storage facility they crashed into? That gets the start. I will say this. I mentioned earlier, I always start with the characters. Once you know who your characters are, just put them somewhere and follow them. That will get you started. I was doing this short story for an anthology once, and I could not come up with a plot that worked. Just nothing worked. So I didn't even know how to introduce the main character because it was a book about this character into the story. So I created this side character who was going to be our victim, and I was like, okay, I've created this character. He's walking down the street. It's 2 a.m, and I just follow this guy down the street, and I'm writing what he sees and what he hears when a gang of ruffians attack. There's an excuse for our hero to come in. Then that guy and all of it just came out of following them. And I ended up with this big story about uh, underground dwellings and giant alligators, and and it turned out to be a really good story. But it stemmed from just following this guy. So if you can create a character and that character, drop them into a situation, uh, you know, ask the what if question. You know, what if Snow had to go to the mall? There's your start. Snow's at the mall. What's going to happen at the mall? And you can generally, your stories can find you and at least start that way. So that's what I trust your characters.
Yeah.
Your characters they won't do what you want,
No.
but they will take you places you need to go. And I've had some very happy accidents from my character taking me in a different direction than I intended to go. And then as for villains, you were talking about villains when I came back. This is not my advice. There was a TV show called Leverage. I don't know if you guys have seen that.
Yes.
And there
Robert
was
Vaughn. The original is Robert Vaughn. Yeah.
Well, no, I was talking about the newer ones, but it was on
yeah.
TNT. Yeah, but they're con artists and they're taking down bad guys. And in one of the commentaries on the extras, they were talking about how they come up with the villains for each episode, because a lot of them are like Law and Order. They're ripped from real life things. And it says we start out every day in the writer's room with newspapers and on news sites. And if we're going through and pulling out interesting articles, and if somebody they're talking about this guy that stole pensions from a bunch of people, and somebody goes, "Oh God, I hate that guy." That's one of our villains. that was their main criteria was, oh, if we hate that guy, he needs his comeuppance. We can put a stand-in for that guy in our story. So there's all kinds of places you do it. And there's probably somebody in your life that's pissed you off that you want dead, that you can kill in fiction. I have murdered lots of people. I have sent lots of people to jail. It's weird. Now I get people wanting to know if they can be the villain or if I can kill them in my novel. So I've done that, and it's also very it's like therapy. Take out your frustrations.
That's true.
Yep.
Or also take a familiar plot and turn it on its ear. That was how I came up with the Snow story.
Yep.
Because I think I was plotting this right. A theme is that Snow worked 10 years in undercover, and the last 2 with a Miguel Ortega, where he's taken to this small South American airstrip and called by his real name. And I'm thinking about what story to write, because I told Bobby I would do it before I had a story, because that's how it works. You don't pass up opportunities, especially to work with some of your favorite people. And it's like, well, what if somebody came up to him in an airport, say, and called him by his alias?
Yep.
Yeah, that's where the story went.
Yeah, and it's a great hook. It's kind of like there's this old joke about actors. It says if a producer calls you up and says, "Hey, we're gonna make this Western, and we want you to star in it. Can you ride a horse?" Yep. Your answer is always yes.
Yes.
Whether you know how to ride a horse or not, you can learn. So you always say yes. And yeah, I've agreed to do projects, just because, and there's lots of reasons. Sometimes you get really excited when you hear the idea. Sometimes your excitement wanes as you get closer to writing it, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it, but then, and there's a lot of things that are really cool. I mean, working with people and respect is also, looking at like when Charles was first mentioning the idea of Pulp Reality, I don't even think it was a fully fleshed out. He was just talking about doing something.
Yeah.
And I mentioned the idea of Lance Starr and Captain Hawkland meeting, because they are very similar at the beginning of their character. I mean, they each kind of go in their own direction, but the similarity of them both being Pulp era pilots, well-known Pulp era pilots to boot, and they're both used to being in charge. What happens when they meet? And thankfully he was excited about it, and that helps a lot too. Is like if he just went, "No, I don't want to do that," then we would have found something else. But I like the idea of playing with the two different, because their personalities are different, even though their trappings are the same of the pulp action pilot. The way they handle problems is different. And then, and being a 70s, 80s, comic guy, they're Marvel guy, they're going to meet up. The first thing they're going to do is butt heads, then they got to work together. And then, because there are no new stories. There's just new ways to tell them. And that was fun. It was fun. It was fun to, again, it's that trust thing, he knew I wasn't going to kill his character or like have him lose an arm or,
Right.
Yeah, those are important things he might need later.
Yeah.
Like Cleveland.
Yeah.
So thank you for your faith, Charles, on behalf of Bobby and myself.
Right. But it's also the same thing when you guys were doing the snow thing. I knew you weren't going to like have any life altering, Snow's not going to get his leg blown off, or he's not going to suddenly have a kid, or those are because that does happen. We had
I'm sure.
There was another book that I'm the co-creator and owner of, and one of the guys that turned in a story turned in one that was like a life-altering moment. Like everything from this point would be either before this moment or after this moment, and we were just like, no, it's our character. If anybody's going to do that kind of story, it's going to be us, So we can't do that. It's like the old in the 60s and 70s when you wrote for TV. You can kill Spock, but he needs to be alive at the end of the episode on the bridge, and the Enterprise is, taken off for parts unknown. Everybody exactly how they were when you met them. And that's how I look at writing other people's stuff. It's not my job to irrevocably change them.
Right.
And I wouldn't think to do that. I mean, I would, like if that got if Chili had walked up to Snow in the airport and shot him in the head, this might have been a problem. Yeah,
that'd be a short. Yeah, here's my 200-page short story or 200-word short story. Yeah,
he's like, bang, he's dead. The end.
Way to go, Brian. Can't trust you with nothing. So Jason Waldman reminds us you can find Red Shade Adventures on Facebook. Very cool. Look for it there. And CM Davenport is here saying, I'm at work, but just wanted to chime in and say, hey, hello, CM. Good to see you, my friend. And also we have a great question. This is probably the question of the night from Cindy Kep. What questions didn't I ask you the last time you were here?
That was a year ago, right?
It was like what, about 14 months ago, I think. Let me look this up.
June,
in the record of all things. Let's see. Yes, it was June 23rd. So it's been a while.
It's been a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, refresh our memory, Cindy.
Yes, and each of us is a year older, so we remember less and less as the time goes.
Yeah. Since then, I've become an expert in Medicaid, if that tells you anything. So
closer to 60. So yeah.
Well, I turned 50 on Saturday. I am not looking forward to it at all.
It's not that bad.
It's not.
It may not be
good.
But it's the idea of it.
I don't know. I think I was where I started leaning into my age, especially because I'm now half a century old, and I thought half a century was cool.
But
plus,
none of us act like this age.
This is true.
God, no.
When my dad was 56 years old, he looked like an old man.
Yeah.
None of us look like old men. We stay young
and we act like 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
Duh.
Every time I laugh at some kind of joke, my wife says, "Are you 14?" Yeah, here I am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Cookie introduces me as the 10-year-old of her dreams. So yeah, I get that too. Well, they get my great grandfather, who I absolutely love. He was like 90, and he would shinny up the TV aerial to fix the rotor, which, already anyone under the age of 40 is going, what is he talking about? And he had hair. Of course, I did not inherit it, of course, but he had, if it wasn't for the fact it was totally white, he had hair like an 80s synthesizer group keyboardist. You know what I'm saying? It was just like flowing and, just the perfect length and everything. And it's like, that set of genetics eluded me, apparently. So Sarah says, I was pleasantly surprised when creators started asking me to beta read for them. Still feel honored. And John Bruning says, if anyone's going to blow up Cleveland, please give me some kind of warning.
I don't know why Cleveland was his city of choice, but
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, but John, we'd call you just to see the look of surprise on your face. That's just how we roll. And Jason Waltman says, I dare you to destroy Cleveland. I was born in Ohio. Don't give us incentive now. And Dan Hollifield says, working in a shared universe means you're constantly living in each other's pockets. That's true. And Joe Dog McKeel says, Cleveland, which one, Tennessee or Ohio? Dan said Ohio, probably. No, really. And look out for the Lake Erie monsters, says Jason. Thank you. And different platforms to make algorithms happy, says Cindy Kep. Which I guess is kind of could be a question of sorts. Do you have a favorite platform?
I don't use this one, but I've heard that there's no, at least not yet, nothing that stops it, like the algorithm from Facebook. That if you put something on TikTok, anyone that follows you sees it.
Yeah.
That it, I have not used TikTok. I barely have time to keep up with the ones I have. Although I love the idea of video, I just don't know what to do.
That's the same for me too. Yeah.
I finally figured something out.
My comic book collection on TikTok just to see how it worked. But I need to figure out how to do it for books. Now, there's a creator, Frank James Bailey. You guys know him. He's from Ohio. He's on TikTok, and he's gotten thousands and thousands of subscribers because he does cartoon reviews and comic book reviews and TV show reviews, and he talks about his Tricana comic book. And he's done really well on TikTok.
Very cool. Amy Hale's on TikTok, and she says she's getting a little traction there too. So
I've had this idea in my head because Summersville, the town I mentioned I made up, is very loosely based on the town I live in. A lot of the same, because hey, keep it easy. I know what this town looked like.
Yes,
I've thought about doing in small segments, going to the real life counterpart and doing like, this is where this happens, and read a little of the book, show like a tour of the town, things like. I just haven't worked the logistics out, but TikTok might be a good place to do that. Do it in just bits and pieces,
Remind me of this conversation after the show, guys. I may have something you can do. So,
and that's how we end up getting work.
That's exactly right.
Now we get homework. Yeah.
It's like I said, it's the only job where you get homework more all the time. So yeah. But remind me, please. Actually, I write myself a note because otherwise,
what that means is writers have crappy memories for everything except there's a lot of story stuff I can remember, no problem. Real world stuff,
get it.
That's also what the note cards are here for.
Yeah. It's like I can remember my mother's phone number from 31 years ago when she passed away, but I can't remember my wife's cell phone number, without like a head start. So yeah, this business can ruin your brain. Sarah says, when I went ziplining, flying, yes, landing, giant divot in the wood chips by landing on my butt every single time throughout the obstacle course. www.goape.com. Crazy awesome. Now, Cindy Kep is gracing us with jokes, which means she loves us. Cindy Kep, what do you call a writer who doesn't follow the rules of sentence structure? A rebel without a clause. What has 27 actors, 3 settings, 2 writers, and 1 plot, 671 Hallmark movies.
You know what? I would write one of those son of a guns in a heartbeat, though.
Show us the money. We,
Yep. They actually, Hallmark did put out a thing. It's been a couple of years now, where they were looking for cozy mystery novels.
Oh yeah, those are a thing. Yeah,
that Hallmark would publish them, but really, what they want is to make movies based on them. And actually, a friend of mine and I are writing one. I'm kind of the holdup on the process at the moment, but we are writing one. There's a lot of rules for those. We kind of laugh at the simplicity of. There's a lot of rules. Your hero can never be in danger, which was the part that was hard for me to get by. Because I'm killing people right and left in my books.
Yeah, you got a body count.
Yeah, but there's a lot of rules. It has to be, your protagonist has to be a woman, preferably of a certain age, or they can never be in true danger, or the mystery is not really as important as the character stuff. There's a lot of rules, but there is a large audience for those things.
Yeah,
and so I would write one in a heartbeat, because and if half that audience followed me over and picked up, say, Sheriff Myers books, I think that would, there's a little more violence in one of them, but same kind of stuff.
Well, and just the challenge of it would be amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Which is one of the reasons I like writing in different genres, because writing a crime thriller uses different muscles than, say, writing a Sandestein, or the project I'm working on right now with Charles. So yeah,
because it uses different creative muscles, because a story is not a story, and not every story is a story. Writing a Western and writing sci-fi do use different muscles. Writing a comic script or a movie script and a novel are vastly different ways of thinking about how to do that.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Cindy Kemp also asks, how many mystery writers does it take to change a light bulb? 2. 1 to screw it in most of the way, and another to give it a surprise twist at the end. We love you,
Guilty.
Cindy. Yeah. Ditto. Regardless of what genre. And Sarah uses the first jump to make leaps in life as a whole, and definitely for writing and traveling to help and grow through Comic-Cons. There we go. Kelly Austin returns with, if you were all stranded on a desert island alone and with 1 book, which science fiction novel would you have in your possession to read over and over till the end of your days?
Oh, now you guys know which one I'd pick. If you don't, then you don't know me as well.
Absolution, available now on Amazon.
No, because I can keep writing the sequels in my head for that. So
yeah, there you go. I have to choose. If I were to answer the question, I have 2 of them. So, and I could take either one comfortably. I think I know what Charles may be. I may be the same as one of mine. Bobby,
I don't.
Or do you want us to vamp for you?
Yeah, I don't have a good answer. Yeah, I really don't have a good answer.
You're looking around, aren't you?
I'm looking, yes. And it's like, because oddly enough, I read some science fiction, but I don't read as much of it as,
Yeah.
So,
Well, now I thought of the third. Damn. But anyway, Charles, interrogation, like to tell the truth. Would this be one that inspired another novel of yours?
Yes.
Is it one that I've reviewed lately?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm surprised then. You should probably mention it to me, and I'll go, oh, yeah, that one. So why don't you just come out and tell us, Charles, and we'll let Bobby have more time.
Dune. I would pick Dune.
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
Right. You have
that makes sense.
Yes. You read it annually, don't you?
I do.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm reading it now. So, yeah.
Oh, cool.
I guess if I would have to pick, I don't have a specific one, but I could probably take anything Michael Crichton has written. Would probably work.
Crichton was a genius, yeah.
Or, if you want to, because if you know you're going to be stranded on the desert island, you take Treasure Island or Because it might have some ideas of how I can get off this island.
There you go.
Castaway.
Although that's not a science fiction novel, though, so I guess that, yeah. But
Okay, I'll vamp for you. I'm sorry, Charles. Go ahead, please.
What about you?
yeah.
Oh, me? Okay, we'll go in ascending order. I actually have 3 that if I had any one of these 3, I could get along. Number 3 is a book by Robert Silverberg called Up the Line. And it is a time travel about a commercial time travel agency. And it was very influential. That's where I think I learned to love like Doctor Who and Sliders and things like that. And the next number 2 is it's very close to number 1, Cyborg by Martin Caidin.
That is a good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah, because one thing I love about Caidin, because I've read a number of his books, he's like Michael Crichton in that he can take the most complex, realistic, real life scenarios and boil them down into language that even an adult like me can understand while not losing the impact of the story. Very skillful writer. Doesn't lose you in jargon. Mm-hmm. Okay. Number 1 is Frankenstein by Mary Shelley.
That's also a good one.
Yeah, that is too.
Because I've read that thing, I don't know how many dozens of times, and every time it's like I'm just opening that book for the first time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of the ones I tend to read over and again, I do tend to reread Crichton or like a Timothy Zahn or an Alan Dean Foster. So something from one of them would probably make the list. Mm-hmm. But
good choices. And thank you for that question, Kelly. That was a great one. And now we're about to get a comment dump. I knew it. The comment dump, and it's taken us 3 hours and 20 minutes to get a comment dump. Yay, Stream!
We should start for helping us. This is the show that never ends.
It's just gonna feel like it. Anyway, Sarah says Halloween is for finding year-round home decor. Cindy's got her pitch in now for you, Bobby. Brace yourself. Snow kidding. Snow is running a goat farm when things go weird.
If I wrote more comedy, that would Snow Kidding would definitely get
that would be it. That would be it. And Brian Rodman is checking in. Brian, good evening to you. Author of the Nebulizer and Memoirs of an Angel, and also co-host of Comic Book Spectrum, a fine, super fine show. It runs every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central on the Rising Tide Broadcast Network. In fact, where you're watching this right now. And Brian Rodman says, I'll check back in at midnight. We're getting there. And now Cindy kept asking the normal question here. What's your next project? What can you talk about your next project, guys?
Charles, I'll let you go first.
You let me go first?
I'll let you go first.
I'm currently writing the second book in the Serena Darkwood adventures.
Good.
It's called Eclipse. And I'm getting ready to start working on Pulp Reality 3. Things are starting to trickle in now for it, so we'll start the editing process. And I have a couple other projects that's going to be happening next year because it's the 10th anniversary of Captain Hawkland. So we've got some. Actually, I tell you what, I will give you an exclusive on here.
Uh-oh.
So
excellent.
With the help of Jeffrey Hayes and several other artists that are in our Rising Tide network, we have the official Captain Hawkland trading card set.
Nice.
Ooh.
This is card 1. There will be 11 other cards in the set.
Nice.
And they'll come out next year for the 10th anniversary. And plus we have some short stories that'll be written by other writers, including myself and Brian.
Yep.
And a couple others. And Bobby, if he'll do it. We'll talk about that later, Bobby.
Cool.
And then, all kinds of neat stuff happening next year for Captain Hawkland. But right now, it's Serena Darkwood Book 2 and Pulp Reality 3.
Fantastic.
Very nice.
Great news. Yeah, I love the card idea. That's brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Bobby, what about you? What can you talk about?
Well, I'm through my Patreon page. I do some serialized stuff of the Ben book stuff that I publish. So right now I'm serializing a chapter a week of Snow Down, which is book 6 of Snow. and Such a Night, which is book 2 of Sheriff Myers. And so I sometimes miss one of the chapters a week, like this week when I've been gone a lot, but I'm trying to do a chapter of each week until they're done. Then they will go into the queue to come out publicly. I love the chapter a week format. I really enjoy sharing them that way and getting that feedback quicker. I'm working on a novel that I can't talk about because it has not been announced. That's some previously existing IPs. It combines 2 of them. One's a character, one's a place. So I'm very excited. It's pretty cool. Yes, nice. It was originally, I was asked to write a short story for a project, and they gave me a list of characters and places that I could use. And I picked one and I said, this in this. And they're like, okay, great. But that's a novel. That's not a short story. And I'm like, damn it.
Hate when that happens.
And so
talked myself into more work.
Yeah, right. And so I'm a little behind on it now because I was not expecting it to be that long. But so I'm working on that, but I'm also doing short things come in that from other publishers from time to time. I am currently working on the 3rd of 3 Domino Lady stories for Moonstone that are going to come out with teaming her up with Judgment, which is a Moonstone-owned character that C.J. Henderson created. And they had a team up a few years back, and so the publisher has asked to do more. So I'm doing 3 team up stories with them that will run as part of the Double Shots line they do. And then after they're all out, we'll collect them into one book. And I'm also doing a Lone Ranger short for them. So that's been
coolness.
Fun. Yep. Take me back to I play the theme song and I'm ready to go.
Love it. Well, nobody cares what I do. But anyway, no, let's see myself. Actually right now I'm serializing the Terrors on my Patreon page. I'm a couple weeks behind because the stuff has been happening the last 2 weeks. Real life has gotten into the way. We're hoping to get our blog started up again on my Patreon page this week, and we're going to post a couple extra chapters of the Terrors to make up for it, which is kind of a revisitation of the Black Terror from Nader Comics. We've got a great Jeffrey Hayes cover in hand. I would be working on Volcana 2, except that I've just accepted a position as an editor at Prose Press, and I'm currently editing a novel for them. And Cookie's doing some short stories editing for them, so we're keeping it in the family here. Otherwise, I've been working on Volcana. I've also got Aquatic, Love Above the Waves, that I finally figured out the page 1 rewrite I'm going to have to do on that novel because this stuff happens. Plus, I've got a project that I'm working, a couple of stories that I'm going to be doing for Charles, which I know I can't announce yet. Right. I have to wait till the green light on that. So, NDAs are a wonderful thing. But it's one I'm excited about because I finally found the voice on it, and it's something that speaks to my heart as a B movie fan. So very nice. Yeah, and of course, comic scripting as it comes up every now and then because well, actually, I have a proposal into a comic book company where I'm bringing back a genre that hasn't been around for probably since the late 70s, I would say.
Okay.
I'll tell you guys in the after show. So, but anyway, other than that, I don't have a thing to do. I'm the laziest individual. Actually, most of the time, I feel like that the once ongoing skit in Living Color about the Jamaican family. Your brother, he's a lawyer and he does dishes of our local restaurant. Plus, he's an astronaut. He works for NASA. They have each one has a dozen different jobs, and that's how I feel some days. And some days I actually get stuff done. But anyway, Cindy Camp also says, someone couldn't decide whether she wanted to be a hairdresser or a short story writer. She decided to flip a coin, heads or tails. And Rick Bradley just went through surgery the last day. We're glad you're with us, buddy. We're glad you're well. And also, my surgery went great. I'm home, tired, and upset I didn't get more stories ideas while the anesthesia was in my system. Well, maybe go back and do it again. Maybe this time for sure. You know what I'm saying? Just like Bullwinkle. And for those who are asking, we'll have a full report tomorrow morning on Nevermind the Furthermore, along with a package reveal. But we'll give you an update on Cookie and her arm. So one bit of surprising bad news. Everything else is great. So anyway, Jason Waldman says, I'm planning my Halloween costume after New Year's Day, and 20 to 50,000 is the sweet spot for a short novel. And Ryan Permison, 3 writers on one show. You have chosen these 3 writers on one show. You have chosen wisely. And here we go. This is a great question from Cindy Kemp. I get asked this a lot, part of the process. Draft on paper or computer? And also, do you edit on paper or computer?
Computer. I write straight on the computer. If I was to do it on paper, I have to do it again. Because you have to take the time to write it, then you have to take the time to type it. And me transcribing takes twice as long as me just going to write it. Yeah. I love editing on paper. I don't always have the money to go and just print out books this thick. So I do most of it on the computer. But there is something enjoyable about reading it on paper to edit that, I don't know, it's because it's that way. That's how it's going to look in a book. I don't know. It's weird. But I do all that on the computer. Just, it's simpler. Yeah. When I catch the mistakes, I fix them,
I write, my first draft is my outline when I write my stuff. It's easier for me that way. As I'm creating something, I go to the index cards. But basically, I'm writing it all in the first draft. And then I tighten it all up as I'm going back through. So I do my first edit on the computer. And then it gets printed off for editing. And my wife edits for me. So she does that on paper. And then I put in her changes and we argue about things. And then I'll print it off again and read it. And then make changes. And then I actually also use the speech that'll read your manuscript to you. I'll listen to that sometimes too, because sometimes you'll catch something that you won't catch otherwise.
Yep.
And that's helped a lot in editing. So a little bit of everything: paper, computer, whatever it takes to get it done.
Yeah, I tell people all the time: read your story aloud.
Yeah,
you will. Some things look great on paper.
When I get the proof copy in, I'll actually walk and read it out loud. Because if I sit down, I'm going to fall asleep. So I walk through the house reading out loud, and when I find a mistake, I mark it in the book, and then make my changes.
That's not a ringing endorsement, by the way. You sit down and read this book, you're going to go to sleep. It's not a ringing endorsement.
It's just me. I read any book, and I'll fall asleep. So I usually read standing up.
No.
Okay. Well, I do something similar. In fact, that's the phase I'm in, Charles, with the story that you and I are dealing with. I run it the only thing I do on paper anymore. I used to write everything out, but now I only do my initial elevator pitch from which I build the basic story, because I start to cross things out and put things, put little arrows in and try to hammer it into something cohesive. From there, I can build my story. Whether it's a short story or a novel. But I also, for editing, I think the text to speech thing is invaluable. You have to actively listen to it, but I catch at least 2 rounds of editing worth every time I use that thing. And it's one of the best things I have, because I find, because like Bobby, I have acted too. And I found, one, when I read it out loud, I feel self-conscious about it for some reason. And secondly, I also found that I was selling it to myself. I was acting it out and filling in the gaps that should have, that are in the manuscript, or, you've looked at a word so long and it's a wrong word, but your brain has already re-edited it. So when you listen to it and it comes out as complete gibberish, then I know. that I need to change the thing. But I'm mostly computer myself. It just saves time.
Yeah. And my audio narrators are good at that. They will sometimes come back and go, "This just is hard to say."
Yeah.
Or, "Are you sure that's what you want? How you know?" And sometimes, it's right. Oh my God, I hadn't caught that. Because like you said, my brain's filling in the missing pieces.
Right.
And you can easily the one of the joys of doing it as an indie. I go back and fix the paper copy too. And the ebook copy,
Destroy the
and that
evidence.
happens.
Right.
Like there was one in one of the Snow books. I had mistakenly described Snow's car. I mentioned he leaps into the back seat. The car that Snow drives doesn't have a back seat, and I forgot. But Stuart, my narrator, is a car buff, and he's like, I think you might want to check this. And so he's like, oh crap, And so I go back. I had to rewrite, how he gets out of the problem. But it's just one of those things. Having that extra set of eyes. Your beta readers are also good for that.
Mm-hmm. Definitely get your beta readers, folks. That's going to help you a whole lot. And Sarah says, for pagans, Halloween is the day of the new year. Point taken. Cindy Cap asks, what do you call a neighborhood where everyone's a writer? A writer's block. And let's see, here we go. We are not. Do you guys want to do a shadow imitation? I do mine every morning. They're probably sick of it. So,
wait, this John's Dracula. Wait, well,
Charles, you want to do it?
No,
Okay.
Wait. Here we go.
You guys are the actors.
There we go. Put this on. Wait. Damn. You put this on. There you go. You don't put it on while you're wearing glasses. This is why you don't do that.
Does this come with instructions?
There we go. And then you take your nose out of it. There we go. I don't have a hat. Sorry. There you go.
Do. Thank you, Lamont.
There we go.
That's what makes the show work. I'm telling you, people. Ryan Rodman says, when the shadow enters the public domain, it will be my personal mission to bring him into the next generation in indie comics. Brother, if you need an editor or writer, you call me, okay? Rick Riley.
Sadly, I don't think that'll ever happen. Just like
I don't either.
Because the big corporations, because Mickey Mouse should be in the public domain and is not. Mm-hmm. Superman should be in the public domain and is not. Batman, Wonder Woman, they're not, because these corporations have gotten things changed, and because they're Condé Nast still owns the trademark on the Shadow. The best you're ever going to get is you can reprint certain stories that have gone into the public domain, but you would not be able to do anything new with the Shadow without their permission.
Well, even the James Patterson book I held up earlier.
Yeah,
that's
it's licensed.
Yeah. So, with any luck, you might find a publisher that has licensed that character for, for prose. Well, like we have, not to get into comic book spectrum territory, but Marvel has licensed some of their characters to Boom Studios, I believe it is, or IDW, for younger reader versions, along with Star Wars. And one company was licensing the Marvel characters for a while because Jim Beard had a book published by them.
Yeah. Well, it's also like Moonstone has the prose license for the Avenger, but Dynamite has the comic license.
Right.
Or, different things like that. Or you can have some characters, some properties have multiple licenses. Green Hornet's got the radio show is one, the TV show is another, the comics are another, and they can license those out to different publishers at the same time.
There we go. Rick Bradley says, I've got 2 pictures of the Shadow hanging over my desk. Thank you, Jeffrey Hayes and Clayton Merwin. And thanks to those, I got to explain who he is to my sons and girlfriend. I'll have his son, Donovan, watch the movie soon as well. Nice. Very cool. And let's see here. And everybody's talking about Vampire the Masquerade. And Brian Rodman says, I think pulp stories could really make an impact on webtoons. Illustrated prose in the webtoon format could reintroduce it to the current generation. That's true. Mm-hmm. If you ever decide to do a pulp of a public domain character, call one of us. We'll probably write it for you.
Mm-hmm.
And Rick Bradley says, Jim Carrey's The Mask makes me think modern Pulp. Just the setting of that movie makes me think of Pulp stories. Yeah. Or The Rocketeer is my favorite.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is pure Pulp from first frame to last. And there we go. The Mummy movie is modern Pulp movie for me with Brendan
would say, yeah.
Fraser. I agree with you completely. Joe Dog McKeel says, great show, guys, but my bet just started counting, and I'm afraid what will happen when it gets to 3. Good night. Good night, Joe Dog. Thanks for being here, brother. Don't forget, Stupid O'Clock. That's Joe Dog's show every Thursday night at, let's see, it's 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Central, and then 11 p.m. on Saturday nights. And don't forget Dan Hollifield's Last Man Standing following that great show. And wait, there's a new Magnum PI. I've been in my comic cave too long, says Brian Rodman. You poor guy. I'm just waiting for My Mother the Car to go into public domain.
Yeah, they've got 3 seasons of the new Magnum PI out already.
Yeah.
I believe. Yeah,
it doesn't look half bad, actually.
It's not a bad show.
Yeah.
Don't compare it to the old one.
Yeah.
If it's not a bad show in its own right.
Mhm.
It doesn't feel like Magnum to me sometimes.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Like
You know,
the setup is there, but the heart isn't quite there with the characters.
Well,
to
yeah,
me.
and plus there's that unique chemistry between all the actors.
Yeah.
Particularly Tom Selleck and John Hillerman for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And see, and like that's a completely different relationship in the new one because Higgins is a woman who is probably the same age as Magnum. So it's a completely different relationship.
Yes. Yeah, I would say, yeah.
But like the trappings of the show are the same. The trappings are there.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something that doesn't grab me quite like the old one did.
Right. Well, it's kind of like the new Doctor Who in 2005 with Christopher Eccleston. It had the same trappings, the TARDIS, the Time Lords, etc., with some major changes, but it leaned into them. It leaned into those changes rather than try to replicate what made the original work.
Yeah, and I think that's been. And I hate to sound like because I don't want to sound like that guy, but that was my problem with like the new MacGyver and the new Hawaii Five-0. They were that in name only. It didn't feel and I have things that bug me, but it's me. But like one of the big things in TV now that bugs me, and again, I'm probably the only person with this problem. And the MacGyver was a good example of it. It's a team show. The original conceit of MacGyver was when you need one guy, that's your guy.
Right.
He's who you send when the other thing failed. Now you're going to as part of a team, he loses that uniqueness. And I kind of have that same thing with like the Flash and Arrow, and they're all team shows. And it's not that I don't like them. It's just every once in a while I like to see the Flash solve a problem on his own.
Yeah.
And we don't get that because I grew up reading comics where Flash is by himself solving a problem. Right. And you don't get that in the shows as much. So I kind of miss that. And again, I'm probably the only one that that's bugged by this, but
no, I mean the Flash in the TV show for me, I love the first season, but then after that, he just became so whiny and teary all the time. It's like, oh, get past this, grow up.
Well, I'd like to see him win every once in a while. It's like the season's 23 episodes. He loses for 22 episodes and then wins. And I'd like to see him win a little, because win-loss ratio is not making him look like a good hero.
Yeah.
And so, and those are just things that, bug me.
Yeah, and how many times can you run the Flashpoint storyline? That's what seems to me. That's the one thing that keeps me off of that show.
Yeah.
I think too many of these shows are ensemble things, and it should revolve around the major character. I
always liked it better when you didn't know who the Flash was, but now he takes his ass off and says, "Hey, it's me. It's Barry."
Yeah, I miss
everyone.
Yeah, I think the worst invention for TV, and I understand why they do it, and it's great. I mean, it works, but I think one of it's become a crutch is the idea of the earwig. Because your character is never alone. Because now, we're all a little older than some of the, if you ever like watching Mission Impossible, the TV show, You'd go 10 minutes and no one has said a word.
Yeah.
We're just watching them work.
Yeah.
Whereas in shows now, they're always in communication with someone. So even when they're sneaking around a building where they should be quiet, they're yammering.
Yak, yak, yak,
Which,
yak, yak.
which, can be good stuff, but sometimes it's like I think that we fall on that too much because we want them talking to each other instead of, I want to go see this character do something, Again, it's minor things. That's why I don't have Snow in them using earwigs.
Yeah. Well, no, that's also, I like that idea, Bobby. It's like you made a good point about the original Mission Impossible. That was a show you had to watch.
Yeah.
You couldn't let it run in the background while you're reading a book or doing a crossword puzzle or something.
Mhm.
You had to lift your eyes up and look at that screen because they're doing stuff.
Yeah, but all you hear is the music. They're not talking. Barney's in an air duct doing something. He doesn't need to be talking. He's, and but they the way they filmed it and the music they used, it's riveting watching him do what he's doing silently. And sometimes I miss that. And again, I don't want to sound like I'm harping on too much everything new because I do like new shows, but one of the things I liked about with Magnum and Rockford as the examples I keep using for Snow, Magnum wasn't with a part of a team. He was by himself. His friends helped when they needed it, but a lot of times he's on his own. In the new show, Higgins is his partner. He's never by himself. It's the two of them doing things. And then the other guys can. So I miss that of a character just, because that can be a good plot point. I'm out here by myself. Holy crap, what do I do? That can be a plot, and we don't have that as much these days. But again, that's just my thing.
No, I agree with you. And some of my favorite episodes, I make no bones about the fact that I love Doctor Who. One of my favorite episodes is the first Matt Smith. He's got people that are cheering him on, but over the course of the show, he doesn't have the sonic screwdriver. He doesn't have the psychic paper. He doesn't have the TARDIS. It's just him and his wits against an impossible foe. And he wins.
Yeah, and
that to me is riveting. That to me is great fiction.
In the new series, they always use that sonic screwdriver for everything. And in the original run of the show, John Nathan Turner got rid of the sonic screwdriver because the Doctor used it as a crutch too much. So he destroyed it. And then when the new show comes back, he uses it to do everything.
Yeah, they're pointing it like weapons at some point,
Yeah, it's just, whatever happened to somebody just living by his fists and his wits,
Lazy writing. When you've used the sonic screwdriver instead of you having the Doctor use his wits to get out of the situation.
Yeah, exactly. John Bruning says, I believe hard and fast definition for pulp can be potentially restrictive in his opinion, and I can see that. There ought to be some room for the individual author's interpretation and style. And I think in a lot of ways pulp allows that.
Yep, because I tell you what, one of the most pulpy series in history that never gets mentioned as pulp is the Harlequin romances of the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
Tell me that is not a pulp sensibility at play.
Exactly. Yeah, and people just don't think of, they, like I think I said earlier, that people think of like Two-Fisted Adventures, maybe Westerns, definitely science fiction, but there was pulp romance books back in the day. In fact, one of Doc Savage and the Shadows editors came from the romance side of pulp. So
it's just like comics. When people say comic books, most people think of superheroes. But comics are they're not just superheroes.
Right.
You can have like pulp. You have romance comics. You have crime comics, etc., etc.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And you go to Japan and say manga, they're going to ask you which manga do you mean, because they've got they've got superhero, they've got romance, they've got teen adventures, they've got vampires and horror, they've got things on sports characters, which is something we don't have here. So. And we were like when people write negative reviews that are false on your books. Okay, thank you for the clarification, Jake. Jake Lindsay. I've never had that.
Yeah, I've only had a couple, and like I said, you just thanks for the review, and really that's all you can do is
right. Yeah. Was that old quote about Mark Twain about never arguing with an idiot? They'll drag you down to their level and they'll beat you with experience.
Now,
So,
see, if that was true, no one would ever argue with me.
well, of course not, Bobby. That's why I'm in perfect lockstep with you.
There you go.
Did he buy that, Charles? Anyway, so Jason Waldman says pulp and RP role playing games do intersect. Look at games like Gangbusters, yeah, and plus there's been several pulp based RPGs in the last 30 years.
Rogers.
Yeah, yeah, and what was there? Savage Worlds, I'm told, lends itself to a pulp setting very easily. So they're out there. And Sarah says, I never expected a pandemic that has no abdominal issues would lead to a mass toilet paper shortage. Well, I think it's the same reasoning. Now there's a story. What alternative things to clear out of stores during an emergency? Because it's like every time there's like a snowstorm, at least here in the Midwest where I live, everyone goes to get bread and milk. Are they making milk sandwiches?
People that never buy milk any other time of the year.
Yeah.
That's what I don't get.
Yeah. And
what's weird? It's the weird things that we're running out of. Like I see all these signs at stores, correct, exact change only, or use your debit card. We are out of coins.
Yeah.
Or my dad, his vehicle was nearing its end, so it's time to get a new vehicle. It was difficult to find one because car dealerships have a shortage, not of the vehicles, but the company that makes the computer, little motherboard that goes in them, has been shut down. So we've got cars with no computers in them.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. My wife works for a company that works for Subaru. So I've been following this, and she found a video that there's like a whole chain of like supply issue. Because I think it was a Japanese or it was German place that was the main manufacturer for this type of chip burned down at the early part of the COVID. And other places are ramping up, and it's not like you can, like get an like a bicycle pump out and start making a new chip place. And then there's because of lack of people working because of shutdowns, a lot of the freight that comes in from Asia to Los Angeles, listen to me like I know what I'm talking about. The ships there don't have enough people, or the docks don't have enough people that can come in and work with masks and everything. Or people are sick. And so it's taking like 2, 3 or 4 days just to let it ship in. And then there's not enough people to work the cranes to put those railroad car things on the ships to go back to Asia to refill. And then you've got the auto industry. Those same chips are also used in personal entertainment devices and computers. So it's like a fustercluck of bad circumstances that have led us to this situation. So, but my wife found a YouTube video about that, explained it very well.
It's also we're at a turning point where I see that,
and
like,
shortages,
we're seeing it now with like the fast food restaurants.
Right.
They're suddenly realizing we can't keep paying people crap. We got to pay them more to get them to come to work. I'm expecting to start seeing that with like some of these other jobs where people get paid next to nothing to unload crates or containers, and pay them a living wage, let them work. But right now we're still in that they're blaming us for being lazy.
Right.
And I say us as just the workforce. Corporations are busy blaming us for being lazy, and that's not the case. A lot of people are still scared. There are people still scared to go out and re-enter the world. It's a scary time.
There's a street in Athens here that's been ripped up since March, and when they were tearing it up to repave it, they hit a gas line.
Ooh.
The part that they busted, they can't get the part for it. So the road has been sitting there since March, ripped up.
Wow.
All the businesses down that road are suffering because people can't get to them. It's all one way in and just one way through. And it's to the point now where you don't know who to believe about, does the part exist? Where is it? Where can you get it? it's sort of like the chicken wing thing. There's a chicken wing shortage, but we have plenty of thighs.
Yeah.
Right.
There's 2
Yeah.
wings and 2 thighs. I don't,
Mhm. Where I live in Georgia, and like I said, my dad and I travel a lot. The what seems to be the biggest banner boom industry here right now is building houses. They are
Yeah.
building new subdivisions everywhere. I mean, and I don't know where the people are coming from, but like they'll build the subdivision, they'll finish house number 1, they're working on house number 2. Someone's already moved into house number 1.
Mhm.
They're not even. I mean, and we're seeing it constantly in our travels of just.
afford to build a house with most 2x4s are $7 or $8 a piece now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well,
Wood
and these are not, and these are not cheap houses. They're $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 homes,
Mhm.
and because we're just going like, who's buying these?
Yeah.
I can't afford one of them.
Yeah. Well,
You
I've
know, that
lived in.
big writer salary. You know.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I trade in my car when the ashtray gets full. You betcha. But yeah, like I've lived in college towns over half my life, and new high rises are going up constantly. I used to live, in Champaign for the University of Illinois, and they were always building these huge, look like something out of Judge Dredd,
Mhm.
megapolis things, with new suits, and they could fill them just like that. Same thing here at Purdue.
Yep.
There's a lot of stuff going up, particularly across the river on the campus, and they're building a lot of big housing, apartment buildings, and we're talking about stuff that blocks the horizon,
Mhm.
and people are elbowing each other to get in there. So,
Well, see,
there's
because
no shortage.
here in Atlanta, downtown Atlanta has the high rises,
Hmm.
but Atlanta is more spread out.
Hmm.
You know and that's what it's doing. It's just Atlanta is continuing to expand,
Hmm.
and so more and more people. There's no room to move downtown,
Right.
and so people are and a lot of people are coming here from other states, or other countries because I mean Atlanta is an international hub for the
Right.
airport and all that stuff, and there's a lot of business here, and a lot of movie stuff here too. That's brought a lot of
True.
people in,
That's
and
true.
so yeah.
Yeah. Well, I can see it like in the campus areas because if you're in the middle of an pre-existing urban area, up is the only direction you've got.
Hmm.
Whereas if you live on the edges, then you can expand.
Yeah.
You can move out and have maybe a little bit of room until some developer figures, no, we got to get as many houses into this so we stop urban sprawl. And
Mhm.
so then you got the houses where you can't get a lawnmower between them because they're so close.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, welcome to the Society Hour. We're a new PBS show, and we'll be taking your pledges later. I have experience in that area, so please.
in the next hour, Brian, we'll talk about are your pets psychic?
No more oxygen for planet Earth, but we'll get to that story if we have time. And Charles will join us with a thing about hairballs. But anyway, and the people that love them. Sarah says, I can't stand Star Trek. Just can't get into sci-fi no matter how hard I try. Same goes for Star Wars. Hey, different strokes, different folks.
Yep.
That's okay.
Yep.
And Christian Illusionist Jake Lindsay says, I'm truly blessed. There's smartphones now because without you guys, I would go crazy without talking to people that actually care about me. Well, that's one thing about the current age. I think it is, we've talked about it on the morning show. It's redefined friendship.
Mhm.
It's like Charles, how long have you and I known each other, right?
Right.
And we've met once or a couple times in person,
Yeah.
maybe 3 times, like at 2 shows and then one when I came down to visit you.
Maybe a dozen. I think we've
Yeah,
met
maybe a dozen, but
Yeah.
it's still a very small amount for
I haven't met
somebody I
Bob
consider a good friend,
Yeah. Well,
And
remember too how they used to the mythical they used to
right.
say that, oh, the internet's bad. It's going to cause people to be antisocial, but
Mhm.
it's actually had the exact opposite effect. That
Yeah.
I know and talk to people on a regular basis in other countries
Mhm.
Well, I had
that
someone tell me that, well, those aren't your friends. You've never met them before. How can they be your friends? Well, they're my friends.
I talk
Yeah.
to them. We
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. Bobby's my friend. We've never
yeah.
met in person.
Right.
It's half the people on this our chat list here. I probably have met, however many people we've got on here, the vast minority are people I've actually known, like Sarah, or I've met Jake Lindsay, but we knew each other online first. John Bruning, same thing. Rick Bradley, I met him online first too, but just barely. So yeah, and where would we have been the last year and a half without StreamYard, without Zoom?
Yeah, because imagine if this pandemic had happened in 1986.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Or, and as creators, how many people have you worked with you've never met in person?
Exactly. Yeah.
And we still manage to make it work. We have conversations. We have multiple ways. We have phones, we have emails, we have Skype, we have Zoom, we have we have all kinds of ways to talk to people and see people. I think that helps a lot too. We can look at each other and
exactly. Exactly.
I think if this pandemic would have happened in 1987, I think we would have come together better than we have this past 18 months.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah. That's true. Well, we also didn't have as many sources of misinformation as we have now. You want to read science fiction, by God, read something from someone that doesn't want to put on a mask when he goes into a supermarket. Communications, like the programs we've mentioned, the devices we mentioned are a tool. It's how you use them, which is, Sarah, this is pretty much what science fiction is about.
Yeah.
It's about people. It's just a different setting, but you can tell any story through science fiction that you could through romance or a Western or anything. In fact, great movie, Forbidden Planet with Leslie Nielsen. That's a retelling of The Tempest by William Shakespeare. And Star Trek wasn't, the original series at least, wasn't just about people in space and aliens and people and Gordon beating up with you with a cardboard rock or something. It was about human ideas. It was about how people get along with each other. And that's when Star Trek was at its strongest.
Yeah, you could tell stories about things going on in the real world outside that you couldn't tell on a cop show. You couldn't talk about racism on a cop show.
Right.
But if it's racism between two aliens, the censors let it go. And so they could tell stories by having aliens stand in for, people here or different groups or whatever. And allegory, that's what they call it, allegory. And sorry, I was searching for the word.
It's been 4 hours. You're entitled. By the way, we just broke the record for the longest episode of Clever Title Pending ever. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Bob. Yay!
Science fiction is told right, though. It's the characters when it comes right down to it. They just happen to be in space. If you take away the space setting and pay attention to the characters, you'll forget you're watching science fiction.
Exactly. And most of us, when we talk about classic stories like Star Wars or Star Trek, we don't always talk about the trappings of science fiction. We talk about the triangle of Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. We talk about Scotty. We talk about Luke. We talk about Anakin or Leia. It's the characters that make this work. And if you can come up with vivid characters, like we were saying about moving a character from one era to another, as long as you have strong characters in your work, they can serve a number of purposes regardless of the genre. In fact, Star Trek, Sarah, was sold originally as a version of a popular Western TV show, except it was set in space.
Or you've got Planet of the Apes. If you take the people in the original Planet of the Apes, 68 version, and take them out of their makeup, it's still, the characters are still there. It speaks. If you watch that movie, you realize that all the problems they have in their society, we have in ours today.
Right.
It just happens to be apes instead of humans. But again, it's the characters.
And that twist at the end of that movie is that's a statement about nuclear war.
Yeah.
It's so there's a lot that they hiding is not the right word, but they can put a lot of stuff in there that makes you think about these things without, if you know, whereas if you point it toward a real world scenario, people go, oh, they're being preachy, you know. But if you put it in that science fiction setting, people just get into the story. And
I remember watching the original Planet of the Apes at a midnight show a long time ago at on the campus of the college. And it started out with the kids, and they were all laughing at the movie and stuff. But when the hunt began at the beginning, and they're hunting them in the cornfields, and at the end, where all the humans are hanging up upside down, like like we do with deer, the theater got really quiet and stayed that way the entire rest of the movie. And at the very end, all these kids' expression of what they saw on the screen was just like, they just gasped. They were so surprised about what they saw.
Yeah. And the guy who wrote that screenplay, Rod Serling, he had the Twilight Zone. How many times in a horror / science fiction setting, that and The Outer Limits, did we examine things like prejudice, like the Donna Douglas episode of the Twilight Zone, where this woman is pleading with her surgeons, please make me beautiful, please make me beautiful. And then at the end, they take off her bandages, and it's Donna Douglas. It's Ellie Mae from the Beverly Hillbillies. And she, of course, we think, oh my God, this is a gorgeous blonde woman. And she's sitting there almost in tears going, you couldn't help me. I'm still hideous. And then you look at everyone around her, and they have all what we would think of as misshapen faces. But that was the standard of their beauty. Yeah. So, there's a lot of stories that can be told in the science fiction milieu. Superman is a science fiction story at the heart of it. And at the heart of it, there's also an alienation in it, in that he is most of the time the last survivor of the planet Krypton. And he cannot get in touch with his own society, but he's raised to be a good man by earthly standards. So that's what makes that work. Rick Bradley says, my next book will be a zombie apocalypse where everyone is upset about the zombies' rights, and they will only bite you if they were a bad person to begin with. The world will fall in the first 4 pages. This is what he's doing to kill me because of all the indelicacies I've visited upon Rick Bradley. And Eric Hawkins says, get your Hawkins straight. If only I could. There are too many of you. And you must be talking about Mary Worth. Oh, of course. Aren't we always, John? And don't get your Hawkins straight. We don't discriminate here.
Charles is thinking right now, you left out the L.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, they change your name.
It's like you misspelled Hawkland. How did you know?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there is only one Hawkland.
That's right.
Yes, and same thing with Doctor Who. I've tried and tried, just can't get into it. Well, that's a nice, and like I said, not everything is meant to appeal to everybody, but you're still cool. And don't die, go feed Cookie. Oh wait, wrong show. Okay, thanks, Jake. I'm glad to know that. But we'll take care of that tomorrow morning at 10:00 when I alienate my wife for 2 hours. Anyway, thank you, Jake. Cindy Kemp goes, in spite of commentary that science fiction can't be set in the 1960s, she set her books Ursulon 1 and 2 in 1965 to avoid using MacGuffin to disable tech at key points. 1965. The tech wasn't there to disable. There you go. There you go. And see that, and again, science fiction, can. Well, in fact, that reminds me of one of my favorite science fiction comic series set in 1965, Zot by Scott McCloud. It was a brilliant story. It was about this girl is taken to this other dimension, and she is whisked into a world that looks like a 50s sci-fi movie. And she's met by their superhero in charge, Zot. He calls himself Zot, and he tells her, "Welcome to the far-flung future." And keep in mind, she comes from like 1982 or something like that. And then all of a sudden, Zot tells her, "Welcome to the far-flung future of 1965." So. I love that thing. And Rick Bradley says, I will all say I'm pretty proud that my daughter's bookshelf is overloaded. She has a bottomless need for more books. Your dad of the year, I'm telling you. And Herbie is your booth babe, Bobby?
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Herbie brings all the kids to the table.
There you go. Just just like Charles Milkshakes. He's
That's
a
right.
chef. So, and Cindy Cap, if I picked up one of your books at random, what are the qualities / character types / tropes / whatever would I certainly find? That's a great question, Cindy. I'm going to ask these two guys.
My characters tend to be, especially my primary character, they're good guys. I treat them like good guys. They're not perfect. They might screw up, but good versus evil is at the heart of things. There is a bad guy. The bad guy does bad things. The good guy tries to stop bad guy. That plot plays out through almost everything I do. There are exceptions to it depending on the type, but I'm an action guy. Everything I write is going to have some kind of action in it, whether it's a fist fight, a car chase, a foot chase, a falling off a mountain, crashing a plane. I love writing that stuff, so I do it a lot. So those are the kind of things. Yeah, there's going to be some action.
Yeah, same with me. You're going to find a lot of action and adventure. Captain Hawkland is the kind of character who has a high moral compass. He knows right from wrong, although sometimes he has been known to do some things wrong, but he always rectifies those to try to fix them. When someone approaches to buy one of my books, especially Captain Hawkland, I always let them know that the Hawkland books are kid friendly. They really 14, 15, 16-year-old boys especially would like them. Although some girls have picked them up too, but I wanted to write an adventure hero for boys to pick up and read and get a sense of right from wrong when they read it.
Excellent.
Good answer.
That is a good answer. Both of you, very good answers. And now she follows that up with, if I picked up one of your books at random, what would I never find? That's also a great question.
There's no I don't do gratuitous sex. I don't, not because I have a there are certain books where it works. It's not what I do. It's not the kind of books I write. There is violence, but I don't glorify the violence. The violence is usually there to service the story or the action. You might find some swear words. I don't use them a lot. But when I do use them, I use them for effect. Like in one of the Snow books, one character drops an F-bomb one time. The rest of them, they're not. And I could do it in all of them because I did it in one, but when it happens, I want it to be shocking because it happened for a reason. And so that's the kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't do any of that. I don't go in for the gratuitous stuff. It's just not me. And I don't write it well, so it would not, it would stop the story for you to go, man, that guy can't write sex scenes. Okay.
Well, I can't say that. I wrote my New Kingdom vampire western, and that got a little violent and a lot of sex in it. But it kind of fit the vampire story. So, other than that, I mean, what won't you find in my stories? It's a good question. There's not a lot of love. I mean, there's not a lot of, besides the critique, there's not a lot of, there's no love stories. I mean, there are no deep love stories. Yeah, there's love and there's respect and there's romance, but it doesn't get to it doesn't overpower the stories. So I would have to say not a lot of romance in my type of writing.
Nothing wrong with that. And I'm listening to Bobby's answer about obscenities. I think I used more obscenities in my one Snow story, and it's like maybe 2 or 3 of them than I've done in all of my writing. So,
right. And different books and different books have different, for me, like Evil Ways is a bit more of an adult book than say Snow, which is more 15 and up. Whereas the Evil Ways is definitely an adult book. So there's more talk of things, or there is sex there, but I don't just write it's kind of like the old shows where they go in for the clinch, the camera shoots off this way. We kind of do that too. They go in for the clinch.
Yeah.
We switch over to another scene. We come back when they're done.
Yeah.
I've been known when I write, like my books are set in the 1930s, and there was a lot of racial tension in the 30s. if I have a character where we use a racial slur, you wouldn't actually see it in the book, but it would be referred to that he said it. I might even use terms like he bit down on an expletive or something like that. But I try to get away from things like when it comes to racial slurs and things like that. I don't write those in my stories. I don't think there's a call for it.
And wouldn't it kind of limit your audiences too? Because more people will go see a bad Disney movie than they will a great Quentin Tarantino movie.
Yeah.
You know, I think you could just kind of limit your audience.
Yeah.
When you do that sort of thing. So, but that's just my 2 cents. Cindy Cap asks, "What did you hear about the writer who became a baker? They say he makes excellent synonym rolls." And why can't escaped convicts make good writers? Because they never finish their sentences. What dinosaur is a writer's best friend? Thesaurus. We can't talk about dinosaurs. I have too much of a reputation on this show. And Brian Robbins says, I love that Cindy is keeping the dream alive of the show being on until never mind the furthermore, doing the Lord's work, madam. We'll see if I'm still married by the end of it. And good, Bobby, now sit. And from Jason Waldman, we've got a heckler. This is great. And Christian Illusionist Jake Lindsay says, I've been holding in since the beginning of the show. I don't want to miss a thing.
Even I had to take a break.
Me too, Christian. Me too.
Jake, I think I've never said this to you before, but TMI, brother, TMI. I feel like I'm so much closer to you now. And Dan Hollifield says, I hate promoting myself, but I realize I have to do it. I can't afford to hire someone. Well, you know, it's funny because Cindy Kep does the same thing. We promote each other, I think, more than we promote ourselves. And we should, I saw a great quote recently. You should promote yourself like you would promote your best friend's work. So,
and there's nothing wrong with doing what you just said too. Share the, talk. Yes. Let them talk up yours. You talk up theirs.
It's what we do. And people in our circle. Sarah saw a gift that said, stop saying yes to you hate. I keep that in mind as I reinvent a good life that doesn't make me miserable. Exactly. Why tear down somebody else's joy? I agree with Jason. Right on, Sarah. Brian Rodman says, I don't. And by the way, we were 2 hours behind in comments as of a few minutes ago. Another record set tonight. Hope you're all taking notes. You were a part of history. Brian Rodman, I don't look at it as promoting myself. I absolutely love the stories I want to share with others. So I tell them about it. If they dig it, great. If not, that's cool too. I just enjoy meeting folks. And all that petting is giving Bobby gas.
Yeah.
I suppose
it's one of those
more
things.
Selective.
When I do a podcast, I'm either going to start belching or coughing. One of the two. It never fails.
Of all the things that could go wrong with you biologically, Bobby, belching and coughing are 2 of my favorites. You know what I'm saying? It could be a lot worse. And Sarah says it's really helpful to use. It may not be for everyone, but it's a great guide. And Ron Fitzgerald said he's going to be at DeadCon. I want to go. Wish I could trust my car. Ron Fitzgerald, the master of dark, sticky magic. It took getting the package from Jeffrey Hayes to introduce me to Pulp. Well, welcome to a much larger world, Sarah. You're going to love it here. And it's precisely why I bought the copy of The Shadow at my comic book store. There we go. Cool. And Jason Waltman says I'm the official hype guy for Bobby Nash and others like Barry, Reese, Sean Taylor, James Palmer, and myself. Sarah says it would be awesome to see a book coming from BKM Short Story in the Nightmare Collective. I would dig that. I would so dig that. And I agree. Keep writing, Sarah. Don't ever stop. Rick Bradley said, I have one fan that keeps blowing in my face and telling me no when I ask about something.
But it sounds like a robot.
Yes, it does. He's hearing the voices that command him to kill. And Sarah, I'm not going to read your comment there, but I love it. And Clayton Merwin, hey guys, I'm sorry I'm late to the party. Clayton, we've been vamping now for 4 hours and 17 minutes and 53 seconds.
The bad part is I see on the comments where he's already left.
Yeah. Well, because he said that at 10:39, he's probably like, when's he going to read my damn comment? So And welcome, Clayton, and goodbye, Clayton. And there he is again. Hey, Charles at Millhouse, Bobby Nash, and Brian K. Morris. Hope you are doing well. We hope you are doing the same, even when you're in absentia. And in Urbana, Illinois, I saw a cart for donating books to prisoners. It was wonderful to see, says Sarah. There we go. Everyone needs the gift of literature. And thanks again for the package today from Charles F. Millhouse. Very cool. And Sarah says, I had a huge smile when I went to the comic book store and saw a dad there buying comic books for his 2 preteen daughters. And is anyone seeing a frozen screen, or is just me? No, it's about 90 degrees in this room, so it's not frozen, believe me. And hey, Brian K. Morris, you're the only one who I've not worked with on a book or cover for an interior art of the 3 of you. We've got to fix that, brother. We got to fix that. And during the Harry Potter series to Sarah, I'd stop reading the book before a cliffhanger would happen. Once the next book came out, I finished the prior book and then started the next. And yes, the Hail Pail, available now from Rising Tide Industries. And let's see here. And I agree, Rick Bradley. Clayton and I got to get together and do some stuff. And Sarah says, the specialists I'm seeing don't let me watch the news because what sells is bad news for the most part. That's just my case, not encouraging others to avoid the news. And Dan Holofield, about an hour and 20 minutes ago, said, Brian, Carl, I got another couple hundred words on the Tom Darby prequel tonight during the show. See, you guys are getting things done. We aren't. I have been stalled out for months knowing that Carl's reading the original inspired me. Well, excellent. See, that's what we do here. And OMG, says Sarah, my train of thought and texting last night was off the wall. And sometimes those things can be good stories getting published. Work them up, girl. Work them up. Rick Bradley says, well, if anyone of you need a victim or villain for a story, I will offer myself. I can be pretty evil. And in all honesty, in theater, my favorite roles were villains. There we go. They're more fun to play. And say yes to opportunity, says Sarah, even if it's a little beyond your comfort zone. That's where my thoughts correlate to the first leap from a platform and ziplining. I say take them because they're out of your comfort zone. That's how you grow as a creator. And Mike, Jimmy, Lorsha de Bruin, good morning, lovelies. Yeah, it's morning by now. Welcome to the late night edition of this show. Let's see if I can get through these. Never would have known it would feel amazing till the first leap, and the wood chips that went down my pants were worth it.
Yeah, I want to just pop. There was a question that was just asked in the comments. This is live. Someone was asking if this was a replay because they can't believe we're still going at 12:22 at night. So no, we are still live.
We're still live, yeah. Fading, but still live. And Mike, Jimmy, Lorsha de Bruin says, "Well, I'm 28 in a few days and get guessed as 10 years older." Well, that works, man. That got me into a lot of theaters when I was a teenager, and now I'm a 65-year-old guy. It doesn't look a day over 80. Sam Davenport, I've always thought about TikTok for my comic, The Family Orbits. Give it a shot. I think I'm being blacklisted by the 3 of you tonight. No, we are having a conversation. That's what this show is about, Clayton. And why am I talking to you? You're gone, right? And Rob, sorry?
He's not even here now.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll skip his comments then. Clayton, let's work together, brother, if you watch us on the rerun. And Robinson Caruso from Dan Holofield. Oh, that's a good answer, too. And everyone's still here. If you've enjoyed any micron of this show, please, if you're watching on Facebook, please give us a like. Also, like the page you're watching on. If you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe, because by the time we get to your comment, you'll breakfast.
Probably be in bed.
Yeah, you'll be in bed. You can watch on the rerun. I was going to say Dune for Charles, says Rick Bradley. For me, if I was stranded, I'd want the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It'll keep telling me to not panic. And yes, more Serena Darkwood from Rick Bradley. There's another one. And writers don't have memory problems. They have many creations filling their minds. That's the excuse I'm going to use. And Serena Darkwood book 2, we got another vote for that one. Yay. And now that it's almost 11:30, in Colorado, I really hope Jake has peed.
I believe he has. I saw another comment with that.
Yeah,
one
I saw
too.
Okay.
He's finally peed.
Already.
If he hasn't by now, by God, he will have, whether he chooses to or not. And Mike, Jimmy, Lorsha de Bruin, my next project isn't from myself at all, only edited and published by me. A K-drama comic called The Radiant Side, writing on computer, editing on paper. Brian, I hope I haven't. Well, we'll find out. I drank 3 bottles of water before the show, so I got a lot in holding. Okay, we will have periodic progress reports from Christian illusionist Jake Lindsay. Did he make it to the bathroom on time? Stay tuned.
We're gonna
It's
have
like
to
an
start. You're gonna have to start doing an intermission.
I am, aren't I? You know, let's go out to the lobby. You know, instead of having a drink, though, let's all go pee, you know. And Mike Bruin says, if you fall asleep reading your own book, that's not a very solid sales pitch. Actually, it might seem Bobby's right. Bobby knows this stuff. Actually, it might be for people with sleep deprivation. Charles, there you go. There's your crowd.
It's a marketing idea. Yeah.
It's genius. It's an untouched demographic, I'm telling you. And yes, the Flash on the CW, says Brian Rodman. My name is Barry Allen, the fastest man alive, except for literally every person around me. Sarah tried to look at different perspectives for why a character doesn't simply let something go. Leaving that to think as you will, vague booking on purpose, just consider why it may be. And Brian Rodman, my co-host on Comic Book Spectrum, says, well, Pulp will start rearing its head in the memoirs of an angel universe. A certain fez-wearing fiend may or may not be assisting me with such things. Can we say supernatural pulp horror? Join me now. Supernatural pulp horror. So we have said it. Okay, and thus shall it be. I started a Lord of the Rings marathon at 8 with a start. I'm seeing who will last longer. Money's on you guys. Now it's personal. Sarah says, interesting perspective on sci-fi. Never thought of it that way. Hope we opened it up for you, Sarah. Rick Radley says, definitely, if even 21-year-old me knew what we had the capability today, he would think you were talking about some sci-fi show. And woohoo! Happy midnight. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and you're in the Central Time Zone. I'm on Eastern. Crap. What? 4 hours already, and I still gotta pee. With that, we leave you on this note. Anyway, and Rick Bradley, Sarah, check out Farscape. That's a good show. That's a good choice. Yep. It's a science fiction show, but it's not your typical science fiction show. I love it. The clever title pending Colostomy Bag, brought to you by Jake Lindsay. Oh, this is Brian Robin. And good night, all. Good night, Clayton. Glad you were. Bye, Clayton. Yeah, Clayton, would you go out and pee for Jake Lindsay? He's having some difficulties right now. I couldn't take it. I finally went to pee. I feel a lot better. You got no stamina, by God. Just, no, I'm not going to give advice. Anyway, Marvin's Night Out, says Rick Bradley, the author. It's quite a few curse words, but then again, I'd be cursing up a storm if I was in Marvin's predicament. Illusionist Jake, I'm watching on my phone, and I've peed twice since listening.
Wow, we've talked more about peeing in this one episode.
I love how people are able to unburden themselves on this show. So they feel comfortable enough to tell us about this.
Appreciate it.
That's how you know you're among friends.
I guess so.
Comfortable.
Oh my God, Ariana Archeri, is this a replay? Are you guys really live right now? No. We're on the verge of death right now because we've been on for 4 hours, 26 minutes, and 19 seconds. But now we're going to make it to the end. And that was 4 hours ago. I'm going to assume that it isn't live at almost 11:30 p.m.
If we keep this up, we could just do Nevermind the Furthermore in the morning.
It's looking that way. Hi, welcome to Nevermind the Furthermore with my guests, Charles F. Millhouse and Bobby Nash. Eventually they got to kick us off of here, I think. But anyway, yeah, it's past midnight my time. But thanks, Ariana. Also check out Cherry House Press. She's awesome. Last Man Standing last Friday was 4 hours 45 minutes long. You may have some competition, brother. We're about.
We can beat that.
Yeah, we ought to stay on the air just 4 hours and 46 minutes. What do you say, guys? Just to show Dan up, and now it's personal. Yeah, by the time we get to this comment, it'll be Thursday.
He drew the line right there, so.
That's right, my God. It's a challenge now. City Cap says, books never written. 100 Yards to the Outhouse, written by Willie Make It, donated by Betty Don't. With special guest appearance by Jake Lindsay. And Pulp where? Pulp is everywhere. You just got to look for it. And what? We're not Sarah. No. And Brian Robbins says, he's peeing right now. Thanks, Brian. Thanks a lot. It's going to be tough hosting the show with you this week. Anyway, yes, you sit in front. No. Wait a second. You taking us in the bathroom, Sarah? I feel like I know you so much better, and now I've got this image in my mind. Anyway, well, you guys are the best. I haven't enjoyed watching 4 hours online in a good while. So. And Brian Rahman says 4 hours and 46 minutes. I'm with you guys. And good Lord, did we catch up?
We've caught up.
Holy crap!
How the hell did that happen?
Uh,
Well, we've got what 20? No, not 26 minutes. 16 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Bobby, how you doing?
I'm good.
You can do better than that. Come on, how you doing?
I'm really good. No, I'm tired because I got up really early yesterday morning.
I got to pee.
Tell us more, Charles. Tell us more.
The next time we do this, we'll just set up a table in the bathroom.
There we go.
Hey, I did an episode of Comic Book Spectrum about 3 months ago. We were visiting my in-laws, and of course, everyone comes in to see the couple from out of state, right? Well, I told them I had made arrangements for my morning show to get covered, and I did the Tuesday night show before I left for Buffalo, New York. But I didn't have alternative things set up for Comic Book Spectrum. So the only place I could do it and not be interrupted was in my in-laws' bathroom. So we did the entire 90 minutes or so with me in the bathroom. The sound was great.
Yeah.
The sound was amazing.
But you're in good company, though. I remember the Star Trek animated series.
Oh, yes.
They many of those actors have said they recorded them in their bathrooms.
Yeah.
Because of good acoustics.
There you go. And they did that
Rick,
all the time.
Rick knows me so well, too. The Rick comment's really good.
Yeah, okay. Let's see, we're gonna get okay. I know. Ask Bobby. It's Bobby, okay? About his book. He talks for 35 minutes. Ask him about himself, and he talks 2 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
Rick's tired.
I've been called worse.
Yeah. And let's see. Ariana Archeri says, Brian is up way past his bedtime. I don't have a bedtime. I don't sleep. I don't believe I've ever seen him up this late. And make sure you wash after peeing. This has been a public service announcement from Rising Tide Broadcasting Network.
That's what you need to do.
Yeah, a little hand sanitizer.
Hand sanitizer.
There you go. You're good to go. It must be strong coffee. No, it's a challenge now, and I will not back down. And crap, no, that's another threat. That's another episode. We're still on P. Okay, try and keep up, Sarah. Need to add my phone. That's right, my God. Need to add my phone card before midnight my time, but I don't want to leave the show after midnight. It would knock me off Facebook anyway. Derp, yes, derp. So anyway. Welcome to As the Bladder Empties. And okay, thank you, Cindy Cap. What's the next con you're doing?
I got one. Hey, I've actually got one. I am doing the Gallipolis Comics and Creator Convention in Gallipolis, Ohio this Sunday from 11 to 5.
Mm-hmm. And while he's doing that, I will be in Atlanta, Georgia at the Atlanta Comic Convention from 11 to 5.
And would that I could be with my 2 dear friends here, but alas, but no, I celebrate because I will be in Carbondale, Illinois at Castle Perilous at the 200 block of West Main Street in Carbondale, Illinois, just off of I-57. Well, actually about 20 miles off of I-57. But anyway, come visit me. I will be there from 10 until 2 o'clock signing books. I'll have my brand new stuff with me, and we'll be talking publishing. You come bring your stuff in, and we'll be happy. My next full convention will be the 21st of September, and a week from this coming Saturday at Kokomo Con at 1500 North Reed Road in Kokomo, Indiana. And
it's still August.
Say what?
You said next week, September 26th.
I am trying to get through September. That's what most of my shows are. No, August. I don't know what month it is anymore.
I am not doing Kokomo this year, so.
Oh.
I know. I'm sorry.
Where am I going to get food? I mean, come on. We had such a good time at the steakhouse.
Oh, yeah.
We had a good time. Oh well. I will find somebody. I may even bring Cookie with me. Who knows? She's good for a good time, I'm told. Anyway, but no, Kokomo Con will be the 21st of August. Thank you, Bobby. I'm such an idiot. But that'll be my next convention. And then if you want to see me in September, boy, howdy, have you got plenty of opportunities. Let's put it that way. We'll deal with those at Never Mind the Furthermore. Thank you, Cindy. What is your next convention, Cindy? CKOEPP.com for the best newsletter in the business, and Animal Eye at you can get her book and her first issue of her brand new comic at bearpublications.com. I know more of other people's websites, and I have to look up my own. And Brian Rodman, since you caught up, it's time for me to ask a question. What is your favorite moment that you've written? Oh, that's an awesome question.
Favorite moment?
I do have one that springs immediately to mind.
Go for it.
Okay. In fact, I have it right here. It's from Skyman. Now, I'm not going to ruin it. I'm not going to ruin it for you, Bobby. In fact, that's the one. That's the one, my man. But it was my favorite moment. I actually put it in the front of the book. The Sky, it was a bit of a background. The Skyman, he's been beset by hardship, and he's in his airplane called the Wing. And he's on a ship that may be taking like a few dozen North American scientists to Germany to have them work for De Fuhrer. Once the Wing reached the proper elevation, Stan placed his hand on the throttle, ready to pull the levers back and leave America behind. But a sixth sense of sorts that he had developed back in his street crime days stayed his hand. He turned around in the pilot's seat to see two men standing behind him, just watching his actions. Stan laid eyes upon the one in a painfully familiar uniform. You! What does it take to kill you? Who are you? I am the Skyman, the costume man said, cracking his knuckles. And you're sitting in my seat.
Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I love the first two lines of Snowfalls, which I can do without reading it. It's Abraham. This is how the Snow series starts. Abraham Snow knew he was about to die, and the thought of it pissed him off. I love that opening. I get that kind of reaction whenever I read it aloud.
Yeah.
That's a favorite. The other favorite I have, I wrote, as we mentioned earlier, I wrote a Star Trek fan film. I script doctored one for the Star Trek Continues guys, which were guys that were doing news stories with Kirk, Spock, McCoy. Yeah. And the plot revolved around Apollo coming back on the ship, and they were going to let him have some free reign of the ship to see if they could trust him. And Kirk tells Spock, or they're talking about doing it, and Spock suggests letting him roam, and he says, perhaps we should. What is it you humans say? Give him some rope. And so Kirk agrees to let him go, and as Spock is walking out of the room, the door opens, and Kirk stands up and goes, and Mr. Spock. And Spock turns around, and Kirk goes, make it a short rope. And he does that thing with his fingers. And I just I got chills just watching it.
Charles, you got something, or do I have to read something else?
Oh, no, I've got something. Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually from, let me see how long it is. I don't want to bore you all to death.
Oh, God, no. Far from it.
It's from Captain Hockland and the Secrets of Monster Island. This is actually my edited copy. So, the only thing Captain Stephen Hockland heard as he ran pell-mell through the deep underbrush was the pounding of his heart against his chest. Or was it the rhythmic beating of the tribal drums in the distance? He wasn't sure. The only thing he was sure of, Kong was dead, and the chances were good that Hardy and Oz were too. But he couldn't think of that right now, not just yet. He had to stay focused and remember what chased him. He couldn't slow down. He didn't even dare look over his shoulder in fear he might be eaten, like Kong. His instincts for survival were overridden, coherent thought as he ran and hoped everything else would work out.
Nice.
Very nice.
Very good. That is so cool. That is so cool. Well done, gentlemen. Well done. That was fun. Mm-hmm. And let's see. We had a comment dump again. So
wow.
we're gonna catch up. Let's see. Yes, Brian Rodman. Yes, the bathroom comic book spectrum episode, flushes and all. And Rick Bradley says, "Bobby, not Booby. My mind was elsewhere." Yeah, we can imagine. Yeah. Your Freudian slip is showing, Rick. And Dan Hollifield says, if you make it to 1 a.m. Eastern time, I will have to take myself to bed, probably in handcuffs, before my wife wakes up and gives me the look. Well, before the show started, I said, honey, don't expect me for at least 4 hours. I predicted that. And she goes, do I have to come up and be a bitch? And I said, no, honey, no. These are my friends. And Rick Bradley says, wash your damn hands. Where did you pick that up? And look up a shiwi. No. Maybe after the show. But anyway, I want whatever it is they are drinking so I can make it through the rest of my week. Geez, says Ariana Archerry. We do it through adrenaline and bad judgment. A very strong dose of caffeine. I'm guessing this must still be live then. Wow. Yeah, you think we'd allow something like this to be pre-recorded and rerunnable? No, I don't think so. And it's a funnel with a tube for women to pee while working on road construction. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, that's right. And it also can be used so that women can use urinals.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, this is the learning place. And is Cookie still?
Midnight, so
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we here we go. Although I think it ought to be an I for the obvious one, immature. And Ariana Archerry also asks, is Cookie still up this late too, or is she asleep? She's probably downstairs sticking pins in a Brian doll with her one good arm. So anyway, Cindy Cap says, my friend writes songs about sewing machines. He's a singer-songwriter.
oh.
Oh my God, that's awesome. And September is the 18th. Thank you, Sarah. Yes, the 18th was SI Comic Con in Benton, Illinois, where I will be one of the guests down there. And I will have my lovely assistant, Sarah, with me, hopefully. So that'll be fun. And then Cindy Cap asks, do you have an interesting tale of a con visitor? Oh, let's hear you guys.
I was at a con, and this gentleman came up to the table, and he was looking at my books, and we started talking. And it took me a few minutes to realize that it was Terrence Dicks, the guy that wrote so many Doctor Who's.
Oh, really?
And so, we were just chit-chatting, and he was asking me questions about writing. So it was, I guess he was just seeing what I knew, but it took me a minute to realize who he was, and that was pretty cool.
I'm fanboying. Charles?
I actually was working at the table, and I heard a voice, but I kind of just played it off. And I knew John Berman was at the show, and I looked up, and he had one of my Hawkland books in his hand, and he asked me questions about it, and then he went on. He didn't buy anything, but it was kind of cool that he was asking questions about my character. So
very cool.
Very nice.
He'd be a good Hawkland, maybe.
Yeah,
I like that. I've told several of my con experiences, but I remember one where somebody had read Santa Stein, and they came back, and his wife said, "Hey, my husband read your Santa Stein book." And I asked him, I said, "Really? What'd you think of it?" And he just looks at me and goes, "It was everything you said it would be." And so that's been like my favorite review ever. So you just don't get that kind of review on Amazon, unfortunately. And Dan Hollifield says, the last Atlanta Comic Con I was at in '78, there was a blizzard, and Atlanta was under a foot of ice. Oh dear, that was a bad winter. I remember we had crappy time in the Midwest. I remember that when I spent the night in a small town outside of Champaign, Illinois, in this United Methodist Church's basement. And we lost half the people down there because they realized that St. Joseph was a dry town. And so they decided to risk the blizzard and get into Urbana, where at least they served alcohol.
Yeah, about every 10 to 15 years, we will get one of those really bad ones that shuts us down for a week. Yeah. Most of our bad winter weather, it snows overnight or in the morning. By noon, it's gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, about every 10 or 15 years, we get that one that just shuts everything down.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. And suddenly CNN, that's all CNN can talk about. Yeah.
Yeah, because our problem isn't snow. It isn't snow that bothers us.
Right.
It's the ice that we go straight to ice.
Right.
And we're not prepared, and which is weird. We're not prepared for it, even though it does happen like I said, every 10 years or so.
Right. But that makes sense. Let's see. And Rick Bradley says, I'll get to spend the whole day with Brian at BirdCon. Poor guy. We'll see who the poor guy is. Remember, you're not locked in that building with, I'm not locked in that building with you. You're locked in that building with me. Cindy Cap says her next con will be September 25th. The Indie Author Book Expo in Omaha, followed by QuadCon in Dubuque, Iowa on October 3rd, and QuadCon in Des Moines, Iowa on 10/30. I will be at HoloCon on that day, having fun, hoping Bobby will. I'm not expecting it, Bobby, but if you could come up, that would be so awesome. Anyway, Christian Illusion, Jake Lindsay. Oh God, are we going to hear about his bladder again? Have a good night, brothers and sisters. Don't forget to use the restroom before bed, or that would be bad. Much love. Have a good night, Jake. Thank you for sharing your most intimate details with us, and I'm dreading you showing up tomorrow. And never mind the furthermore at 10 a.m., which will be on next. The Prime Minister's speechwriter has resigned. He's speechless. Cindy Cap, I love you. And Brian Robin, Cookie is sticking pins in a Brian doll. Just the wrong Brian. Ow, 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 ow. Sorry, guy. I knew when that doll had that beard, it wasn't me. Bobby Nash energy drinks. There's no way the bad guys will catch you.
Well, I started the night off with this at 8 o'clock. Then I moved to this. Then I moved to this.
Oh my God.
Now
no wonder you went to the bathroom.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
It's weird if I my mouth would just get so dry that if I'm going to talk, and I knew we were going to be on here a while. I don't know why. Something told me.
I know. I just can't shut up. I'm sorry.
We're going to be here 6 hours, so.
Hey, we got one more minute, guys. We got one more. Well, I've gone through 2 of these. Cookie came up and poured me another full glass of ice water. So, and yep, I'll be there. And I've already worked my schedule around it. Sarah, great news, great news. And yes, St. Joe almost moved there several years ago. I'm sorry. And a 4-hour stream. Should I go see a doctor? In your case, psychiatric. You shouldn't expose yourself to this sort of thing. As for the 3 of us, yeah, we should probably see a doctor after 4 hours of this stuff. But we're like 30 seconds away from beating Dan Holofield. So I think we're going to make it, guys. I think we're going to make it. And Rick Bradley says, oh, wait a second. It was another dump. Rick Bradley has a great comment. Brian Robin says, well, gentlemen, I have to say I'm impressed you made it. Congratulations. Now go to bed.
Yeah.
Why?
And I even let that dump comment go away since we're talking about toilet humor. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yes, Bobby, please come to HoloCon. It'll be my first one. Joe Dog has been asking me to attend for years now. Yeah, you've been to HoloCon,
I did,
right?
I was there one time. Yep. It was a lot of fun. Had a good time. It was really cold.
Oh, really? Wow.
It was in Chattanooga at the time, but I know they've moved down to Dalton. But yeah, it was really. I remember it was cold and rainy that weekend, but it was. Well, we had a good time.
Oh, yeah. What makes a con better than rain and cold? But in all seriousness, sorry for going TMI. No, it was funny, Jake. Funny. You can do that anytime. And thank you for your good humor and accepting our abuse. And screw it. Go for an even 5 hours when you do, Rick. Yeah. When you do. And emphasis on almost, says Sarah. And I was thinking the same thing about dumps.
See, she's in the right place where she's in good company.
She has found her tribe here. And Jake pics or it didn't happen, says Brian Robin. Do address those pictures of that type and send them to Brian at brianrodman.com. He only likes high res and scratch and sniff. Anyway, so gentlemen, we have broken all kinds of records. This is the longest clever title pending ever. This is also the longest that we've been on together. And this is, I have to say, despite the lateness of the hour, it has been a joy having you both on here.
It's been fun.
Thank you.
Hey, yeah. No, did you say it was fun, Charles?
No, I didn't say that at all.
I didn't think you would, no.
Who do you think I am?
What I think you
I had a
are is
really
why
good
you got on this show.
I don't know how I got on here. I just kind of just stumbled in.
And BKM gives TMI all the time. I'm the emperor of TMI, Ace Bonnie, but thank you for being here. And Rodman like, no, he doesn't. We're off of here. Anyway.
Welcome to Clever Title Pending After Dark.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, Bobby, because originally that's what this was going to be. This was going to be the uncensored version of what we do. And then I realized the world's not ready for the unfettered me. And so we changed it to like just a general nighttime version of Nevermind the Furthermore. Then we found the interview format. And thus we are here. And Brian Rodman says, what a great show, fellas. Have a great night. Brian, thank you for being here. Also, don't forget BrianRodman.com. Brian's a regular contributor to the morning show. And don't forget, he'll be on with me and Eric Hawkins and Clyde Hall on Comic Book Spectrum on this very network this Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central Time. And Ace Bonnie, take care all. And good night, Ace Bonnie. Sleep well, my friends. Sleep well, everyone. And so there is nothing left to do. Please, God, let it be so. and gentlemen, sincerest thanks. I have had an absolute blast. It does not feel like 5 hours.
No, really, it doesn't.
No, it's been a blast. I have had a great time.
It was like 5.5. No,
doesn't seem like more than 5 days. No, yeah. But and Rick Bradley goes, 11 more minutes, you can do it. I still have to sign off, Rick, so we're in good shape there. And CM Davenport, good night all. Thank you, CM, for being here. Charles, I'm glad to have you here. And please check and see. And he's got stuff from Stormgate Press, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Yes.
He does the Family Orbits comic book.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought I remembered. And Sarah's got to re-up my phone. Love you to the abyss and back. Always. Love you too, Sarah. We'll talk later on. Dan Hollifield says, Green Room is only 3 days away, Brian. I will be in Carbondale, Illinois on that night, but I may try to visit. And everyone take care and stay creative. Rick Radley, thank you for sticking with us. Thank you all out there for sticking around with us, those of you who did. Did anyone stay here for the full 4 hours and 50 minutes, aside from the three of us? Yeah. It's like, where did my life go? What has led me to these bad decisions of being here? But anyway, guys, Bobby and Charles, thank you guys so much sincerely for being here, my friends. It has been a super honor and super fun. And so now nothing is left, we hope. And also, let's grab dinner Friday when we get in town. Rick, I was going to ask you about that tomorrow. Let's talk about that, well, later today, I guess. Anyway, so gentlemen, I tell you what, again, it's been a delight. And how about I let each of you have the spotlight and you tell us where people can keep up with you, because if they're smart, they'll run to the very end and that's what they'll learn. So anyway, we'll start with Bobby and then Charles. How can people keep up with you, Bobby, if we can?
If you can, yeah. Well, BobbyNash.com is my website. There's links to everything there. I'm all over social media. I'm author Bobby Nash on Facebook, at Bobby Nash on Twitter, and Bobby Nash Writes on Instagram. Please follow me. Sign up for my what am I trying to say? Newsletter.
I
have a newsletter. If you sign up for my newsletter, it's free, and I send it out about once a month. And you get a free ebook copy of Snowfalls when you sign up.
That's worth it right there. And also check out his Patreon page where he is he's serializing his latest works. You get to read them before anyone else in the universe.
Yep, that's patreon.com/Bobby Nash.
Excellent. Thank you, Bobby, for everything. Appreciate you being here, man.
Thanks for having me.
All right. And thank you, Charles F. Millhouse. How can people keep up with your amazing exploits?
Well, you can find me on my website. That's stormgatepress.com. And I also have Captain Hawkland's official website, which is choosetheadventure.net. And I'm on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, all under Writer Millhouse. Or you can also find me on the Facebook group, Author Charles F. Millhouse Presents. And I also have a newsletter that I never put out, but you can sign up for it, because if you do, you'll get a free copy of Origin Expedition. It's an ebook.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Charles. Appreciate it, man. All right. So did I. And I'm going to mute these guys. Please stick around, guys, so I can say goodnight to you properly. And we have everyone here. Let's see. Christian Lucius, Jake Lindsay says, I stayed with a full bladder. That's your mark of excellence, sir. Keep holding on to that dream. And Dan Hollifield, president accounted for. He saved the whole almost 5 hours. Thank you, Dan. And sorry we broke your record, but now it's the ball's in your court. And says 7 minutes till my wife insists I go to bed. Should I start a movie or something? Yeah, I think you should. Yeah. No, I'm not going to suggest which kind. That's rude. And Minnie Moo, little cow, God has done a mighty thing here tonight. Thank you from Twitch. I appreciate your being here. And I appreciate everyone is here. And Rick Bradley is here, of course. Thank you, Rick. I appreciate you being here so much, my friend. And glad the operation went well, in all seriousness, my man. I want to hear more about it later. But anyway, don't know what will make 5 hours. We're got to have something to shoot for next time we have these two guys on, okay? But thank you all for your kind acceptance of their wonderful selves, and many thanks to Bobby Nash and Charles F. Millhouse for consenting to be on the Madhouse tonight. And next week, will we go 5 hours? I don't think she'll let me. Anyway, next week we're going to have Rebecca Westerman. She is an incredible writer. She's done like ghostwriting. She's done a number of great books on her own. She's an editor, a wonderful personality. So please bring your writing publishing questions next week, because she's going to have a very unique perspective on it that I think you're all going to dig. We're not going to do 5 hours next week, I'm pretty sure. So anyway, folks, we want to thank you. If you want to follow me, I can be found at risingtide.pub. We're going to unveil a new look for the website pretty darn soon. I'm really excited about that. And also, we want to thank Plasma Fire Graphics for sponsoring this long episode. Boy, did they get their money's worth tonight. Plasma Fire Graphics, when the look of your book matters to you. Check out those great graphics. If you want something like that on the front of your book, then you need to contact Jeffrey Hayes. Go to the Facebook page of Plasma Fire Graphics and go to plasmafiregraphics.com, where you'll see more examples of his great work, and you can contact him directly for his rates on that page. Plasma Fire Graphics, when the look of your book matters to you, because it matters to your readers. It matters to Bobby Nash and myself and Charles F. Millhouse, because we've all been behind a Plasma Fire Graphics novel, cover on the novel. And that is my latest release from Ben Books. Go to benbooks.com, abrahamsnow.com, BobbyNash.com, but more importantly, go to Amazon.com, because you can get this for only 99 cents. Also, please check out the Rising Tide Broadcast Network. We have 7 days a week of entertainment and information. Tomorrow morning, we'll be back. I will be later today in about 9 more hours. I'll be back. What's wrong with me? Never mind the Furthermore, the Creative Conversation Show, and coffee. And we will have a very special package reveal and an update on Cookie's health and all kinds of really cool things. But mostly we'll have your commentary. Please check out our Facebook page for a full schedule. And we'll have the updated card up any day now with our brand new shows, including the Truthmongers tomorrow, later tonight at 7 p.m. with Ted Davies and Glenn B. Fleming, and also our brand new show, actually our brand new friend from the desk of the small press publisher, Joe D. McPhee, brings you great interviews and all kinds of comic-based entertainment every Saturday night at 10 p.m., 9 Eastern. He's awesome. And speaking of awesome, there are my Patreon subscribers. Please check out Patreon. It's a monthly subscription service where you can so help support your favorite creators on a monthly basis. A small stipend for you, and it's a huge help to all of us. Check out what benefits you get for being my patron if you go to www.patreon.com/Brian K. Morris. And with that, like I said, next week, 1 week for tonight, Rebecca Westerman will be joining us on this show. I'm looking forward to talking to her. She's a good friend, and she's an awesome lady. You'll love her too. And let me scroll down to where I need to be. And I think that's it. We have lasted 4 hours, 57 minutes, and 25 seconds. I am not going to stretch it to 5 hours, though. But anyway, you guys have something to look forward to. And I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. And never mind the furthermore, and especially next week on Clever Title Pending. So as always, folks, stay smart, stay safe, wash your hands, and never apologize for being awesome. Thank you for sticking with us this marathon episode. Have a great rest of your Wednesday now. Good night, everyone. From Bobby and Charles and myself and the Rising Tide Broadcast Network. We'll see you next week on Clever Title Pending. No, just no.